Blue 80. Blue 80. 180. 180. Set.
If the quarterback situation ain't right, then the whole offense is corrupt.
Set.
You can't sell me hope if you ain't got a quarterback.
Set. Blue 80. Blue 80. 180. 180.
That fantasy pick might look good on paper, but what's his role?
Set.
You don't win your fantasy league on draft night. You win it with everything you do before and after.
Welcome to Football is Money, where every snap has a price. Every decision has value. And every Sunday, somebody gets paid. Let's get it! Football is money! That's the mission. Fantasy betting every division. Every touchdown, every decision. We don't chase hype, we chase precision. Football is money. We cashing out. Breaking every matchup, no doubt. If it makes dollars, then it makes sense. Welcome to Football is Money. Monday film, Friday picks, Sunday tickets, watch them hit. Fantasy lineups, betting slips, power rankings, championships, quarterbacks, pocket clean, read defenses, know what they mean. No hot takes, no guessing games. We bring numbers, we bring names. Football is money. That's the movement. Every episode, constant improvement. In NFL, college too. If football matters, we're talking to you. Cowboys corner, cash in the end zone, fantasy life, coach mode, QB power, draft grades every week, new plays. We don't follow, we evaluate, find the value, separate, because Vegas sets the line. Football is money, reads between the signs. Football is money. Louder now. Turn it up. Hear the crowd. Every season, every play. Football is money every day. This is Football is Money. Real football. Real talk. Real money. Let's eat.
Yo, hey, what's happening? What's happening? Welcome back to Football is Money, man. I'm your host. They call me Boss. And we are here with the continuation of our live draft for the Football is Money 4D League. All right, so it looks like we made it through 4 rounds. You know, we're going to go through that and break that down and see what's going on. And also, we're going to see if we can get a couple of these guys up here on the live to see what they're thinking as well. I don't know. Everybody might be working or something. We'll see. All right. But yeah, this where we at. This where we at, man. So if you just joining us, man, don't worry. We're going to get you caught up before the draft rolls into the next phase. Through the first 4 rounds, we already learned a lot about this league. You know, the opening rounds did exactly what they were supposed to do. They established the market. Manager showed us how they value quarterbacks in the super flex format, how aggressive they are at running back, who's willing to be patient at wide receiver, and who's already thinking 2 or 3 rounds ahead. All right, I had to get my mic a little closer to me. We've been having volume issues. I try to keep this mic out the frame, but you know, it is what it is. So, yeah, about this draft, man, one thing became obvious very quickly. This room understands the format. You know, you can tell everybody went through the league settings and kind of, you know, was up to date on it. The quarterbacks have been respected, elite running backs coming off the board early. And because of that, some outstanding value started falling at wide receiver. And that's exactly what discipline managers are looking for. We also seen managers begin revealing who they really are, you know, and that's one of the biggest things we are tracking this season. So this isn't just about evaluating players, it's about evaluating the managers as well. So anybody can make a good first round pick. The great managers build complete rosters though, right? The average manager, they chase names. The poor managers panic when the board doesn't fall their way. So as this draft unfolds, those differences become impossible to hide, right? And another storyline that's already developing is one we're going to follow all season in this league, right? Despite this being a 1 hour per pick draft, we already had multiple auto pick selections before the overnight pause. So, think about that. Every manager has a 4 hour to evaluate the board, look at their roster, think through different scenarios, and try to make the best decision for that team. Yet, we've already seen premium picks left up to the computer. So, we're not bringing that up to criticize anybody. I'm just bringing it up because, we want to answer a bigger question. Can a manager recover after starting their draft on autopilot? Can a great roster management overcome missed opportunities on draft day, or do these early mistakes follow a team throughout the entire season? That's what we're going to find out. So that manager is now one of our biggest storylines of this league, and we're going to follow that team from today all the way through the fantasy playoffs, because that's what Football is Money is all about, man. We're not just tracking players, we tracking decisions, every pick, every value, every reach, every position run, every trade, every waiver claim, every lineup decision, every mistake, every great move. You know what I'm saying? And by the end of the season, we won't just know who won the championship. We'll know exactly how they got there, right? So now the draft enters a completely different phase. Round 1 through 4, it was about finding cornerstone players. So I believe round through 5 are going to be where teams begin building their identity. So this is where managers decide whether they are drafting for upside or consistency, right? This is where roster construction becomes more important than player rankings. And also where championships quietly began taking shape. So as we move into these middle rounds, we're looking for the managers who stay disciplined while everyone else starts reacting to the board. So who's building a complete roster, right? Who's creating problems that they'll spend the rest of the season fixing? And who's finding value, who's reaching out of desperation, things like that, and who's quietly putting together a championship roster without anyone noticing. So let's get back into the Football is Money for the Fantasy League draft. As you can see, we got it up on the board already. Let's get it done. It's on the clock. 15 minutes left. And so the draft resumed at 6 o'clock this morning, Central Time. It was a few auto picks. I figured, everybody had their queue set up. But we decided to go ahead and change it to 10 a.m. for the pause. So, you know what I'm saying? So these guys had extra time, or he would have been auto picked. So I don't want too many auto drafts going on. I don't need no one to have any type of excuses after they take these L's. You know what I mean? So, yeah, so let's see. So my man over here, Dave Cotton, ain't got no running backs, but he got 3 powerful receivers, Amon-Ra St. Brown, Nico, and Emeka Egbuka. That's some pretty good talent along with Joe Burrow. That's my guy. And he got some pretty decent running backs and a receiver. Quarterbacks, see, most people got a quarterback. I drafted my quarterback. I had him set up in the queue. Jackson Dart. I'm going to throw a dart on Jackson Dart and see what he does. Spidey sense, still no quarterback. He got him a tight end. And, this was, I want to say, like, these picks through here was like at 6 o'clock this morning. And, everybody had their auto draft on. See, these 2 guys still are on auto draft. right now. So hopefully they got their queue set up just how they want it, man. So there's no confusion. Let me see. Everybody else is live and ready to go. So I'll be going back and forth, checking out, trying to see what everybody got going on. Sexy Dixie always ready to go. Let's go. All right. All right, let me see. Let's get it done. Two running backs and a tight end. So let's try to figure out, is he going receiver, quarterback, or what right here? Because it ain't these quarterbacks, especially a top tier quarterback, it's gonna dry up pretty soon. Let's go see who's still on the board. We got the baby goat, Trevor Lawrence, Bo Nix, Purdy, Mendoza. Mendoza being up here is wild work to me, above all these quarterbacks. And it's like he might not even be playing in the first half of the year. They don't know what they're going to do in Vegas, right? Especially be on top of Dak, man. Like, come on. I understand J-Lo, maybe even the Baker Mayfield, but Jared Goff, man, had over 4,000 yards for the last 3-4 seasons, man. It's crazy, man. It's crazy. All right, let's see what the running backs looking like. We still got Bucky, Travis Etienne. Anybody get Kenny? Kenny Gainwell. Because Bucky Irvin being up here. Let me go see if we can find. So they're going to try to change him out. But they actually got Kenny Gainwell as the number one running back in Tampa Bay. And it's probably because of Bucky injury or whatever he got going on. Let's see. Yeah, so just to see that. And let me see. We got Travis Etienne. He's going to be the number one back in New Orleans. Travion Henderson, he still got to fight it out with Ramondre. But they got him down there. Bayshore Tootin, he's going to be the guy. He's going to be the guy in Jacksonville. And DeAndre Swift and Kyle Monunga, I think they'll be splitting time as well. So it's still a few running backs on the board for anybody who needs one of those guys. Let's see. 1, yeah, 2. He need 1. Broncos. That's why I try to secure my running backs a little early. So I need another receiver, me personally. So let's see what is up here and who I'm willing to roll the dice on. There's still a lot of good talent up here. Real good talent. So there's no need to reach, to chase anything or try, just follow the flow and let the draft come to you. Just kind of pick what you need at the time. I'm not always trying to pick the next best player. You know what I'm saying? Me personally, I try to make sure I get my team together first. But luckily, I still need, got my flex, need another receiver, tight end, super flex. So I'm going to make sure I fill all this in first before I even think about putting anybody down here, right? Or thinking about the guys that's going to go down there. I need to solidify my starting lineup. And that's what we all doing right now. But right now, in these next few rounds, it's just going to get a little bit more difficult to pick out the correct players. but we here for it. You know what I mean? Football is money. So 20 minutes into his pick, man, and that's what has been going on. Just been a lot of hurry up and waiting. Just a lot of waiting on these guys to get up and pay attention or whatever they need to do. It needs to be done immediately. Come on already. But as we wait, man, just you can holler at your boy, let me know what's happening, what you're looking at, what you're looking like. Still no movement. Look as if I'm the only one on. So if we have to pop out, you know what I'm saying, hop out and hop back in, I don't want to just be sitting here waiting on people, you know what I'm saying, for the whole live stream or nothing like that. But we in here, man. And we ain't going nowhere. But what we can do in the meantime, in between time, we can I wouldn't mind running one of these episodes while we wait. So that's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna play my last mock draft. All right. Yeah, I'll play my mock draft. And this the mock draft I did with the 10th pick, which I'm at right now. And I kind of had this league in mind. But, I didn't do in the real draft what I did on here, even though I thought about it. Let's not make a mockery out of the system. Okay? All right, I'm going to get past all the music. We just went through that. We just jammed out already. I ain't going to make y'all go through it again.
This is football is money. Real football. Real talk. Real
Let's
money.
eat.
Let's eat.
What's good, my fantasy family? Welcome back to Football is Money. I am your host. They call me Boss, and you are tuned in to your favorite football podcast on this platform, wherever you may be listening from. So today we're going to keep it real simple. We're going over the biggest headlines, what they actually mean for your fantasy team, what they mean for your business slip, and we're going to continue to talk about our third eye view. All right. And remember, we don't just watch the news or report the news. We try to figure out what the news means, right? So let's jump right into it. With the number one story we starting off with is going to be Baker Mayfield. He reveals that he played hurt last year. He said he played through multiple injuries during the 2025 season, including a knee and shoulder injury. And looking back, it kind of explained why Tampa Bay offense wasn't as explosive down the stretch. But the important thing is that Baker says he's now healthy entering this season, and he's still in the midst of a contract renegotiation. But outside of that, all of this is good news for the Buccaneers, and it's also good news for your fantasy managers and bettors who might still be pricing him based on last year's production instead of this year's projection. Okay, so Baker, he could become a value quarterback if people overreact to last year's stats and let that kind of cloud their judgment from drafting him. I have been noticing he's been falling a little lower, too low. And I understand this is a contract year. They're trying to get it worked out. But, Baker's is a decent middle of the pack quarterback, and he can go off at times. So I believe the Bucs going to retain him and keep him there. So as far as what it means for betting, watch Tampa Bay early season passing props. and their win totals to kind of see where they at. You got to remember they in the NFC South, so that'll be fun with. And matter of fact, I think we going to the NFC South after. Well, no, next week we're going to the NFC North. All right. So after we go to the North, we're going to the South. But and we're gonna look deep inside pause. We're gonna look and check out what's going on with Baker and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So let's go to the number 2 story. We got Tua Tagovailoa competing for a starting job. And honestly, man, I thought when he went to Atlanta, that they was bringing him in to start, right? Kurt Cole, he was there. They shipped him out. Michael Penix, he tried to do something, but he wasn't really able to do anything. Ended up getting hurt. So, Tua enters this camp with something to prove, man. Anytime a quarterback is competing for a job, uncertainty normally follows. And that's important because uncertainty creates opportunity in fantasy. But it can also create traps in the bidding market, right? So before investing in this situation, we need camp reports, we need preseason reps, and clarity on who actually wins the job. But like I've been said ever since the news broke, I really think Tua will be the starter quarterback there. I don't know if Michael Penix need a little more time or whatever the case may be, but I know right now he's injured, so he's not looking to play week 1. So I'm looking at Tua to go ahead and be the starter for this team. So don't overpay until the depth chart settles, all right? And avoid guessing on these future bets before camp answers some of these major questions that we have for this team. And the third eye view is opportunity is valuable, but uncertainty is dangerous. So tread lightly, man. Let's go to the next story, man. We got Cam Scatterboo. He's expected to be back early. He should be back for week 1. Matter of fact, he should be ready for training camp, giving him a chance to compete immediately for touches. So this isn't about drafting him tomorrow. It's about watching how coaches use him. Training camp tells us far more than any off-season hype. So I believe his role will continue to grow, and that's where the fantasy value begins to appear before most people notice. He already had a spark last year, so he's riding on a little momentum, but that injury and how hard he runs and just with total disregard for his body, everybody is scared that he's going to go out there and injure himself again. So we'll have to just kind of watch if he tailor his game down a little bit to try to avoid injury. But, we'll see. We shall see. But for Scatterboo, his fantasy value, I think he's an excellent late round watch candidate. Betting, it doesn't change futures yet, but monitor backfield usage. I think he will be the guy. So the third eye is don't chase headlines, follow the opportunity. And wherever that goes, you go along with it. All right, so let's go to the coach situation and see what they trying to do with JT Money, man. Jonathan Taylor is still one of football's most talented running backs, but the conversation around Indianapolis have shifted towards his workload. Talent is not the question right now. The volume is, and how many touches will he be getting this year? So for fantasy managers, Jonathan Taylor touches create all the points, right? For bettors, workload affects rushing props and offensive consistency. So this is exactly why footballers' money separate talents from opportunity. Because if he's not getting the opportunity, what does the talent matter? Nothing at all. So for your fantasy managers, man, you want to monitor his workload. All right, so it looked like we have motion going on in the league right now. So just give me a second to get the screen back up here. All right, there we go. There we are. Let me go over here. Ain't nothing going on right there. So Bo Nix come off the board, man. DGS, let's get it done. Finally takes. Oh, he doubles up on the quarterbacks. Oh no, that's not him. That's Old Dirty Birds picking Patrick Mahomes. Okay. Understandable. Thomas is on the clock. OTC, my boy. All right. So yeah, man, we gonna pop in and out. I know we haven't got to the mock draft. They just still going over the news cycles thing that just happened or whatnot. But we'll get to it, and I do want to compare my last draft to this draft. I know I never picked Jackson Dart. Like, who does that? Stinking Giants. What I look like rooting for a Giant every week. I don't even know why I set myself up like that. Maybe I can get somebody to give me a trade or something. I know one of these guys in here was a Giant. Somebody a Giant in here. All right, Thomas on the clock. He got 2 receivers, 2 running backs. So, I mean, if he know what's good for him, he'll get a quarterback right now. They're not going to be around for long. How many is gone? 4 in the first round. Only 1 in the second round. Then we got 2 in the third round. 4 in the fourth round. And first pick in the 5th round is a quarterback. So let's see how many come off the board in this round. So far, we got 12. Those are 12 starting quarterbacks, I suppose, that we're going to have. But our savior got 2. He got 2. 2 quarterbacks with his first 3 picks. Got my eye on you, buddy. Have my eye on you, man. What y'all got going on? Man, the more I keep seeing Jackson Dart name over here under my team, it's making me feel away. He was in my queue. He was in my queue on auto pick. I knew that. I knew I was going to pick him, but shit. Goddamn Jackson Dart, boy. All right, so while we wait for this guy to make this next pick, we'll go back to the show. We'll go back to the show, man. So I don't want y'all just to be sitting around looking at a board that's not moving. You want to monitor it, not just monitor the rankings, right? For the bidding, his weekly rushing props may matter more than season-long expectations. So if he's going to have a reduced workload, I wouldn't expect for him to have high volume production this year. So great players don't always equal great fantasy value. especially if the volume isn't there. So if he's not getting the workload, what you can't expect somebody to do more with less. All right. All right. So let's talk. Let's go to the last story, man. We're gonna talk about the NFL quarterback reset. So several quarterbacks enter 2026 with their careers at a crossroads, so to speak. We got Kyler Murray. He got a fresh opportunity in Minnesota. Malik Willis is trying to prove that he belongs as a starter down in Miami. Tua Tagovailoa left Miami, gone to Atlanta, and now he's fighting for stability. Kirk Cousins left Atlanta, and he's gone to Vegas, and he's still trying to show that he has something left to give to a team. These situations are exactly why we use the third eye method, right? Every every quarterback battle creates winners, losers, fantasy opportunities, and betting opportunities. We just have to identify all of those different things before the market catches up. So I think Kyler Murray right now, out of all these quarterbacks, has the highest upside if everything clicks. So just let training camp reveal value instead of forcing early bets. All right, but out of this quarterback bunch, if I had to take one to have a breakout year, I'm gonna go with Kyler Murray. So quarterback changes often create the biggest market indifferences. So let's go to the third eye, and we're gonna kind of close it out. So just like I said at the beginning of the show, the third eye view is the foundation of football is money, right? We don't stop at football analysis. We run every story through three filters: football, fantasy, and betting. And when all three agree, you got confirmation that, this is going to pretty much line up. But when one doesn't match the other two, that's where we start digging. All right. Again, we're not looking for everything to connect. We're looking for the broken link, and that's where we zero in, right? Because that's where value lives, or where traps are hiding for you and me. So our job isn't to tell you what everybody already knows. Our job is to find what everybody else is missing. And that's what I want you to start looking for too. All right. So how long we been here? Just a few minutes, man. So that's gonna do it for today's headlines. If you enjoyed this breakdown, hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, and join the Football is Money family over at footballismoney.com. Stay with us. We're gonna go over some more things in this episode, and just stick around, man. We'll be right back. This is Football is Money, baby. Let's talk about the third eye view. The football is money third eye view. So I'll begin by saying this. Every week, millions of football fans watch the exact same games. And fantasy players, they are watching for fantasy points. Bettors, they are watching for point spreads, over under totals. Football fans, they are watching for the scoreboard. But very few people are watching all three at the same time. And that's where football is money is different. So welcome to the third eye view. The third eye isn't another ranking system. It isn't another betting model. And it's not another fantasy projection either. It's a different way of seeing football, because one angle never tells the full story. Football tells you who can win. Fantasy tells you who can produce. And the betting market tells you how both of those are valued, right? So when you study one of those, you're missing the other 2/3 of the picture. Now let's go over the three pillars of the football is money third eye. You got number one, football. Everything starts here. Coaching, scheme, roster talent, injuries, matchups, player development. All right, we're gonna pause this real quick. We're gonna pause this real quick so I can I'm gonna hop up in the group chat, the draft chat, and just trying to give Thomas a little nod. You know what I mean? We're gonna give them a little nod. On the clock, my boy. On the clock, my boy. Right. So, let me check in real quick. Let's see, 10 minutes in. No pick. He was on, just got off. All right. So we're gonna go back and check out some more of the show. So they're taking pictures of them. Hold on. No pictures, please. No pictures. Please, no pictures. This tells us what should happen on the field every year. And then you got number 2, fantasy. Now we ask, who is actually producing? Who gets the touches? Who gets targets? Who's creating weekly fantasy value? Because fantasy doesn't care about reputation. Fantasy rewards production. Third pillar, betting. Now comes the market. Vegas studies the same information. The public reacts to the headlines. The odds move. Go hand to hand. Now we ask, did the market price this correctly? That's always the number one question. All right. All right. So here's where most people misunderstand the third eye. So we're not looking for the cycle to line up perfectly. You see this wheel here? It's going around and everything going together. We're not, that's not how we're going to determine where our bets are, right? We're not looking for the cycle to line up perfectly. When football, fantasy, and betting all agree, there usually isn't much of an edge left. The market has already caught up. Everything lined up. What we're looking for is when the link is broken, right? That's where the value lives at. Maybe the football says the team got better. Fantasy said this offense is ready to explode, but Vegas still has them finishing third, fourth in their division. Now we found something worth studying, i.e., AFC North, AFC West, things like that. And let's see, maybe fantasy managers have completely given up on the player, but the football tells us that his role is actually getting bigger. You understand what I'm saying? Now we found value. Or let's say maybe Vegas loves the team because of the public, because the public pushes the numbers. So if Vegas loves the team, it's almost saying like the public is going with the headlines or whatever. All love go together. But say Vegas loves the team, but the football doesn't support it. Like you watch the games and these guys haven't been, playing accordingly. They haven't been making the moves during the off season, training camp going bad or whatever. The football doesn't support it. Now we found a potential trap. Okay, if you choose to bet with that, still could be value if you understand and go against it. All right, it's always two sides to every bet. So the third eye, it doesn't ask who's the better quarterback, who's the better player, nothing like that. It doesn't ask who's winning MVP, who's going to the Super Bowl. None of that. None of that. The third eye asks what's not matching. Where's the football telling one story, fantasy telling another story, and the betting telling the third story? And that's where we slow it down. That's where we dig deeper. And that's where the edge begins to show its head so we can snatch it up. All right. So the footballer's money philosophy is most shows, they try to predict football, right? They want to tell you what's going to happen. We don't. We study the relationships between football, fantasy football, and the betting market because predictions are an opinion. Value can be measured. But we're not just trying to tell you who's good. We're trying to identify where the market may be wrong, where fantasy managers are sleeping, or where the football itself is telling a different story than everybody else. All right? So that's the Footballers Money Third Eye View. 3 pillars, 1 perspective, 1 question. Where is the edge? Every division, every player, every fantasy decision, every betting opportunity, all of those things will be filtered through the third eye view, okay? Because if football is money, we don't just watch football. We study where football, fantasy, and the betting market stop agreeing, and that's where the conversation begins, all right? Now, let's put the third eye to work. Here's our first story of the day. Fantasy football isn't won on your draft day. It's won by the decisions you make before you start drafting. And that's why we built the all-new Footballers Money Draft Assistant. Whether you're drafting from the front, the middle, or the turn, the Draft Assistant helps you build a complete roster, identify value, and stay 1 step ahead of your league. So stop guessing and start drafting with a plan. Visit footballersmoney.com and check out our brand new Footballers Money Draft Assistant today. Because every pick matters, because football is money. All right, y'all. So we're gonna go ahead and do a mock draft. Let me put my headphones on so I can hear these beeps. I can hear the timer, and then make you speed up your draft pick. So I'm gonna try not to talk as much so I don't miss any picks like I did last time, but I'm still gonna try to talk you guys through the draft and what I'm looking at and what I recognize as we go through this draft process. We make this a little bigger. You know what I'm saying? All I need is a little bit. You know what I'm saying? I just need a little corner. That's all I need. I need y'all to see this screen up here. Don't mind. Have a little sippy sip. Man, I got a screen where I see everything right here on here. I got my. All right, we're gonna take a quick pause. Let's take a pause. And so we can go check on our draft and see what's going on. Thomas is still waiting on him to draft. No response. But again, it is early morning Monday, man. People are at work. You know, I think everybody should have thought about this draft a little better. They wasn't going to be ready, man. Because now that leaves the rest of us here just waiting. You know, I paused it till 10 o'clock this morning just to give people a little more time to wake up if they out on the West Coast or somewhere else in the world. But, you know, we can't pause and wait for nobody no more. Like all of these guys would have had auto picks if we'd left the timer going. But now it's set to where it's set. And, you know, hope you guys make the most out of it. So I still got forever to go. Shit, I might not draft today if we keep drafting on like we've been going. 30 minutes, an hour to the auto pick or whatever the case may be, shit, I might be drafting tonight. They're gonna never get done with this damn draft. But everybody was ready to draft, but ain't nobody ready to draft. You know what I mean? That's crazy to me. I figure these drafts will be going by fast. Just because it's on the hour don't mean that you got to take the full hour. because it still can go rapid if everybody get on there and just make their picks like they would if it was a short timer. You know what I'm saying? It'll go. But instead, we got this right here. And bro, I normally see him on a lot. I normally see him on a lot. I think he in another league of ours. A lot of these people up here are in other leagues as well. Can't remember who all are in the other ones, but I know a lot of these names look familiar. So I know they active. I think it's more of a conflict of schedule. You know what I'm saying? But even still, man, hop on, look at it, boom, make your pick, go on about your business. You ain't even got to wait till lunch break. Just open your phone up, bam, make your pick, and get on up out of there. I know that what it feel like, man. Like we're gonna be drafting forever. But like I say, man, all they gotta do is just hop on, boom. Let's get to it. Let's get to it. All right. Move my screens around. Stay with me. Just gotta do some reconstruction over here behind the scenes on my end. Maybe that'll make a difference. I just want everything to be a little bit more crispy. Yeah, this is definitely a good time where, their queue should have been set for real. If you know you're gonna be away, get your queue together, put it on auto draft, you know what I'm saying, and take your players. I mean, I would rather do that versus, having the computer just pick the next player up, so. But I'm not gonna set a queue for obvious reasons. I set a queue and then wonder why all my players is leaving. And wonder why all my players get drafted before I can get to them. Nah, we're gonna keep the element of surprise going. We will. All right, so we're gonna hop back over, man, and check out this mock draft that we did earlier this week. What my screen is projecting over here, so you know, pardon me if I'm looking away often. Just trying to make sure everything is going according to plan. All right, I'm just gonna get these, try to get all these ads off of the screen. Yeah, don't want to change the layout. All right, so I just wanted to make sure we had all the ads off the screen, nothing showing that shouldn't be, right? All right, that'll do. That'll do. So we already going. Let's see what we got. Bijan, Jamar Chase, Jameer Gibbs, Christian McCaffrey at 104. That's interesting to say the least. So I'm the number 10 pick. We already got our draft order in my league. In one of the Footballers Money 4D leagues, we already have the order. So we're gonna go ahead and see. I picked number 10, so we're gonna go ahead and see. Somebody jumped and got James Cook, Dirty Mother Lover. Dirty Mother Lover. And I definitely was gonna go with that pick for sure. That was my pick. I was eyeing them. I was hoping they'd take CeeDee Lamb or somebody. So this build, I wanna go hero running back, man, but it's like, let me see. It's like all the running backs that I wanted to get are already gone. So I'm gonna go. Give me Chase Brown, man. Oh shit. I'm always taking too long. I do that every time, man. Wait till the last second. Now, I'm not mad at CeeDee Lamb as my pick. That's probably the best pick for me right there. But I was gonna get Chase Brown, man, just because I'm trying to do a different build. I done got CeeDee Lamb 9 out of 10 times at the 10th slot. So if I wanted him, I'm pretty sure he's gonna be there. I see James Cook is going before CeeDee Lamb, which is very interesting, and he almost fell again. Look at Chase Brown right after me, Ashton Genty. Okay, so we got 7 running backs in this draft. 7 running backs, 5 receivers. So this room clearly knows that that the running back talent dries up way faster than the receiver talent. So right now I'm looking at A-Chain. I like A-Chain, but I don't like his offensive system. Saquon, I think he's getting older. Right here, I like K-Trey. He went to the Kansas City Chiefs. Mahomes and Andy Reid, they're going to want to establish the run game. They're going to use him to all of his capabilities. So let me go ahead and get him. Yeah, so I wanted to get 2 running backs fresh out the gate, but, the running back that I wanted to get wasn't really worth the first round pick, honestly. So CeeDee Lamb was an auto draft pick, and it could be worse. So let's see what we have here. 4 running backs at the turn of the second round. Omarion Hampton, Devon A-Chain, Derrick Henry, and I took Kenneth K-Trey. We got Saquon Barkley going off the board. Justin Jefferson, 206. So basically, I could have took CeeDee Lamb and turned around took Justin Jefferson. That would have been a power 1-2 punch at the receiver position. But I wanted to start off with a running back, so I got to make sure that I'm getting my foundational pieces for my team. Right here, I need another running back as well, but I'm gonna change it up. Let me see the quarterbacks on here. So, I'm pretty sure it's not gonna come back to me. But if Josh Allen come back, I'm gonna take him in the third round, just so I can throw a monkey wrench in the draft and just try to see what's going on. You know, it ain't like every mock draft. You're not drafting to like I'm gonna get this player, I'm gonna get that player, I'm gonna make sure I get. Nah, that ain't well. That's not why you mocking, man. You mocking just to get a lay of the land. Call it a recon mission. You know what I'm saying? You going out and you checking. You trying to see what's going on. How far can you wait before you get this position or this player or whatever the case may be? Learning how to room move, and not saying that how this mock draft move is how every draft is gonna go, but you kind of get a basic understanding as to what's going on in the draft fantasy world. Because although it might not be identical to your particular draft, but it's gonna be similar. See, somebody was thinking the same thing as I was. Josh Allen, first pick off the board, first quarterback off the board in the third round. So since that first quarterback went, we can assume that there will be more quarterbacks coming off the board. I'm just gonna assume. Then we got Brock Bowers, then Trey McBride coming off. First two tight ends, as always, in the second round, as always. And that's something that you track over every mock. You know what I'm saying? These guys have went every mock draft in the second round that I've been doing. At first, it seemed kind of out of place, but these guys want to lock up their tight end position. I don't want to spend a second round pick on the guy that's going to get 6 catches, 60 yards. You know what I'm saying? I think the tight end position could be filled in much later in the draft without spending so much draft capital on them. Josh Allen, I understand, and but what I can tell is that no one in this mock draft is mocking for a double QB league, because if they were, quarterbacks would have came off the board in the first round. Lamar Jackson still on the board. All these guys. So you know what? I'm gonna go ahead and take L. Jack. I'm gonna go ahead and take him. I never take a quarterback this early. You know what I'm saying? Never. And I know last mock draft, you guys was like, when you gonna take your quarterback? I value quarterbacks, man. I just don't feel the need to reach all the time. So, all right. So that's very interesting. So let's go take a look at what we actually did through the first 3 rounds. All right. What did we actually do in the first 3 rounds? Actually, the first 4. So, well, we just got our quarterback in the 4th. So I guess in the mock draft, we got him in the 3rd round. So, it ain't. Let me see. We got CeeDee Lamb, Kenneth Walker. That's all right. Get all that from up there, man. Be forgetting to trim it out. So yeah, in the mock draft we had CeeDee Lamb, Kenneth Walker, Lamar Jackson by round 3. And in this draft, we just double up on our running backs and got George Pickens as well. So, uh, we waited around to get a quarterback, which is, you can see the drop off, right? And let me see. And that's because the quarterbacks was going. Lamar Jackson went in the first round, brother. Josh Allen, Drake May, Joe Burrow, all these guys went in the first round. So, I didn't want to jump and try to go ahead and play the hurry up, get a quarterback game just because everybody else getting one. I think Jackson Dart is a decent quarterback and he'll be able to help my team as long as I make sure that I'm getting um all of my other pieces, you know what I'm saying? The foundational pieces to my team. And that's the only thing I'm worried about, honestly. So I feel like quarterbacks, you can kind of plug them in if you can get the right ones. Yeah, tight end, Bowers and McBride, they is good picks in early rounds. I just, I feel like I still can get the decent production from a tight end if I get one in the later rounds. Because, let me see. If you go look at them, you still got Harold Fanning. You got Big Tuck still out here, Kyle Pitts, Laporta Potty, um, Oronde Gaston. I kind of like him a little bit. You got Skid Mark still, Brent Strange, George Kittles. So, yeah. So I wouldn't want to take a tight end in the second, third round. And I think we haven't seen a tight end come off the board yet. Yeah, McBride, Bowers, Tyler Warren, Loveland, Coastal Loveland. So yeah, them like the four top tight end, the premium picks at tight end, man. So yeah, Dart do got John Harbaugh. And that's one of the reasons why I think they're gonna be a good team this year. They got a good young core. Now, we don't know when Malik Neighbors is gonna come back. So this guy that drafted him in the fourth round, I don't know if he knows something that we don't know or that I don't know, but the last thing I heard, Malik was still gonna miss, what I'm saying, some time. So, but we shall see, man. Yeah, for sure. Patrick Mahomes, first quarterback in the fifth round. Oh, Thomas, his clock about to run out. Yeah. 40 minutes in, my man. All right, so we don't just want to sit here and watch him waste time. So we're going to go back and finish checking out this mock. and everybody in here isn't drafting with the same settings in mind. All right. But I just wanted to let you guys know that you can practice your draft for what you need at the same time. Just, I mean, so like even still, I'm drafted for a 2 QB league. Somebody, rest of these guys could be drafting for standard leagues, but you still can look at the board and still get a good idea of what's going on, right? So we got Lamar Jackson coming off. I took Joe Burrow. Drake Mays, the fourth quarterback coming off the board. Drake Mays, he's been going pretty high here lately, man. Christian Watson, Devontae Adams. All right, so let me just scat out a little bit. I got my 2 QBs, so I'm finished filling these out right here. I never get QBs this late. This early, and I definitely don't draft them back to back. Oh, yep, I was looking at him as well. They took him off the board as soon as I'm looking at it. Travion Henderson, but it's all good. I might go with Bayshore Tootin. Bootin' Scootin' Tootin'. He's going to be the RB1 in Jacksonville. He just got to capitalize on this opportunity. He just got to capitalize. Jadarian. Let me see. The rookie. So, Jadarian Price, he's going to get. I'm looking for him to be the starting running back in Seattle with Zach Charbonnet being out, and he's going to be out for a while. So it's all up to Jadarian to go in and capitalize again. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes that's how stars are born. You go in, you don't think there's an opportunity, but the guy in front of you get hurt. Hey, next man up. LFG. LFG. Let's go look at these receivers. So I like my running backs. They not tier 1 running backs, but they'll get the job done for me. Especially when I got guys like CeeDee Lamb, Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow. Like, come on. Come on. What are we talking about here? So I'm looking for me a receiver. Mike Evans, he's going to be with Brock Purdy. The 49ers offense is a stellar offense. Cornell Tate, he's going to be playing with Cam Ward. I think they're going to jump up this year. Romo Doomsday, he's supposed to be making a step forward, but no one actually knows. So I'm just looking down, man, trying to see everybody that's still here. And these are a lot of good receivers. I want to take DJ Moore because I feel like he's going to be Josh Allen #1 target. But I'm going to go with you. Let's go, Rome. Let's go, Rome. Let me see if I can find a tight end and not a loose end. I don't need no loose ends. Isaiah Likely. He went with John Harbaugh to the Giants. He was the backup in Baltimore. John Harbaugh got, fired from the Ravens, and he took Isaiah Likely with him, So, and he keeps promising that this guy's going to take a big step. So, you got Isaiah Likely battling out with Theo Johnson, I want to say. Brent Strange, he just got new money in Jacksonville. Skid Mark Andrews still here. George Kittle. So, right now, I actually like a lot of these tight ends on the board. I don't feel like it's any need for me to try to go ahead and jump to get one. So, let me go fill out my flex spots. Who can I throw in the flex? I think Jordan Tyson should be going into a good situation as well. I think next up, and see, this is why drafting two quarterbacks in these early rounds can kind of mess you up. Because let me go back and look at the quarterbacks now. We still got Dak Prescott, Trevor Lawrence, Kyler Murray. I've been talking good about Kyler Murray. Bo Nix, um, Brock Purdy, Mahomes, Stafford, Malik Willis, JG go off, J Lo. Look at J Lo all the way down here, man. Chuck, Baker Mayfield. We just got done talking about Shake and Bake. And and look how far he dropped down. CJ Stroud. This is a disgrace. I got a homeboy that's a Texan fan, and he just talks so highly of this guy, and I'd be like, bro, do you watch the games? Do you watch the games, my boy? Nobody respect this dude, man. The league don't respect him. Fantasy managers don't respect him. I don't respect him. I'm gonna go ahead, man. They done took Alec Pierce, man. See, everybody I be eyeing, they be taking from me. They getting him. All right, so I don't want to get an auto pick. Like it seems like round 7th round, it's like BTJ. Now I know they talking about they might trade him, but they might trade him to a better situation, and he have even more production for your boy. All right, so let me see. Go give me one of these loose ends. So that's all up here now, loose ends. All right, I'm gonna stop saying this shit. Hey, yo, Jake. Surgical with this bitch, Jake. Travis Kelce, Mr. Swift. That's Mr. Swift now. Britton Strange. I already got a Jag. Might get scared, Mark Andrews, but like I say, I'm trying to avoid getting players that I normally get. I'll take a chance on Isaiah Likely. So now's the time that you can get both of these guys and don't have to worry about them canceling each other out. I like Strange though. Maybe I need to refresh my screen. All right, so let's see what we got. Let's see what we got going. Dak Prescott, right after Patrick Mahomes, we got David Montgomery, Devontae Smith, and now Spicy Brady is on the clock. So I see these guys trying to tune in. They trying to tune in. It's midday, so I guess everybody getting in there. Put my camera on. All right. Go. Tana. Did, did we get a pick? Did we get a pick? So far, it's been 7 auto picks. 7 auto picks. And, I can't tell for sure if those were queued picks. Or just, the computer just picking something for them that wasn't in their queue. I can't see that. But nevertheless, we have 7 auto picks already. So we're gonna be tracking, trying to see if that's gonna hurt these guys or what, man, or if they still can survive. Can you survive with auto pick? Because if you can, then what's the point of doing everything we be doing? We be trying to get it down to a science. Meanwhile, we got people out here auto drafting. Where they do that at? All right. So the quarterbacks, we got 2 gone already in the first couple of picks in the 5th round. Running back, receiver. We moving. I just might get the pick. Just might get another pick today, man. Everybody been trading them first and second round picks. This will be around the time where I start trying to get me some extra picks in right here. You know what I'm saying? Somewhere halfway through this draft. On some of these guys that these people don't really value too much, that I'm kind of eyeing, and wouldn't be such a bad thing if I double up in one of these rounds. Need a receiver. Boy, Mike Evans gonna be out there with Purdy. I wonder what he's gonna look like. Kyle Lemon, they say he's looking good out there as well. Luther Burden, Jalen Waddle. Jalen Waddle gonna be with Bo Nix. I mean, he used to clown with Tua, and Bo Nix is a far better quarterback than Tua ever was. So, and then Jalen Waddle get the chance to be the number 1, 2. That can look real good out there. But I don't know, man. I kind of want something. I feel like it's gonna be something a little bit more for sure. Jordan Tyson. Somebody told me something about Christian Watson. Watched him, Rome Odunze, he done fell, too far down. And that's bad business, bro. All right, so we got 4 tight ends gone. We still got some, we still got value at tight end. No need to panic. I really want to secure my second quarterback before people start going crazy, because they going to start going crazy. And look, even though these guys was, on top of Dak, right, you clearly see people is like, no. But at the same time, 1, 2, what's that? 11, 12 quarterbacks go before Dak. Yeah, and that's crazy. Dak with the 13th quarterback in the 5th round. Hmm, interesting. In a double QB league, right? With super flex. Yeah, that's wild work. And sometimes I just be trying to see as well, like what's gonna happen, like how the room is gonna move. And every move is really different, depending on the players you playing with. Everybody got different goals and objectives in mind, and it's interesting. You learn a lot from doing different drafts with different types of people. You know what I'm saying? Because I guarantee you, it's not two people in here that's trying to do the same thing. All right, so who is this? Spicy Brady. We're gonna give him some time. In the meantime, in between time, we're gonna go back and finish watching this mock draft, man, to see how close, it lined up to what we actually did in the real live draft, right? Let me get me off of there. Down. I think it's time for us to put a countdown timer on the website so we can count down the kickoff. Cause it's about that time. We about halfway through July, so what? Beginning of September, like a little over 6 weeks, man. Yes, sir. LFG. Shit. And then when football season get here, it'd be like it's be over. Just like that. Quick, fast, and in a hurry. This is the football is money. We got a cognac. You know what I'm saying? I won't try it. And I'm just bullshitting with you, man. We ain't got no damn cognac, man. You know we ain't had no cognac. What you looking like that for? Football is money cognac. Get you a bottle. Get you a bottle on footballismoney.com. Just kidding, guys. Just kidding. Football is Money does not have a cognac. Would be nice though. Probably can get a couple of free bottles if we made some. If anybody's looking to play fantasy with us, man, we're gonna be giving away one free entry to one of our fantasy leagues. So just hit me up at footballismoney.com or through the YouTube comments or however you can get in touch with me, Facebook, X, whatever. Hit me up and let me know that you're trying to play fantasy, and I'll be giving away a free roster of a free team. Be letting you guys in one of these leagues for free, so you can win you some money without having to put nothing down. Just hit me up, man, and I'll be choosing one lucky fantasy manager to play in the Football is Money League, man. And it ain't just about winning money, man. You get so much knowledge and information and game, and it's gonna help you be a better fantasy manager for the years to come. And you guys do not forget to check out the Football is Money Draft Manager. All right. Once I make this pick, we will be pulling it up. What's my team looking like? All right. We're gonna try Jayden Reed because we don't know who's gonna be the number one in Green Bay. And either one of those guys could pop. Jayden Reed, Matthew Golden, what's the other guy named? Christian Watson. Somebody already got him. And that's fine. That's fine. So let me gonna go to this draft assistant for you guys in the draft lab. Okay. So here we go. Football is Money draft assistant. We call him the draft dominator. So you go in here, you just choose your league size all the way to 32 teams. If you're crazy enough to do that, put your draft position in, PPR redraft, roster size 12, 16. Sorry, I think we're going to have 18 players in ours, 2 flex spots, 1 QB, 2 running backs, 2 receivers, 1 tight end, super flex. And you can put, your league got tight end premiums and all of that. So let me go. Oh, where's my league? Where's my league? Where's my league? Give me Jaden Higgins. Okay. So back to the draft lab. Okay, my bad. I thought I was showing you guys this stuff here. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. So, again, this is at footballersmoney.com. And so you can choose Superflex if you got a tight end premium, 6 point, 3 wide receivers, IDP, whatever the case may be. Then you go in there, fill out everything. And then you come here to risk style, balance, safe floor, high upside. And we're going to go safe floor. And let's go elite QB because we're doing Superflex. Take the tight end premium off, 6 points, passing touchdowns. And let's build our strategy. So elite quarterback, this 12-team PPR redraft strategy is built for slot 10 and an 18 player roster, right? So it's just gonna go through and tell you what you need to do. You know, secure a cornerstone quarterback, win the early starting lineups. You know, and it's gonna take you through every round and give you a detailed draft analysis all the way up until your last pick, whatever you put in there. And danger zones, it's going to tell you all of this, what you want to avoid, etc., etc. And it got the different tabs up here, target ranges where you want to grab certain players, tier strategy, backup plans. If your round 1 target is gone, it's going to give you some more options. So optional live coach, this is what you can use if you want to use it while you draft live. And you got a cheat sheet. Rounds 1 through 3, core starters, win elite tiers and avoid reaching. 4 through 8, lineup balance, attack value, and positional scarcity. Rounds 9 plus, upside, draft breakout pass, handcuffs, and future value. Okay, let's get out of that. Is it my turn? I'm up in 1 pick. All right, let me look at my team. You know, 3 more bench spots. Let me find me a backup running back. Jonah Coleman could be the backup running back. Isaiah Pacheco, I think he'll get some work. So let's go. And a lot of these guys I keep getting in a lot of my mock drafts, but for the most part, it's all different. It's pretty much different. I'm always try to get BA, man. Brandon Aubrey. Let's see if I can still. I really want to see. So let me see. Somebody got the Rams defense already. Who got Cam Little before Brandon Aubrey? It's mad weird, yo. It's mad weird, yo. I get the Texans. They're a solid defense. I wanted to see where the Rams were. You know, my Cowboys are all the way down here at the bottom. There's gonna be some great value. I'm telling you guys early. That's gonna be great value. So basically, you can wait till the end of the draft, still get you a decent defense. Okay, there go the Rams up here. 10-6. I just want to see what they're going to be like this year, man. Seahawks just came off the board. I got one kicker spot, two more bench spots. So what do I want? I need a backup tight end. I got two running backs already. Let's go with some upside. Let's go with some OG. Let's see. Got Hawk, Schultz, Eli. I don't know about him. And Njoku, he gone to the Chargers. Yeah, you know. There go Theo. He had a decent, somewhat serviceable. He had serviceable weeks last year. I plugged him in a few times. And he didn't disappoint, to tell you the truth. He held me down. Helped me get through a couple of weeks. So let's see. Tight end. Let me see who else I can throw over here. Like I said, I normally don't use this this queue, but I want to throw a couple of guys over here to see. Denzel Boston still up here. Juwan Jennings. Let's see if we can find a sleeper. Who's gonna be our sleeper? Ryan Flournoy. He's been a fantasy ad, a trending ad piece. I'm gonna go with this upside here. And you know what? I don't know if Jeremy Bernard is gonna make it on a team from the draft. So, like, a lot of these guys, I want to see how far they drop down as well. You know what I mean? Jacoby Lane. Like, I don't think no one is gonna be looking to draft these guys, and they're gonna be, there's gonna be some decent value. Just gotta be in it to win it. Debo fell off. Stephon Diggs, he's saying that there's not 32 wide receivers two that's better than him, and I gotta agree, but I don't think it's his football play that's got him off of a team right now. It's all of the other drama that he got going on. So, with that being said, someone snatched my kicker, all right, which is understandable, right? And I get it. And they snatched my backup tight end. So we're going to go get. Let's get Dicker the kicker. Get Dicker the kicker. All right, we about to wrap it up, man. We about to wrap it up. 2 more rounds. Who me going get? Who me going get? Me get me backup Titan. My backup tight end. All right, say Titan. I said tight end. And one of these receivers, one of these young receivers over here, out, out, out of the three, out of the three, I'm hoping Jacoby Lane makes the biggest impact week one. Denzel Boston think he'll take some time because, you know, they don't know who their quarterback is. Jeremy Bernard, he's got an Aaron Rodgers problem. Jacoby Lane, I think he comes into, well, out of these three receivers, obviously, he comes into the better situation with the better quarterback, right? Better run game, better overall offense team, period. So we're going to go for him. And too, like if you wanted to do your queue, you can get all your players over here, get them in the order that you want. And then if you got something to do, throw it on auto draft and walk off. Long as you know that these the players that you want and you got them in the order. Like if this player gone, I take this one and so forth and so on down the line. Come on already. Push the god doggone button. So let's look at our team. You know, after we get done, we're gonna send it off. We're gonna send it off and let the fantasy gods look at it, and we're gonna let them grade it, and we'll come right back and we're gonna go over it together as a team, so we all can get better together. All right. But looking at this team, it's not my favorite. I like my quarterbacks. You know, I like one of my receivers a lot. I like one of my running backs a lot. The other one got potential. I'm not really sold on my tight end position. BTJ, again, I think, you know, 7th round, man, I'm going to take him every time there. Kicker the Dicker, man. I said Kicker the Dicker. Dicker the Kicker, you know, he's cool. I like the Texans as my defense. Let's see my bench: Jaden Reed, Jaden Higgins, Isaiah Pacheco, Kenyon Sadiq. I mean, it's cool, man. It's not my best build. I say that right now. And if I had to guess, I'd say I get a B plus. I get a B plus. I get an A for quarterback. I get I think I get an A plus for quarterback. They might give me a B minus. Might get a B minus for receivers because I didn't get enough. Somebody stole Jacoby Lane. So, or did they? Oh no, I got Jacoby Lane. Okay, cool. So let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I like my receivers. I got deep receivers. Running backs, only got one backup. So I think I get an A quarterbacks, A for receivers. I get a B for running backs, maybe a C plus for tight ends. Defense, I get an A. Kicker, I say C plus, B minus. I'm not for sure, but I'm just trying to give a grade based off what I think basically. And I think my bench is pretty good. It's solid. It's the more upside and breakout, you know what I'm saying, high ceiling type of a deal. But we'll just have to monitor this and see what happens. What camera we at? What camera we at? So the draft is almost over with. Well, the draft is complete. Pardon me. The draft is complete, man. You know, normally we'll go through all these and try to see what these people were doing in every round. But I'm just gonna let you kind of look at it as this timer run out. If anything steps stands out. You know, we'll go over it. Cam Little was the first kicker off the board in round 11. Respect the Rams. No, the Broncos. Somebody got the Broncos in round 9. Round 9 when you got, and then he turned around and got a running back. When you still got J.K. Dobbins, Bill, Rashad White. I mean, kind of in the same stratosphere. You got when somebody get a kicker, defense, or something like that in these early rounds, it's gonna always make me kind of single them out, and I want to see what they did and how on point, what's them. I like they running back, like the tight end, solid quarterback. The receivers are mad iffy. Tight end, cool. Backup running back, cool. Yeah. So, yeah, I think this team is kind of top heavy. Now, this right here, this was a bad 1-2 punch. JSN and Drake London, Rashee Rice. He went. This is the zero running back method. That's when the first 2-3 rounds you go straight receiver. And this guy over here, he went hero running back. That's when you go straight running back for the first 2-3 rounds. He went running back for the first 5 rounds. So you can see he had a plan. So he's probably drafting with the notion that, someone's going to need a running back and maybe he can get a little extra for hoarding these running backs. But a fella like myself, I'm going to put him on a bench and make a wrong decision every week. I like to see people benches with 30, 40 points from their running back. Make the wrong decision because you shouldn't have been greedy. And now you don't know who to start. Having too many good players is almost just as bad as not having enough. Because somebody got to sit on the bench and you got to put somebody in the game. And not all fantasy studs produce like a stud every week. And every week, there's always one guy that you don't think is going to pop. And he go dummy. I'm talking about go dummy. So, that's always nice to see. Here go another zero running back method over here. And this guy, he just went balanced. Running back, tight end, quarterback, receiver. So he felt like he missed out on receivers in the first 3 rounds. But that's the thing with receivers is they're deeper than running backs, tight ends. You know what I'm saying? So it's all good. Like I said, I'm just looking at this board and trying to see if anything stands out to me that we can talk about real quick. This guy got Ashton Jeanty with his number 1 pick, and I guess nobody learned from betting on him last year. So we got stop the press. Stop the press. Stop the press. This is not a drill. We got action. We got some mother-loving action. Hold on, let me get this up here, man. We done had a few picks pop up. Let's see what we got. So since the last time we was here, Devontae Smith was the last one. These last 5 picks just happened in the last 5 seconds. So I know these guys is ready. But these 2 was on auto pick. They had their cue ready, I can tell, because it went ahead and popped on up. So we got Trevor Lawrence, Brock Purdy, Bayshore Tootin, Devontae Adams, Travis Etienne. And now I'm on the clock, and I need a receiver. That's what I want to get right here, right? I want to find me one. Wow, we still have a couple of top dogs. So I'm thinking about taking a chance on Waddle. I really like Waddle with Bo Nix right now. I don't trust Rashee or Gary Wilson. not too certain on Luther Burden. The young lad, he could, come back to how he was a couple of years ago. But I think out of these up here, I don't want to reach too far. Grab somebody down here just yet. So I'm gonna go Jalen Waddle, man. But before I do that, let me just see what everything else looking like. QBs. I know we should have been doing this, while we was waiting on everybody. But it's a little different when it's time to pick. All right. So yeah, I kind of had Jalen Waddle in mind anyway. Just wanted to make sure. So, everybody team starting to form a little bit. You can see what's going on. He don't have two quarterbacks you see right here, and these aren't his picks. He got his picks over here. These guys had a little trade going on. All right, so we moving now, man. We got action. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. Oh, yeah, the dude from the mock draft that had 5 running backs, yeah, he was just doing that because he was trying to trade or whatever the case may be with that. Or he was just in there trolling, you know what I'm saying, just trying to see what everybody else doing, trying to fuck up the draft for other people. So Ladd McConkey come off the board right after I take Jalen Waddle, and we'll see what Dave Cotton do next. And I guess I can be scouting who I'm going to take right here at the turn. I think I'm going to go tight end. Who's that? I thought we had some action. I heard some beeping going. So I'm finna give me a tight end now. Look, questionable. But all these guys are ready, man. I don't know what this questionable is about. I like Harold Fannin. What's the questionable shit? I ain't got time to read all this. Yeah, they ain't giving out too much info. Harold Fannin, Big Tuck. I like Tucker Craft. What is going on? So, let's see. I wouldn't mind taking one of these lesser tight ends, honestly. I really want to solidify this quarterback room. So I believe my next pick, I'm going QB. I'm going to go ahead and lock up my super flex. And then after that, man, I just double down on my wide receivers, flex, tight ends, and whatever you have, like that. But so far, man, I'm liking my team. I got Jackson Dart, James Cook, Chase Brown, George Pickens, Jalen Waddle. And I'm about to get this position next. I'm going for a QB next. Yes, I'm going for a QB next. Which one? Fernando Mendoza? Jordan Love? Shake and bake, baby. My guy JG go off. Cam Ward, CJ Stroud, Tyler Shook, Sam Darnold, Kyler Murray. Bryce Young, Daniel Jones, Malik Willis. They got Ty Simpson over a starting quarterback. He's not starting, man. These are starters. Hey, and my boy Gino all the way down here, man. Why y'all do Gino like that? Aaron Rodgers. Yeah, man, we're gonna pull a trigger on the quarterback here next up. So when it come back to me, we gonna pull the trigger on the quarterback. Let's go, baby. So we done got through the 5th round, in the last hour or whatever. Last couple of hours today. Let's say we got through the 5th round today. And so 5th round, we only have 13 to go. Gino, they got him all the way at the bottom. You see that? They got him under Anthony Richardson. We don't even know if he's going to even play football again. They got him behind backup quarterbacks. That's wild work, Gino. Gino is a liability. Hey, I agree with you. I'm pretty sure it's a jet somewhere that's going to pick him up. Gino might pop out there, man. He got Brees Hall. He got, Gary Wilson. They got the new young tight end out there. What's his name? I think King Sadiq. Let me see. I think King Sadiq is out there. Yeah. He out there. He probably can give you something. The thing with Gino is, though, I know, right? The Jets in general is a liability. They had that fire sale last year. They built them from the ground up. The thing with Gino, he might get you some fantasy points, but he'll get you fantasy points and get them deducted in the same game. You know what I mean? Get you a couple of touchdowns and turn around and get you a couple of picks. Yeah, you working backwards, my boy. Working backwards. All right, so while we wait on Dave Cotton, man, we're gonna check out this draft assistant. Fantasy football isn't won on your draft day. It's won by the decisions you make before you start drafting. And that's why we built the all-new Football is Money Draft Assistant. Whether you're drafted from the front, the middle, or the turn, the Draft Assistant helps you build a complete roster, identify value, and stay one step ahead of your league. So stop guessing and start drafting with a plan. Visit footballersmoney.com and check out our brand new Football is Money Draft Assistant today. Because every pick matters, because football is money. Yeah, man, make sure y'all check the draft assistant out. We still working on it. It's still in the beginning stages, but I wasn't able to have it fully operational for this draft. I really wanted to, but hopefully by the time we do our next draft, we'll be using that as we do our draft, so you guys can see what it's like in real time. Geno Smith is an 18th round. I don't even think he's a draftable quarterback. He might not even get drafted. He might be a waiver wire warrior. Yeah, he might be a waiver wire warrior. Do I have a queue? I do have a queue. I don't know how these dudes got up in there. 100. So we're still waiting on Dave. It's always that one that's gonna break the momentum. And we was rolling from Trevor Lawrence all the way to McConkey. Yeah, we got quick 7 picks in. So at least I know we got 7 people that's on a ish. Bash just took off his auto pick. So he's tuning in. We still got Bronco. He's on auto. Chat still a little dry. Nobody said too much of nothing from this morning. Like I say, man, it's Monday morning, and I just assume a lot of people is at work or something like that. I know, right? That's what it seemed like a lot of them doing. Soul searching for their next pick. It's like they going to talk to the team managers, the GMs, trying to get a full report. He out there in minicamp checking them out. Let me see who I'm gonna pick up. Oh man. All right, so while we wait, I guess this would be a good time to go back to finish this mock draft that we did. Pardon me. And hey, we're gonna be streaming. We streaming all day, man. Until we get done with this draft, we're gonna be streaming everything live. And the next draft, we're gonna stream it live as well. And I'm just gonna, in the meantime, I'm be showing you some of my favorite videos, some of my favorite episodes. The next one after this one, we're gonna go and check out our QB projections. We ranked our 32 quarterbacks by divisions, by tiers, and yeah, we're gonna go through those. It's a 3-part video, so should be good. Should be good information, especially knowing that these rankings are only like fantasy and betting rankings, not who's gonna win the Super Bowl or how far this quarterback gonna get into the playoff. It's just pure production. All right. So, don't come arguing me down about such and such. I ain't got you know how the arguments be. We fantasy and betting first. We don't really care about these quarterback legacies unless it's our um, quarterback for our team. All right. The rest of them can just make us some money and score points for us and entertain us, obviously. But yeah, so we're gonna finish up this. I think the mock draft is done. We're about to grade it, and after this video goes off, we'll check back in with our draft to see what's going on. And we're gonna get into these quarterback rankings, man. So yeah, let's get to it. Let me get me out of here. You feel me? And let's start this up. Oh, wrong one. There we go. Running back method, hero running back. These two are balanced. Hero running back balance. Zero running back, hero running back, kind of balanced. And this guy went heavy wide receiver. That's what you call heavy wide receiver. Heavy receiver, heavy running back. Yeah. Okay. But you know, it was cool, good draft, man. I think I did pretty good. You know what I'm saying? What do you think? What would you have changed? Who would you have picked differently? You know what I'm saying? But stick with us. We're gonna take a quick break, and we'll be right back with our fantasy grade from this mock draft. Are you mocking me from the 10th spot once again? We did a draft from the a mock draft from the 10th spot last year, and it was one of my favorite episodes. And here I am again, same mock, same draft position. But yeah, anyway, man, we'll be right back. Fantasy football isn't won on your draft day. It's won by the decisions you make before you start drafting. And that's why we built the all new Football is Money Draft Assistant. Whether you're drafted from the front, the middle, or the turn, the draft assistant helps you build a complete roster, identify value, and stay one step ahead of your league. So stop guessing and start drafting with a plan. Visit footballersmoney.com and check out our brand new Football is Money Draft Assistant today. Because every pick matters, because football is money. All right. Okay, so we back, you know, and we finna go over the results from our mock draft. We were drafting at the 10th spot. We had the 10th pick. And we're just gonna see how this draft was graded. You know, I gave you what I assumed it would be, but I just ran it through Chat GPT and asked it, you know, not saying it's to know everything, but it kind of give us a basic understanding of what we're looking at, especially if you prompt it correctly. And also, we building something similar, just like this, the draft grade on Football is Money as well, to go along with the draft assistant. So you guys just keep tuning in, keep sticking with us, man. We got a lot of cool stuff that's coming. All right. So let's go ahead and let me cut me up a little bit. So let's go ahead and go through. Let's go through this draft. Okay, so I'm just reading. I'm reading along with you guys. So we looking at it, and we're gonna grade it from two different perspectives, right? We're gonna do if we were drafting for just a regular one QB league, and we did super flex. So we're gonna go over our picks. So right here you see we got Lamar Jackson and we got Joe Burrow as our quarterbacks. And I got those back to back just because I was drafting in the mind for the super flex league that we in the sleeper league, the Football is Money 4D league. Not saying that's what I'm gonna do. I just wanted to see how it would play out and like what talent I can get after, investing so highly in those two quarterbacks. And those were the only two quarterbacks that I got because I did the mock draft on fantasy and they only, got 15 slots in their mock. So I got Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow as my quarterback. Turned around, got Kenneth Walker, Bayshore Tootin, Isaiah Pacheco as my running backs. My wide receivers pretty deep. I got CeeDee Lamb, BTJ, Rome Odunze, Jaden Reed, Jaden Higgins, Jacoby Lane. Tight ends, I got Kenyon Sadiq and Isaiah Likely. So let's see what they say. If this was a QB, one QB league, let me slide over. So if this was a one QB league, we'll get a A minus, 90 out of 100. It's we absolutely crushed the wide receiver room with CD, Brian Thomas, Rome Odunze, Jaden Reed. And I like these guys. Lamb, BTJ, my boy Romy Rome. Jaden Reed, he got potential to be the number one. So we'll see. What they say, that's a championship caliber receiving core. All right. Kenneth Walker is a quality RB1, and Pacheco gives you insurance with upside. Let's see, where value was lost. and I agree with this, obviously. So it's um in a one QB league, taking Joe Burrow is a luxury, and I get it, right? While everyone else is drafting another starter at running back or wide receiver, you're investing in a player who may never crack your starting lineup because Lamar is your every week starter. Now, I mean, I don't know, but I get it. I get it. So, and it's not maximize your roster value, especially if you're in a one QB league. But again, I was drafting with Superflex in mind. So the biggest strength they say is the elite receivers. Biggest weakness using premium draft capital on the backup quarterback. So so far in this, I guess, format, it's just like, hey, you just wasted a valuable pick getting another quarterback when you only need one, and got two premium quarterbacks. But even still, if you did something like that, one of those quarterbacks become very valuable, and you can, trades are very real. So for the price of a Joe Burrow or Lamar Jackson, you can get some top tier skill players. If this was a one QB league and you just wanted to draft two premium quarterbacks, so like it's all different type of ways you can work when you're talking about this fantasy. All right. So let's go on to if this was my super flex, which basically that's what I was drafting with in mind. So let's see. We got an A plus. The last one we got an A. So we got an A and an A plus, man. You can't ask for too much more than that. Like it's nothing higher than an A plus. We got 96 out of 100. And they say this draft changes completely. Joe Burrow is he's not a backup anymore. He's one of my biggest advantages. Now my QB room becomes Lamar Jackson and Joe Burrow. And that is ridiculous, just like you say, right? And I was just fooling around, man, just to see if I could. And I was able to. Again, not necessarily meaning that that's what I'm going to do. But it is giving me some ideas. If you're watching, you better be paying attention, especially if you're playing with me. I don't know. Hey, things can go either way, man. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I just might do something. You know what I'm saying? Who knows? Like really, who knows? That's why I ain't scared to show y'all this because what I do in these mock draft, everything might go completely different once we get into the real deal. You feel me? So, what it say? Most managers will have QB plus, well, QB1 plus a QB 18 through 24. You know what I'm saying? I got a QB1 and a QB5. That's what they saying. But I think it's more closer to a QB2 and a QB3. And that's the weekly edge of 10 to 20 points against any team. All right. So my wide receiver room is still elite. We got all the names, no changes here. Running back room, still one of the areas I monitor, and I agree. I only got 3 of them. I should have got at least 4, but then again, like I said, we were drafting on Yahoo. They only have 15 slots, so try to do the most you can. We're gonna do a sleeper draft, probably here real soon. But only thing with the sleeper draft is the drafting against bots. If you can't get everybody to get in and draft with you. But also, we are about to draft. We're about to draft. And on the 19th. So it's gonna be a long draft, but I'm gonna try to stream some of it here and there just to kind of show you guys what's happening in the Football It's Money 4D League. And I'm going to show you who's cooked already. All right. All right. So let's keep going. So it's a trade value is what trades everything. People call it, man. Messing up my camera. All right. So what it say? Trade value. This is where Superflex changes everything. So Joe Burrow he's not just a starter, he's leveraged. If another manager loses a QB or drafted poorly, Burrow becomes one of the most valuable trade assets in the league. And I would never trade Joe Shiesty, man. What are y'all talking about? Never. So the biggest difference between the two formats, Joe Burrow is a luxury in the QB1 league. He doesn't significantly improve your weekly lineup. I don't agree again, but you know, I mean, when you got Lamar Jackson and Joe Burrow, who's gonna go top of who? I'm gonna take Joe B, man, because he got the receivers, and both of them boys cold. So if this was a one QB league, I would start Joe Burrow over Lamar Jackson. What you say? I'm crazy? Maybe I'm crazy. Possibly. All right. So what it say? That draft pick could have gone towards another starting running back. All right, I get it. I get it. In a super flex league, Joe Burrow is the man. I get it too. You know what I'm saying? So final comparison. So quarterback rooms, even in the one QB room league, they still gave me an A plus. Well, value was a B minus, A plus in the super flex. Running back room, same B plus, B plus, B plus. Wide receiver room, A plus on both sides. Tight end room got a B. Overall, for my one QB league, I got a 90 out of 100, which gives me an A minus. In my super flex, I got an A plus, 96 out of 100. So this draft was built for super flex, not standard fantasy. In a normal one QB league, I tell you that Joe Burrow was unnecessary investment. In your sleeper league, I think it was one of the defining picks of the draft. It gives you a positional advantage, protects you from quarterback injuries, and give you a premium trade chip if another manager gets desperate. And yeah, I agree. I agree with it. Let me go ahead and get that out. Hey, did you know that throughout both of their careers, that Joe Burrow and Lamar Jackson has missed roughly the same amount of time? Now go check that one out. But no, Lamar Jackson is a respected quarterback. He is a dual threat quarterback. Nah, for real, go check it out. The same amount of time since they've been in the league together, they've been hurt about the same amount of time. Let me see if I can go find it for you. Surprised me too, man. Straight up. I'm looking. I'm looking for. Let me put the. We're gonna put the draft back up here. Maybe I'm crazy. Okay, so we got Lamar Jackson missed 17 games over his NFL career, including 15 to injury. All right. So that's the first one we got. Now we're finna look and see how many Joe Shiesty. And let me see. This is an AI result. Let me try to find another one. Cause this one say 14 games, and I feel like it was more than 14 games. So actually, Lamar Jackson had missed more time than Joe Burrow. It's like Joe Burrow only missed 14 games in his NFL career due to injuries. Lamar Jackson missed 17 games due to injury. You know what I'm saying? So it's just when Joe Burrow is out, like they team doesn't have any hope. You know what I'm saying? Like they can't do anything if he's not out. If Lamar Jackson is out, they still got a pretty decent team, so they can kind of float, kind of doggy paddle and not look too bad. So it kind of negates from the fact that Lamar has missed a lot of time as well. But he is a dual threat quarterback. He is a dual threat quarterback. And I love Lamar Jackson. I never take that away from him. Look, there you go right there. Joe Burrow missed 14 games in his NFL career. And I had just had it up here. How many? Lamar Jackson. And there you go. And there you go. So I guess the other two games was because of COVID, but he missed 15 due to injury. Joe Burrow missed 14. See, I knew it was pretty close, but I didn't know he actually missed more time than Joe B. All right, so let's go back to see what's going on. Dave Cotton is still on the clock, and we still waiting on him. Hey, Alpha, hey man, I ain't fake news, man. I'm trying to tell you, bro. We live this shit, dog. You know what I'm saying? We like we have to know these things. You know what I'm saying? Because we trying to make paper off of it. Right, right, right. Oh shit. All right, let's go over here and see what they talking about here. Good morning, now. I wonder where Bash is at. I wonder where he's at. Okay. Bash and Cali. I guess that makes sense. So when we started the draft at 6 o'clock in the morning, it's like what, 4 o'clock in Cali? 4 in the morning in Cali. can't spell. Yeah, makes sense. All right, just had to holler at the homies real quick. So we still waiting on Dave Cotton to come on. To come on and do something. Come on and do something. I thought, yeah. I mean, hopefully all these guys, man, have a healthy season. You know, the game is funner when, you know, you got the superstars out there playing. Nobody wants to see backup quarterbacks out there mucking it up. Out here just mucking it up. All right, so let's say go check out Bronco. What he got over there? Oh damn! See, I didn't even notice that. He got Puka, Kyron Williams, Matt Stafford, Devontae Adams. Oh Lord, that is crazy. I don't know how. I look right over that. I look right over that. That's wild work, my boy. So I mean, they are good players, but damn, his bye week is gonna be crazy, bro. Bye week is gonna be crazy. You talking about quarterback, both receivers, and the running back? What are we doing here, man? Yeah. Yeah, I think he's definitely a Rams fan, brother. He's definitely a Rams fan. But how messed up would it be if he just came through and just beat down everybody? I mean, Matt Stafford was the MVP last year, and he was throwing to both of those guys. Well, Devontae Adams had the most what red zone touchdowns, something like that. What I can't remember the stat, but you know those boys was cooking. Puka Nakua, I mean, we all know what he do. And, you know, he could be looking to trade these guys as well. You know, so I'm not gonna get too caught up on the players that he has because like we said yesterday, you know, your team, the team that you draft might not look the same, you know, in a couple of weeks. By the time week 8 comes, you could have a completely different team. You know what I'm saying? I've seen it happen plenty of times. So I ain't gonna kill him too much on that. You know, we'll have to see what his moves do as well because we got pick trading, so he can trade any of these guys and try to get some more because you know both of those guys are great receivers. You know what I'm saying? So they probably just some trade assets. When I see people making strange moves like that, that's what I think. You know, maybe they trying to trade. Like the guy in the mock draft that had 5 running backs in his first 5 rounds. It's like it's just a lot of trade. It's just a lot of trade value. You see, and they already talking about. You know what I'm saying? I said I wasn't gonna stream too much of our messages. You know what I mean? But you know, everything be pretty clean for the most part. Super round stack. Super round stack, man. That's crazy. But like I said, I think he's just trying to get some trades going. Which he can get some good capital for that. He can get some good capital for it. I'm looking to get Puka or Devontae Adams. Hell, even Kyron Williams for that matter. Even Matt Stafford. So it ain't like it's players that nobody wants. You know, facts, big facts. All right, so we're gonna continue. We're gonna continue to wait. First of all, let's see. He got 20 minutes left. Dave Cotton, I think that's how you say his name. I don't want to butcher anybody's name. And a lot of these teams are gonna be different names probably after this draft is over with. Um, and shit. So the bad thing about this, even after this 20 minutes go, he next up. So he's just gonna let the whole 2 hours go by. Auto pick, auto pick without a cue. That's tough. That's tough. So where are we going? Where are we going next? Flex, super flex, tight end. It got to be one of those. It must be one of those. All right, y'all. Let me cue up these quarterback projection rankings. La, 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 la. Let's see. We can start in the AFC or we can start in the NFC. Let's go AFC first. Let's go AFC. And these were back when we had a different setup in our studio. You still trying to win that money? Oh, you gotta. We giving it away over here, man. Giving away monions. So we went through every division. And when I say every division, I mean every division. We did a deep dive in all of those divisions. And we consolidated all our information into the NFC and the NFC rankings. And then we consolidated those into just the NFL overall rankings. Then we ranked it all by tiers. And let's see, we're going to start in the AFC. If I can find it. Let me just go look in the podcast episodes. There's nothing happening in the draft as of right now, so we all good over there, man. Don't worry, I'm trying to keep y'all up to date, informed on what's going on. If I can learn how to work this shit. man. I sure appreciate y'all for being patient. Being patient with your boy. Having a hard time finding my own videos on here. How did that work? How does that work? That's why I need assistance. Okay, here we go. Here we go. See the NFC quarterback rankings. All right, here we go. The AFC QB rankings. We'll start there. And they short videos too. At 15, 20 minutes. All right, here we go. I'm going to pop me up there and I'm going to pop me off here. The AFC North might be the toughest quarterback division in football right now. You got a 2-time MVP quarterback in Lamar Jackson, a 4-time MVP Super Bowl winning quarterback stepping into a new system with a former head coach, Aaron Rodgers. We got Joe Burrow. I mean, it's Joe Burrow. And we still got a franchise trying to figure out which quarterback is actually theirs in Cleveland. So when you start ranking projection instead of reputation, the AFC North quarterback rankings are not what you think.
Motion left to right. There's nothing there. Now he tries to run, breaks a tackle, dives for the end zone, fumbled the football, left sideline.
Skip the old school intro.
We're back. You're listening to Football is Money on footballismoney.com. Here's your host. They call me boss.
Welcome back to Football is Money. I'm your host, they call me boss. Appreciate everybody for tapping in as we continue working through our division by division quarterback projection series across the NFL. We already worked our way through every division across the league, breaking down how these quarterback situations are evolving heading into this season. And now we've reached the final stop in the series, the AFC North. And this division forces the projection model to answer a different kind of question, right? Because right now, across this division, 3 teams are working with new head coaching structures. 2 teams are still working through quarterback uncertainty, and only 1 quarterback head coach duo stayed the same. And that changes how projection works inside the AFC North. And as we move through this episode, remember the $100 Football is Money giveaway is still active. So stay tapped in because there's another opportunity in this episode to position yourself with another bonus entry. Before we start ranking quarterbacks, we have to start with what actually happened last year, honestly. Because in a division like this one, availability matters, efficiency matters, and context matters, right? Aaron Rodgers, he played pretty much a full season. He had 16 games. He finished with 3,322 passing yards, 24 touchdowns, 7 interceptions, a 94.8 passer rating. That's a complete production sample, right? Across an entire season. And when a veteran quarterback gives you 16 games of stability inside a transitioning environment, their production still carries projection weight entering next year. Now, heading into this season, Rodgers' situation in Pittsburgh is still conditional, right? If he decides to play again, then he is the expected starter. If he decides to step away, the Steelers are prepared to move forward with Will Howard. So, either way you look at it, Pittsburgh enters this season still working through quarterback identity at the position. which places the Steelers alongside Cleveland as one of the two teams in this division still defining their long-term quarterback structure. Let's talk about Lamar Jackson. He played 13 games last season. He finished with, 2,549 passing yards, 21 touchdowns, and 7 interceptions, a 103.75 passer rating. So even without a full season of availability, the efficiency stayed exactly where you expect it to be from a two-time MVP quarterback operating inside a high output offense, right? That matters when you're projecting forward. Joe Burrow played 8 games. Hold on, man. It's the AFC North quarterback rankings. I want the full AFC rankings. Sorry about that, gang. Sorry about that, guys. Seemed like I was just getting settled in with it. Seriously, I can't find that. Really can't. Well, let's just do the whole 32. We got that one up here. Ranking all 32 quarterbacks. 22 minutes. Quarterbacks with their win $100. Every offseason, there's a moment when the conversation around quarterbacks start drifting in the wrong direction. People start talking about names. They start talking about contracts. They start talking about the headlines. But that's not how quarterback power actually works in the NFL. Quarterback power comes from structure. It comes from usage. It comes from availability. It comes from whether an offense runs through the quarterback or just around him. And right now across the league, some quarterback rooms are stable, some quarterback rooms are rising, and some quarterback rooms still haven't decided who they are yet. And when you understand where quarterback power actually sits across the league, fantasy decisions get clearer, betting decisions get sharper, and expectations start matching reality. So today, we ranking all 32 NFL quarterbacks right now. The league just shifted. Hey, where's my theme music?
Unbelievable.
Here's your host. They call me boss. They call me boss. They call me boss.
Welcome back to Football is Money, man. I appreciate y'all for tapping in. Look, today we stepping back and looking at the entire NFL quarterback landscape, all 32 teams, and resetting where the quarterback control actually sits across the league right now. Now, this episode ain't about reacting to headlines, and it's not about ranking quarterbacks based on reputation. It's about projection. Because once coaching structure starts shifting and quarterback rooms start changing direction, the league starts separating itself faster than most people realize. So today we are doing 3 things. First, we have to update the AFC quarterback rankings. Then we're going to revisit the NFC quarterback rankings. And after that, we stack all 32 quarterbacks into one full league-wide projection board. Because once you see where quarterback control actually lives across this league, everything makes more sense. Yes, sir. Hey, and a quick reminder, the $100 Football is Money giveaway wheel spins next week. So there is still time to get your name on the wheel before the deadline. All right? Just stay tapped in through the episode to see how you can get a bonus entry added to the wheel this week. Before we move into the rankings, there's something important to keep in mind about the offseason. Remember, every year around this time, people react to the wrong signals. Don't let that be you. Don't react to draft position. Don't react to the headlines. Don't react to who went first, second, third round, none of that. Draft position does not determine projection. All right. System determines projection. Okay. Coaching determines projection. Usage determines projection. And most importantly, whether the offense runs through the quarterback or if the quarterback just another cog in the system, right? Because sometimes teams draft players to support their quarterback. Sometimes they draft players to protect their quarterback. And sometimes they draft players because they're preparing to replace their quarterback. And if you don't understand the difference between those three moves, it becomes very easy to misread what's happening across the league. That's why in this episode, we're not ranking reputation, we're ranking projection. So let's start with the conference where the quarterback pressure is the highest right now. And that's the AFC. Let's start with Tier 4, identity forming. So all of these teams, quarterbacks, they still forming their identity, so to speak. Number 16, we got Cleveland. Open competition keeps projection limited. 15, Miami. New structure around Malik Willis is forming, but still developing. Tennessee coming up next. Second-year quarterback, new head coach, new receivers. Timeline still early. All right. 13, we got Vegas Raiders. Veteran bridge plus future starter behind them means structure is still settling. These ain't weak quarterback rooms. They're early timeline quarterback rooms, right? We got to see how it unfolds. Now we move into the transition control environments, right? Transitional control. Number 12, we got the Colts. Daniel Jones continuity with the head coach helps, but personnel limits ceiling consistency. Next, New York Jets. Oh, I like that. Geno Smith, stable quarterback presence, but offensive timeline still forming long term, right? Number 10, Pittsburgh. Rodgers, Will Howard. If Rodgers plays, the system stabilizes. If not, the timeline shifts again. Number 9, Kansas City. Fields, Mahomes. Temporary structure shift while waiting for Mahomes' return timeline. So these quarterbacks can manage offenses now, right? But the structure around them is still evolving. Now, let's move into the true offensive control quarterbacks. Tier 2. These are the guys that control their offenses. We're going to start at the bottom. Number 8, C.J. Stroud. Houston runs through him, but ceiling sits low just below the conference control level. All right? Number 7, Justin Herbert. He has elite arm talent with consistent passing volume structure. So, that got him up here. Number 6, Trevor Lawrence. Jacksonville offensive identity runs directly through him, right? Number 5, we got Bo Nix. Denver has clearly committed to building the system around him. So these quarterbacks control their offenses on a week-to-week basis, but the next tier controls the conference. This here, Tier 1, conference control tier. Let's see, we got Drake May at number 4. New England structure is now clearly built around him as well. Number 3, Lamar Jackson. Explosive playmaking changes matchups every week, right? Number 2, we got Joe Burrow. Elite passing structure if he can stay healthy. Number 1, Josh Allen. We got passing production. We got rushing leverage. You got red zone dominance. Weekly consistency. So this is where AFC quarterback control lives right now. Now, before we get into the full league structure, one question. What are we ranking for? And that's what it always come back down to. What are we ranking for? We ranking for what? Why is these rankings important for us? For fantasy. It's for bidding. We're not talking about who's gonna win the Super Bowl or none of that type of stuff, all right? Because then Yeah, the list might be similar, but it might be a little different as well. You know what I'm saying? This is purely fantasy rankings at this point. So I guess this kind of like our own ADP, how I see it. You know what I'm saying? From what everything that we done. And if you want a clearer understanding as to why I came to this conclusion, you can go check out all of the divisional breakdowns. You know what I'm saying? I put them all in the playlist, and you can just kind of see, you know, how each of these teams, because we break down every team, and you can just see how it is. We go division by division. But yeah, so we're gonna pause the video for a second. We're gonna go check in with our league and see what's going on. Oh shit. I'm supposed to be smoking. Garrett Wilson. So wait, what the hell just happened? Why this man got 3 hours? What the hell? Oh, okay. I'm like, wait a minute. I know we didn't do no shit like that there. Okay. So let's see what's going on. I know it's been a lot of talk in the chat. I haven't been able to focus on it. It looks like someone's trying to get rid of Brock Bowers. I think he was picked up pretty early. Talking my language right there. Want to bid? I don't even know what they talking about bidding on, but I love it. Bowers will outproduce Barrow 100%. Come on, bro. Tight end would never outproduce the quarterback, especially a quarterback like Joe Burrow. That's lightweight disrespectful. Dynasty. You know, I really don't even take tight ends that early, man. Because, like I say, man, dude gonna give me 6 catches for 54 yards. I think a lot of them can give me that. I think a lot of them give me that. I'd rather get the guys that I got, especially if I got to spend a second round, third round pick on them. Hey, Grandpa always mad. Come on now. Yeah, it is. All right, I'm gonna start smoking on here. Yeah, I agree, bro. I agree. I guess it did it. All right. Please don't. We don't need none of those problems. I don't think he's gonna keep all of those round players. I'm almost certain he's gonna trade some of them guys away. Cause who's gonna start 4 Rams on offense? Who's gonna do that? So we waiting on Dave Cotton timer to run out again. I should just go ahead and auto pick for him right now, but you know, I don't want to rob him of the chance of at least coming in late and getting his pick, at least one of his picks. He's on his 4th receiver, so I guess he got a receiver tab up. You know, when you got stuff like this happening, man, you cooked, bro. You can't have this many auto picks and still be able to bounce back and survive. Luckily, he got some decent receivers, but he's losing, you know, quality running back and other very vital positions that he can be getting right now. Purdy, Tinkerbell got Purdy. It's a good pickup. Hurts and Purdy. I had them on our projections pretty high. He's building out a team pretty good. The more I look at this, the crazier it gets. He's changed his names to the Rams. And he got this on auto. Well, so what I'm thinking is maybe he was thinking somebody else was going to take some of these players and he just had them lined up. And not knowing, you know, I guess nobody was going to get them. And so he ended up drafting all of these guys. But good thing about that as well, just like Dave, you know, these some good players that come with trade value. Travis Etienne, I was eyeing him. I was thinking about getting Travis. So, I mean, I'm still looking to get the same thing. I need a tight end. Let's go back and look at the board and see what's left. Harold Fannin still up here. Big Tuck, Kyle Pitts. I know if I push it one more round, I probably most likely gonna miss one of these tight ends. But if I push it another round as well, I'm gonna miss one of the quarterbacks that I actually want. Decisions. Okay, so most likely Dave finna wait out the clock. Yeah, that's brutal. Brutal. Yeah. Yeah. That's exactly what we were just talking about. He would have wasted 2 hours on this, you know, on this round right here, just picking. And like I said, I would go in and cut the timer short, but I don't want to rob him of the opportunity to at least come in and make a late pick. You know. Nah, man, we all knew when the draft was. Yeah. Yeah. So that's very unfortunate. But, you know, in the meantime, we still got times to where, we can finish watching these quarterback rankings, right? And that's exactly what we're going to do. So the question was, what are we ranking for? 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 You know, people always bring up playoff wins. They bring up Super Bowls. They want to start talking about legacy, and all of that matters historically, true enough, but that's not what we are ranking here. How many times I got to say this, right? This is football is money. This is fantasy football. This is betting football. This is projection, man. Playoff wins don't help your fantasy line up in week 6. Super Bowl rings don't help your prop bets in week 11. I'm just saying, but usage does, right? What players getting the opportunity does, right? Structure do. Structure, that's one of the biggest factors. Availability is the biggest factor, right? So before anyone disagree with the rankings, first decide, what are you ranking for? Because here we rank projection, all right, with the highest probability. So before we move into the full QB rankings in the NFL, quick reminder, footballismoney.com is live with everything we're building this season. We got our fantasy leagues are open again, 4 divisions. Division winners advance automatically, 2 wild card spots. Consistency matters across the full season. So don't join if you're not ready to play. All right. And you can also access our partners on the website, like Amazon. They got deals for that. Bovada sign-up bonuses are available. If you're preparing for the betting season, and it's not just football, they have all sports and casinos and everything on there. And if you want to directly support the show, Football is Money Plus is available on the website as well. But I will make sure to put all of those links in the show description. And a reminder, once again, the giveaway wheel spins next week. So there is still time to get your name on the wheel. All right, stay tuned to the end of the show. I'm going to give you the bonus question for this week. Now, let's stack the full league. 32 quarterbacks. All right, so before we stack the full league together, right, just remember what we already built on the NFC side. Let me throw this slide up right here. All right. Because this isn't new information, this is everything we've been working towards over the last couple of months coming together in one place. We went through every division week to week. Now on the NFC side, we already organized the quarterbacks into the projection tiers, conference control, conference impact, system dependent, and stability transition, right? And once you group quarterbacks with their peers instead of comparing names across the headlines or whatever, the rankings start to take shape and the projections start to sharpen, right? And the draft decisions start to feel more intentional. And we did the exact same thing with the NFC, right? So now this is the moment where everything connects. You understand? Because once we merge the NFC structure with the NFC structure and stack all 32 quarterbacks together into one league-wide board, you will be able to see exactly where quarterback value sits heading into 2026. And more importantly, this is the board that should help you draft the quarterback position this year with confidence, with ease, with pleasure. All mine, of course. So now, how to use the full QB rankings, right? Before we stack these quarterbacks together, I guess we can call this my disclaimer, right? There's one important thing I want you to keep in mind when looking at this board. This is not a prediction that the quarterback at the number one automatically outperforms everybody under him. And it's not saying the quarterback at the bottom is going to be the worst quarterback in the league this season. What this board shows you is probability structure. As you move from the top of the board down towards the bottom, you are moving through decreasing levels of weekly projection control. But every year, it's quarterbacks outside the top tier that produce top tier weeks. And finding those players, that's where the advantage lives, right? That's the goal, honestly. So when you look across all 32 teams, all 32 quarterbacks, you should be asking yourself one question and one question only. Where is the value for my draft? Because yes, the quarterback at the top of the board can give you some of your biggest weekly numbers in football, but they also cost premium draft capital. And sometimes, just sometimes, if you can find a mid-tier quarterback producing strong weekly numbers while still securing your hero running back or your high-volume receiver, whatever the case may be, your early picks, your roster becomes stronger overall. And that's how structure wins leagues. Trevor Lawrence was a great example of that last season, right? Mid-tier price, high-level weekly return. And their profile wins matchups. So this board isn't telling you to draft this quarterback first and draft this quarterback last. This board is showing you where production environments exist across the league. So you can. All right, we're going to pause the video for a second. We're going to pause the video for a second and we're going to go back and check in on our league and see what the hell is going on. If anything. Nope. Buddy is still talking to GMs and scouting players for his team. He's going to get another receiver. You know, that's tough, bro. That's tough. And shit like this is what's going to make the draft take forever. You know what I'm saying? That's why the draft is going to take forever. Brother. Oh, shit. I'm going to cut my camera off while I finish smoking. So, let's see what's going on in the chat. I know, right? He should have went to Otto. He really should have went to Otto. And he probably could have got some better picks if he'd have, you know, just pre-picked. That's all, you know, the Q is pre-picks. It was Otto. We working on the merch line, bro. Yeah, we working on it. Yeah, that's what I said. He needs a GM and scout team. It's like I don't want to chop them off at the knees. I'm gonna let them, you know. When I take everybody money, man, I don't want any excuses. It's like, you made me pick out. Nah, man, everybody had the same amount of time, so I ain't gonna go in and change the time, you know, so he can hurry up and get off the clock. because he might come in the last 60 seconds and make one of his picks. I mean, I highly doubt it, but we got to maintain the integrity of the league. All right. We have to maintain the integrity of the league, ladies and gentlemen. Got you, bro. Got you, my man. For real. For real. There's a lot of good guys in here, man. Across all platforms. You know, we came across some pretty good people. I done found some fantasy freaks. Some fantasy freaks that ready to draft in July. And I'm down for it. Yes, sir. Oh, Spidey, since he going heavy on the running back, he still haven't gotten a quarterback. So I guess he said, watch how he drives. He gonna show us all something. Definitely is. He's on auto, but he's got his lined up. I think he just put in a lot of Rams and didn't expect for all of them to fall to him. Again, I like this team. It's balanced. This is the definition of a balanced team by round 5. And the same thing here. Tinkerbell going heavy on the quarterback. She need another receiver, tight end, some more receivers, because we all got to remember this is the double flex league. So that's going to be an extra slot along with the super flex. So we got 2 QBs, 2 wideouts, running back, 2 QBs, and we got 1 of each, running back, tight end, and a receiver. That's balanced. That's pretty balanced too, but you see he's going with the super flex in mind. And Malik Neighbors, man, I don't know. I think he still would have been there a little while. People scared of this injury. They say he's supposed to be coming back like October or something like that. Maybe later. But that's not old dirty birds. Again, see, I keep forgetting you gotta look at this right here. That's the DGS. Let's get it done. Yeah, this is the only trades that's been happening that have happened. 37 minutes, man. We're gonna get back to these quarterback rankings. I just wanted to pop in, check in with the gang, just see what's going on. Yeah, for real. Yeah. All right. So let's go back to all 32 quarterback rankings. You can identify value based on your strategy. Personally, in standard 1 quarterback formats, I usually don't draft a quarterback in the first 2 or 3 rounds because you can still find quarterbacks later, right? Without sacrificing early positional strength. Now, if you're in a 2 quarterback league, that changes the equation completely. But in most formats, you're not required to draft the number 1 quarterback. I don't see any benefit of doing that. especially these days. These guys are getting thirstier every year. So, yeah. So, like I say, in most formats, you're not required to draft the number one quarterback to get number one production weeks. And if you prefer streaming quarterbacks, like rotating based on matchups week to week, that strategy can work too. The goal here isn't to tell you what to do. My goal is to give you the structure so you can make better decisions for your roster. Not mine, for yours. Now. It is time to stack all 32 quarterbacks across the league. This is the full quarterback power rankings. Starting at tier 4. Eight quarterbacks with 8 situations in each tier. We're going to run through it fast. 32, we got Jacoby Brissett, Carson Beck, Arizona. 31, Tyler Shough, New Orleans. 30, Shedeur Sanders, Deshaun Watson out in Cleveland. Down in Miami, we got Malik Willis at 29, Cam Ward at 28. Number 27, we got Kirk Cousins, Fernando Mendoza out in Vegas. 26, we have Tua and Penix in Atlanta. 25, Kyler Murray, J.J. McCarthy, Minnesota. These are timeline forming quarterback environments, right? It all depends on the timeline and how everything progresses. Now, structure begins stabilizing with these next quarterbacks in tier 3. And we're going to call them the system-dependent quarterbacks. We got Justin Fields, Kansas City Chiefs. We got Rodgers, Howard, Pittsburgh. We got Daniel Jones in the Colts, Geno Smith, New York Jets, Bryce Young, Carolina, Baker Mayfield, Tampa Bay, Jackson Dart, New York, J-Lo, Green Bay. So these quarterbacks can win within the structure, but structure still influences the projection. Now we move into the conference impact players, right? Tier 2. We got C.J. Stroud at number 16. We got Sam Darnold at number 15. Justin Herbert at 14. Jared Goff at 13. Bo Nix at 12. Trevor Lawrence at 11. Jaden Daniels at 10. Caleb Williams at 9. These quarterbacks influence standings weekly. So, you can put them in. This is where most of your value is going to be within these quarterbacks. Okay, now let's move into the top tier conference control quarterbacks. Number 8, we got Drake May.
Yeah, Drake. Drake.
All right, number 7, we got Matthew Stafford. 6, Jalen Hurts. 5, Brock Purdy. 4, Lamar Jackson. 3, Dak Prescott. 2, Joe Burrow. Number 1, Josh Allen. What's up? What's happening? Oh, you mad? You don't want Dak to be number 3? You don't want my guy Dak to be like, what would you do? Who would you change? How would you change this out? Let me know. Lamar Jackson number 4, Dak number 3, Joe Burrow number 2, Josh Allen number 1. Man, that's my ranking. That's my top 4 right there. And like I say, it's all projection based off production. And this is where the league-wide quarterback leverage lives. This is where it lives at, man. All right, so let's head to the final drive, no huddle, man. Let me give you some of that boss talk real quick. So I'm going to tell you this right off the ripper, man. Look, you can follow the clickbait, you can follow the hype, or you can follow the information. Understand when I say this. Draft position doesn't determine projection. System determines projection. Opportunity determines projection. Structure determines projection. So don't draft in the dark, man. Draft with context. Because opportunity creates production and production creates value. The best fantasy quarterbacks, they not always the ones that's blowing teams out. To me, they're the ones still throwing the ball in the fourth quarter trying to get a touchdown to tie the game up and going to overtime and hopefully throw some more, right? Late game volume creates points, man. Opportunity creates production. So when you're looking at these quarterbacks, 1 through 32, look at it like this in tiers. Tier one quarterbacks create touchdown stability. Tier 2 quarterbacks create matchup leverage. Tier 3 quarterbacks create situational value. Tier 4 quarterbacks create edges, right? So know the tier and you know how aggressive you need to be, right? Most people watch football for highlights. Sharp players watch football for structure because structure shows what repeats. And repeatable outcomes, that's where the money is, my boy. So if you got any value from today's episode, hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, tell a friend to tell a friend. You dig? Share the episodes, what I'm saying. And stay tapped into the community. All right? I'm your host, they call me Boss. This is Football is Money. But before we leave, I almost forgot to give you your bonus question. Can you tell me where is the money? Where's the money? That's it. Where the money at, man? All right. I'm your host. They call me Boss. This is Football is Money, and we are. Okay. So those were my rankings. You know, like it or love it. That's what we got. That's what we came up with. And judging off these quarterbacks, these guys did not listen. They didn't listen, man. So it's a lot of good value down here. We got value. You know what I'm saying? These guys in the 5th round, especially with a, super flex position attached to this roster. The top 4 went, well, now, not really, because Dak Prescott was up here in the top 4. Actually, a top 8. He's supposed to go before L-Jack. But, I get it. He's not a dual threat quarterback, but the thing is, man, bro gonna throw some touchdowns. He's gonna give you 30, 35 touchdowns this year, 4,000 yards. At a minimum. You can take that to the bank and cash it in. I'm interested, to see I thought I had this up here the whole time. To see Travis Etienne in New Orleans, to see how that worked out with Alvin Kamara being the backup quarterback. He just he just signed a deal to stay out there for another year or two, something like that. Don't give me the line on the details, but I know he's going to be there at least for this season. D-Mo going to H-Town. They said they're going to use him like a 3rd down back. But, that kind of defeat the purpose of leaving Detroit just to go to Houston to get even less usage. So I don't really know what to make of that. We'll double back in training camp and see. T-Mac. That's that's an interesting pick. I know he was the offensive rookie of the year, offensive player of the year, something like that. And but his quarterback is Bryce Young. So you're gonna be dependent on Bryce Young to get this young man the ball week in and week out. And I don't know if that sit too well with me. I love these receivers right here. I don't know how anybody let this happen. I don't know how none of us let this happen. Justin Jefferson fell to the 208. And right back to Spicy Brady. That's a hell of a 1-2 pick, man. Jamar Chase and Justin Jefferson. Especially if Kyler Murray can, give them half of what Sam Darnold was able to do up there. that's gonna be big. This one of the teams we're gonna have to watch all year. This is a nice 1-2 running back combo. Um, I want to see how Derrick Henry gonna look this year with the Baltimore Ravens still. Because last year it seemed like it was a little of a decline. And this guy, he got 2 Ravens. And that's something else, man. I don't really like getting too many players from one team. I try to make sure if I could have it my way, every pick could be from a different team. Unless it's like a quarterback receiver stack. And I don't like quarterback running back stats. Quarterback tight ends. I only like the quarterback receiver stacks. You know what I'm saying? If I can't get the one that I want, I'm not gonna force it or nothing like that. So, but not saying that I will never take a couple of players from the same team. It's just it's not my first choice. It's not gonna be something that I want to do. I have to be in a situation where I already got one of these players, and the next player up I need is this player from this same team. So hopefully I stay out of those type of situations. All right, man. All right, fuck it. I had to do it, bro. He not already wasted 2 hours. You know what I'm saying? He auto pick. Come on, your boy Iron Man, you up, bro. OTC, my boy. Let's get this thing rolling, man. It's the middle of the day, man. Should nobody be using the whole fucking clock on a pick, man? I said I wasn't gonna boost his pickup, but shit, he already used up an hour and a half of our time, man. Nobody got time for that. Ain't nobody got time for that. After talking all that, still end up bamming him. Nah, bro, he got he right at the turn, man. It's like 2 hours, bro. Come on, man. Come on, bro. You ain't tuned in at all. At all, brother. All right, man. If y'all just pardon me 1 second, I'm gonna go pour me a stiff shot on this beautiful here Monday, man. I wasn't supposed to say that out loud. Oh, okay. Well, I'm about to go get a cup of tea. I shall return. fantasy football isn't won on your draft day. It's won by the decisions you make before you start drafting. And that's why we built the all-new Football is Money Draft Assistant. Whether you're drafted from the front, the middle, or the turn, the draft assistant helps you build a complete roster, identify value, and stay one step ahead of your league. So stop guessing and start drafting with a plan. Visit footballersmoney.com and check out our brand new Football is Money Draft Assistant today. Because every pick matters, because football is money. Might have to utilize my powers on this guy. Well, man, I hope this guy don't take all day as well. Everybody. Everybody, man. Let's go. Shit. Oh, Lord. Don't say that, Bash. Shit. We need to encourage him. Can somebody call him? Shit. I can understand if he was like negotiating or making some deals or or even was like, hey man, I'm just trying to research a player or something. But bro, you just no commit, no nothing. We waiting on one player. I'm thinking we finna go ahead and get through this. But I know whenever this guy draft, I know the next few picks are gonna go. I'm ready, Spidey ready, Bronco on auto. I know Dexter, he ready, Tinkerbell ready, Spicy. These guys is ready. It's just these couple of, come on, bro. If everybody just draft, just pay attention. Fuck the hour time. If everybody just pay attention and just draft when it's your time, this draft can be over with today. You know what I'm saying? This shit could be over with today. It's only an hour. It's not like a 4, 6, 7, 8 hour dynasty startup and nothing like that. It's only an hour. You can't be away during the draft for that long. Everybody's not gonna take an hour. You know what I mean? Hey, this is wild work, bro. This is wild work. This is the opposite of tuned in. They tuned out. You know what I'm saying? They done checked out. Dave Cotton and your boy Iron Man, they have checked out on me. And they gonna be crying about these auto picks, man, and I don't want to hear none of it. You could have did. You could have queued up some players. You know, you could have done a lot of things. You could have been present. You could have been live in the midst of this draft, talking shit and, you know, drafting your players and trying to do everything like everybody else. There's plenty of people that's at work and got other shit going on right now. You know what I'm saying? So there's no excuse, buddy. All it takes is 30 seconds to make a pick. We in round 6. There's still a lot of superstars out there. It's not that hard, buddy. It's not that hard, buddy. But, you know, yeah, everybody paid their fee. So if this is what you choose to do with your entry fee, man, by all means. By all means, my man. Just the same. I'm taking all of whatever. How long is this gonna take? We might still be drafting goddamn kickoff come. Ain't no telling. Five receivers. Wild work, right? Terrible, terrible, terrible. Emphasize on my home shit. Oh, man. Let's go back to the draft room. It's like, how much more preparation can one guy do? You know what I'm saying? I probably can draft blind at this point as much time we done had. Draft could have been over with last night. Everybody that want to draft, you ain't have to go to sleep. Shit, stay up. Push the goddamn button.
If you think I'm here to play around with y'all, goddamn no.
All right, Mr. O'Neill, please stop using swearing language.
Bro, they gonna have us drafting forever. You left, we was on the guy that picked Gary Wilson. It was 2 auto drafts ago. This guy did 2 auto drafts. 2 auto picks. Matter of fact, I think both of these guys 2 auto picks piece. type of cow manure is this? What type of cow manure is this right here? It's wild, man. Can't make this spit up. I know I need to stimulate my mind one time. You know what I'm saying? Let the congregation say amen. Oh, Bronco. Bronco is on. Will he take off this auto and tune in and start making some trades? Because he now realized that he have all of the Rams players.
Drake. Drake.
I hit the wrong drop. All right. Okay, so we wait. And we, like I say, we're gonna be streaming this. We're gonna be streaming this all day, man. If we get cut out, connection drop or fail, anything like it did last night, I'm just gonna load him back up and we back in here. We back in here. I tell you what, it's a lot easier than having to edit all of this. And that's what I was gonna do originally. I don't even know how I was gonna do that. I had to come in here and record every 3 hours or some shit. Let a round get done, and I don't know how that was gonna work. But today, I want to say we got through. We only got through the one round, right? Nah, because I picked Jackson Dart. I picked Jackson Dart in my sleep. Yeah, so we done got through a couple of rounds today. Oh, we got a pick. We got a pick. Oh, is it my turn? Is it my turn? Oh, who shall I pick? Let me do a little research. Yabba dabba dooza bubba. Come on, JG. Come on, JG. Let's go. Now we got some traction going, man. Come on, man. Don't hold me up now. Damn, Bash, I know you in here. Man, I know you in here, boy. I know you in here. If ain't nobody else in here, I know Bash in here, goddamn. Come on, go and pick that quarterback. We know you want one. We know you want a quarterback, brother. Go ahead and get one. And I got Jackson Dart and Jared Goff. Who would have thought? Although I like Jared Goff. I do. Draft until week 2. It's wild work, man. It's wild work. If we end up drafting that long, everybody going on auto pick. I'm gonna auto draft everybody. Like it's the middle of the day, man. We all should be here. We all should be here, man. Everybody know we drafting. We've been waiting on this draft for weeks. I tried to push it back. You know what I'm saying? Me personally, you know, I wanted to draft a little later, but I'm cool with it. I figure we go ahead and hop in here and knock it out and go and get it over with. But I guess I was wrong. Mm, mm. But I do know one thing, though. This guy is cooked. He's cooked. Oh, we got that footballer's money cognac once again. Woo! Get the juices going. All right, man. I'm gonna pop off for a second. I'm gonna pop off. Let me cut me off real quick, man. We shall return, bro. Is he even in here? Anybody got eyes on Spicy? Do anyone have eyes on Spicy Brady? All right, let's see. Let's see. We made a few moves once we got around that turn. Dave Cotton, yeah, I hate to say it, man, but he's cooked. You know what I'm saying? I don't care. You can't do that many auto drive, auto picks, and still survive. And I want to say the same thing for your boy, but he made his picks though. I took a quarterback. I got my second quarterback. I wanted to go ahead and fill up my super flex, so I got Jackson Dart, Jared Goff, and now I need to finish filling out, my starting skill players. I don't know what I'm gonna do. Receiver, running back. I'm pretty sure I'm not gonna get 3 tight ends. Although I do think we have a tight end premium in this league. But most likely I'm gonna give me some receivers. Give me some more receivers, man. Hey, it's my weekend. I tried to put the draft for Monday. Then I had to remember, everybody don't have my schedule. You know what I'm saying? So, pardon the vibrations going on. I got my phone down here. I'm just checking. Just seeing what's going on. Stop thugging on camera like that. Ruining my good boy image. Drinking, smoking, cursing. It's all right. That's what we do on Football Sunday and Football Monday, so it's all right. It get a lot worse than this. I tell you that much. Baby, you ain't seen nothing yet. Shit, you ain't seen nothing yet. Oh, donuts. Donuts. They say you guys ain't gonna get jack diddly. Wanna get diddly squats. And let me tell you, so these guys right here, man, they kind of messing the league up. Because it's how competitive could a league be when you got guys doing this? You know what I'm saying? And I mean this, I'm talking about this over here. This many auto picks. He came in at the end, he was able to get in. But, you got to be tuned in. So, and these would be the same guys that forget to set their lineup, right? You know what I'm saying? That have guys in on bye weeks starting in their lineup, right? Injured players still on the bench instead of in the IR slot. You know what I mean? And like we have a league for people who just get into fantasy that I would rather these guys would have gotten into. You know what I'm saying? This is supposed to be a more competitive, higher experience type of players league. But, and that's just to save, unexperienced players from competing at such a high level. Because I know a lot of these guys, a lot of these people in here is ready to take somebody's head off on this fantasy field. You feel me? And, and guys like this is chopped liver. But, This is where I would rather see Joe Burrow at, on a team with a poor manager, because then he's not a threat. He won't be a threat to me because he can't win by himself. So if one of these other guys had Joe Burrow, I might be a little nervous. But I'm fine seeing that. I am fine seeing that. Just hope he don't quit. I hope he value his $100 and don't quit. But if he do, we'll have a team open for somebody to come get and manage. Spicy Brady, bro, where you at? Where you at? We is in the midst of it, man. Round 6. So we are almost officially 1/3 through this draft. When you put it like that, it don't sound too encouraging. It doesn't sound too encouraging. Yeah, these are some rookie mistakes, man. I have to agree with you, dog. Very rookie-like. And it's like, come on, bro. Spicy Brady, he gonna tune in. You know what I'm saying? I ain't worried about him. He probably just tuned out for a quick second. I know, right? That's why I feel like, he's somewhere close. I'm talking like he just somewhere, he went around the corner real quick or something. But yeah, he's been active all morning. So I got faith in Spicy. But come on. Where you at, brother? Where you at, brother? We need you here. We need you here, brother. Let me put me down a little bit. Get me out the way. Not too small. So he's in the shitter, calling an audible. These guys funny. And Dave is good. We trading St. Brown for Bowers. Put into the draft assistant and see what it say. Let's see what it says. My boy. My guy. Yes, sir. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Oh, man. Maybe I should have got everybody's telephone number. They should have got everybody's telephone. I do got everybody's telephone number, but I ain't going to call nobody. I ain't going to call nobody. Calling hot routes. Nah, bro needs to be tuned in, straight up. That's what he needs to be. That's what he needs to be doing. tuned in. Because, wait, what? Wait, what? That's how we get down? No, that ain't how we getting down. Oh my God, Jay Mitch say, I can't believe someone would pay $100 to let Sleeper draft his team. That is crazy business right there. Who you telling, family? Who are you telling? That is. I don't know why nobody would do no shit like that. Yeah, I just wanted to, I've been showing the other texts. I wanted to show this text as well. You know what I'm saying? Want to single nobody out. I'm in a screen, in a screen, in a screen, in a screen. That's all I really wanted right there. That's all I wanted. Well, his $100 is good though. I tell you that much. It's good. For real. Yeah. Let's go back to our draft. Only reason I went ahead and forced the auto draft right here, man, is because he took a whole hour here and he was over, 30 minutes past his marking that. So that's like an hour and a half of nothing. You know what I mean? So, and it's been over 30 minutes and he still haven't popped in. Can't get that. I know at this point shouldn't be any sympathy, but this guy haven't been a repeat offender. You know what I'm saying? He's not he ain't a repeat offender, so I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt. Like I said, this other guy, he just showed us 2 times back to back what he's gonna do. So Spicy was just here with us. He was just here with us. Let me see. How long ago was this? Last time we seen Spicy. Damn. Like it's been a little minute then, right? There you go. An hour ago. I didn't even see him saying that. a lot of activity earlier. But yeah, he was just here. See if we can get his attention. All right, so you gotta have your notifications on, man. I know people don't like to be bothered with certain stuff, and they got the notifications off. You got your ring off or whatever, your phone on silent. But how can you do that in the middle of a draft? In the middle of a football is money draft, man. Don't do that. For everybody to see. Yeah, he do. Yes, he do. Solid. He got nothing but wide receivers. He don't have anything but receivers. And Joe Burrow. And Joe Burrow. But you know the thing, like he can salvage this. He can salvage this draft. He just got to be out here willing and dealing for real. You know, he got to put some trades out there and try to, you know, see what people need. You know, so he can try to sell them one of these receivers. Cause my man finna have some wild running backs. Yeah, you know, these running backs thinning out. They are thinning out. Bucky Irvin still up here, man. I don't know why y'all doing Bucky. Cam Scatterboo? Why y'all doing scat like that? Why y'all doing scat? I'll save you finna get him. He finna get Scatterboo. I think he just wasn't trying to reach. Travion Henderson, man, nobody want to fool with the Pats running back. I get him. I get him or Bucky. Bucky had a great rookie season, man, year before last. I know he wasn't that hot last year, but I think he was going through something, you know. Seemed like everybody on the Bucs was banged up. R.J. Harvey, he's the RB2. DeAndre Swift is the starting running back. But like I say, I think his time will be split. Same thing with J-Dub, Jalen Warren, Ramondre Stevenson. New England really liked Ramondre. But obviously Travion is the better running back. So we have to see what Vrabel is going to do, you know, and get these guys the pick. Oh, he stole his pick. He stole it. I just knew he was going to get him next. But did I give his pick away? Did I give his pick away? Now that's the question. Okay, we got action. Jay Mitch. Oh shit. I did give away your plan. Damn. God damn. I know it kind of dawned on me as I was saying, and I'm like, oh, what if I did give away his damn plan? But that's what I'm sitting here trying to. I guess I got to find the line to try to analyze it without giving away, people picks. But I wasn't for sure that you was gonna get scared. I was just, it was just a theory of mine. It was really just a theory of mine, bro. But if you were, I apologize. You was gonna get away. Damn, son. All right. Damn, son. That's wild work. We gonna find out. I don't even think he was listening, man. I just think, Scat is a good running back. Scat is a good running back, and that's right about where somebody would take him. I don't even think Spicer was listening. He just took Scat. It had nothing to do with me, bro. All right. Yeah, you can take that. You trying to make some trades? So let's see what we got. What we got. So that's his RB2. I guess that's would have been his RB2 as well. What other running backs is on the board? What else do we have? What do he do? Travion Henderson. That's a nice one. I was looking at him, but I know a lot of these guys wasn't gonna make it back to me, and I already got my running back core, so I'm good. I gotta fill in the rest of my team, and then I'll double back and try to see what else I can scoop up. Ain't no need to go on to get bench players now, and that's for everybody. You know what I'm saying? No need to get bench players before you fill up your starting roster. You know, if you got two quarterbacks. Right now ain't the time to get a third. That's all I'm saying. If you got four receivers filling up all of your flex spots, there's no need to get another receiver to put him on the bench right now. But, that's neither here nor there. See what we got. Dave finally popped out. Hey, Dave finally popped out. Yeah, we at work right now, Dave. We working right now, Dave. Yeah. Dave done popped out. Let's see. Oh, Thomas. So we got Mike Evans gone to Old Dirty Birds. Thomas is on. He's here. Let's go. See how many rounds we can get through tonight. Hey, we've been streaming for 4 hours and 18 minutes. Oh, bro, you got plenty tags. Oh yeah, you got plenty tags, man. Yeah, we sent out plenty. Everybody was trying to wake you up, call you. They try to call your mama, try to text you on Facebook. Shit, you was unresponsive. About to send a wellness check over there on you. But hopefully you good now, man. We was blowing you up for 2 hours. But the good thing about that is you got, what's that, 4 or 5 receivers. So, I'm pretty sure somebody's willing to give you something. You can do something to make something happen. You feel me? And now knowing that you got all these receivers, I might go get something that, I might, we might can work something out. I'll holler at you later on. Don't even trip on it. And nobody finds you. He's out here looking. What's that? Fantasy football isn't won on your draft day. It's won by the decisions you make before you start drafting. And that's why we built the all new Football is Money Draft Assistant. Whether you're drafted from the front, the middle, or the turn, the draft assistant helps you build a complete roster, identify value, and stay one step ahead of your league. So stop guessing and start drafting with a plan. Visit footballersmoney.com and check out our brand new Football is Money Draft Assistant today. Because every pick matters, because football is money. Yeah, we still working on that draft assistant. You know, it's in the beginning stages. Hopefully it can be something nice for all of us to use, even myself. Before we finish all our drafts. Oh, Thomas pick. DGS is up. And he's live. And he's live. So we can get this thing rolling. Kyle Pitts. I was eyeing Kyle Pitts. Didn't want to say anything. But hey, it's still a lot of receivers over here that I would take. They got Jake over here still. Come on, man. If I ain't have GP. But I think I got a pretty solid team, man. Yeah, it says so far. I think I'm finna run through all these boys and gals. Because we do have gals in here. Or at least one I know of. I just feel like right now at this point, everybody should have their picks preloaded, like with a trigger finger, with an itchy trigger finger. You know what I'm saying? Ready to let it loose. Bang. We done had enough time to create a detailed queue. All right, so we just waiting on Let's Get It Done to go ahead and make his pick so we can keep this thing rolling. Let me see if I can find another video for us to watch as we continue to watch the draft. Oh, we got action. I heard something. I heard something. We got Cortland Sutton, Christian Watson. We got what could be the number one receiver in Green Bay. Let me put it back up here for you. It's back on Thomas. see how he'll double up right here at the turn. It's very suspenseful, right? But we all gotta be invested in the outcome. No, I am. So let me do a little scouting. Let's see who might fall to your boy. Depending on which route I choose to go. They got some good players buried under the ADP, man. I ain't even gonna lie to you. So, all right. If you only looking at the first couple of guys, you cook. You cook, my boy. All right, Rome Odunze. Right after Luther Burden. Couple of picks after Luther Burden. We got Jameson Williams. Cornell Tate finally comes off the board. All right, good shit in the 7th round. It's back on Spicy Brady. It's back on my boy Spice. Let me see. So you can really get a clear picture of what these guys are doing at this point. Like, you know, he got his receivers. He chose to wait a little later to get them. He wanted to secure up his first few picks, you know, on the running back. He got him a high-power tight end. Like, these are some hard-hitting guys. Then came back, doubled up with his quarterbacks and got his receivers, which when you put all this together, you know, that's solid. That's solid work right there. And, you know, Thomas kind of flipped it. He got his running backs first, then he wanted his receivers, quarterback, tight end, then now he working on his flex. So, you know, respect to both of those builds, you know. I love it. You can get a better picture. Dirty Birds, he went balanced all the way through, you know, running back, receiver, quarterback. Wide receiver, running back, wide receiver, you know. He ain't really worried about that second quarterback spot right now. He's probably thinking about getting one of the bottom tier quarterbacks, 3rd tier, 4th tier, Tyler Shook, Kyler Murray, somebody like that, and take a chance on the upside. I got respect for that build as well. Let's see, right here, my man, he's focused on this double QB. He want to make sure that both of his quarterbacks is going to give him high volume, high numbers every week. He got a high volume running back, respect. He got a top 2, top 3 tight end. And, you know, he was able to step down a tier to go for his receivers and his second running back and kind of just bet on the upside again. So just like we was talking about at the beginning of this stream, these rounds are the rounds where you're going to try to find your upside guys, you know, breakout potential. So let's see, Spicy Brady got 2 high-powered receivers. Then he went and got him a, you know, young running back, double up on quarterbacks, got another young running back. So if you look at all these from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, we ain't even halfway through. You can see 5 different builds already. You know, and everybody got a different strategy plan. And you go to Tinkerbell, she got a high-power receiver. She double back, got her quarterback, and running back, quarterback. So she valuing her running backs and that super flex spot as well. She got a high-power receiver, and DJ Moore could be Josh Allen, you know, needed target to help him get over the hump as well. Will he? We will have to see. But I like to see DJ Moore in Buffalo playing with Josh Allen. You know what I'm saying? Sexy Dixie, L-Jack, number 1 pick. K-Trey. So he wanted the quarterback. He got a cool running back, double up on receivers. A.J. Brown in New England is going to be something to watch. T-Mac, Bryce Young, like I say, I don't know if Bryce Young gonna be able to get him the ball like he needs to be. Bayshore Tootin. It's gonna be, he should emerge as the number one running back in Jacksonville. And Baker Mayfield, last year he was injured. You know, he had the shoulder injury and the leg injury, whatever. And he's 100% healthy and ready to go now. So I respect that build as well. My man Bronco, he got a lot of Rams. You know, I think he's been on auto for a while. I thought I seen him pop in, but he got a lot of Rams. And like, you know, I never like getting too many of the same team. That can be bad for business. But the only good thing I can say about this is maybe he's looking to trade some of these guys, or he still can trade some of these guys if he realized that, like, hey, I ain't mean to get all these Rams. They still high-powered players and got a lot of value. Spidey sense, he's not scared of everybody taking quarterbacks. He haven't taken one quarterback. He got 3 running backs, 2 receivers, and tier 2 tight end. I give Colston love and right there at the tier 2, right at the drop. And but he's not worried about a quarterback. And that's a whole nother different. We haven't seen this strategy, you know, on the board yet. So this is definitely a unique one, and I love to see how that will continue to play out. Me, obviously, you all know what I was trying to do. I got my running backs, I got my receivers, middle of the pack quarterbacks, and just kind of letting the draft come to me. You know what I'm saying? I like to get my running backs first. I was able to get a high-powered receiver. And, just start chasing some upside, some stability. I say that, stability. I think all these guys are going to give me stability. And see, your boy Iron Man, he started with a QB, Drake May, over Joe Burrow. Hey, I respect it. I respect it. We believe in Drake. We believe in Drake. Hold on, why my drop ain't dropping?
Nigga, yeah, Drake. Drake.
All right. CMC, Brees Hall, Chris Olave, Lad McConkey, Luther Burden the third. It's a pretty cool build. I can respect it. I see where he's going with it. You know, he'll be looking to get a tight end next, just like myself. And Dave, he was tapped out for a little while. Yeah, so he got I'm pretty sure he picked Joe Burrow and Amon-Ra St. Brown. I think he got Nico Collins, but these 3, I want to say, was all I told, if I'm not mistaken. I know the last 2 were for sure. So I think he's probably the only manager that's probably made a severe mistake, or the biggest mistake, and then I'm going to give Broncos number 2, because he got too many Rams on his team. Yeah, so we'll see. We'll see how this plays out, man, because just like Bronco, Dave can still trade some of these receivers. These are a lot of good guys that got value, So the draft is becoming to be very interesting. You're starting to see what people are doing, what type of strategy they going with. And, that don't steal anything in, but look down here. Number of receivers are going down. And that's what you finna see, because everybody's trying to fill in this double flex spot. And normally they're going to go with a receiver. So which means that you'll still be able to find some good running back value in this round if everybody chooses to go receiver heavy. All right. Let's see what's going on. I'm in the screen. Right on. Spicy Brady back on the clock once again. 10 minutes in. Let's see if we can guess his next pick. A lot of us need tight ends. It's like if you miss to get one of these tight ends in the next couple of rounds, it's like you got to be comfortable with just trying to find a diamond in the rough week in and week out, going with matchups and shit like that. Which isn't a bad way to go. You just got to be able to do it. Become a waiver wire warrior. But there's always guys on the wire that pop. There's always late picks that's gonna pop and get the opportunity to. All right. So we just had to stop what we was doing to cut to that real quick. Now let's go back to trying to find something to keep us entertained while we wait. And anytime we get some draft picks going, man, I'm gonna, I'm cut out, and we're gonna see what's happening. We gotta see what's happening.
Set! Blue 80! Blue 80! 180! 180! Set!
If the quarterback situation ain't right, then the whole offense is corrupt.
Set!
You can't sell me hope if you ain't got a quarterback.
Set! Blue 80! Blue 80! 180! 180!
That fantasy pick might look good on paper, but what's his role? You don't win your fantasy league on draft night. You win it with everything you do before and after.
Welcome to Football is Money, where every snap has a price. Every decision has value. And every Sunday somebody gets paid. Let's get it. Football is money. That's the mission. Fantasy betting every division. Every touchdown, every decision. We don't chase hype, we chase precision. Football is money. We cashing out. Breaking every matchup, no doubt. If it makes dollars, then it makes sense. Welcome to Football is Money. Monday film, Friday picks, Sunday tickets, watch them hit. Fantasy lineups, betting slips, power rankings, championships, quarterbacks, pocket clean, read defenses, know what they mean. No hot takes, no guessing games. We bring numbers, we bring names. Football is money. That's the movement. Every episode, constant improvement. In NFL, college too. If football matters, we're talking to you. Cowboys corner, cash in the end zone. Fantasy life, coach mode, QB power, draft grades. Every week, new plays. We don't follow, we evaluate. Find the value, separate. Because Vegas sets the line. Football is money. Reads between the signs. Football is money. Louder now. Turn it up. Hear the crowd. Every season. Every play. Football is money. Every day. This is Football is Money. Real football. Real talk. Real money. Let's eat.
Oh, we got a little motion, man. We got a little motion. So, since the last time we spoke, we already had Cornell Tate come off the board. So after that, we had DeAndre Swift, which was a good pickup. Now I'm looking for Kyle Monunga to come off the board as well somewhere. We got Makai Lemon. It was a good ad. Tinkerbell got Jalen Hurts, so I think that's going to be her stack. Jordan Mason, Sexy Dexy, going on a young talent. CJ Stroud, Broncos, auto drafting. He got his queue set up. You can tell his queue is set up because when it's his turn, he automatically picks Otto. Those other guys, they was just not tuned in. All right. Spidey Sense, Bash, he got Jalen Warren. I took BTJ. If you guys watched a lot of my mock drafts, this is the round I always take BTJ in. You know what I'm saying? I still believe. I seen it, you know, and I believe we can get to that once again. Now we on your boy Iron Man to make this next pick, and he is live. Dave should be on as well, you know. And let's see if we can get through a couple of more rounds, man. Let's see if we can get through a few more rounds. Shit, we really can get through the draft tonight if everybody just lock in. Truth be told. Straight up. It should just be picks. All you should hear is think, 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 think. You know what I'm saying? That's all you need to hear. All right, I'm still searching. Trying to find something for us to be entertained with. I don't know which one of these episodes I want to play. Let's go to one of the newer episodes. We'll go inside the NFC East. Yeah, I like this one. It's one of my faves too. Let me try to get past the intro music that we just listened to. We ain't gonna turn it to a jam session. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Welcome back to Football is Money. I am your host, They Call Me Boss. And right here on this platform, we don't just talk football. We talk fantasy football. We talk betting football. And most importantly, we trying to find out where there is value within the football. And today we're kicking off the rest of our divisional series, and we're going inside the NFC. We breaking down every team in the division. We're gonna look at what Vegas think, what fantasy managers should expect, and where I think the best betting value is before training camp even gets here. And make sure you stick around, because at the end of today's show, we're gonna be spending the $100 Football is Money giveaway wheel and announcing a brand new way to earn bonus entries for next month's giveaway. All right, so let's get to work, man. Yes, sir. What's going on, my people? We got to head down to the Big D, Dallas, Texas, and check in on my Cowboys. You know, because everybody want to talk about the offense. They want to talk about George Pickens, CeeDee Lamb, Dak Prescott. You know, and don't get me wrong, I'm going to talk about it as well. But if that's the only thing that you're seeing, then you're probably missing the bigger story here, right? The bigger story is not the offense. The biggest story is whether this defense finally can, you know, hold these teams down, right? And because look, let me ask y'all something. How many more excuses are left with this Cowboys team? Honestly, you know, Dak is healthy. CeeDee Lamb is still one of the best receivers in football. We go out and we get George Pickens, put him on a franchise tag, you know, giving us a true number 2 receiver that can be a number 1 on any team. You know, Javonte Williams comes in and strengthens the backfield. Jake Ferguson is still one of Dak's most reliable targets. And, you know, let's not forget about, you know, Devontae Turpin. Every time that man touches the ball, you got to hold your breath, because he can flip field position just like that. So when I look across this roster, I don't see a shortage of weapons. I see a football team that's built to score points, which brings us to the next point. This defense. Bring us back to the defense. Last year, the offense wasn't the problem. The defense couldn't consistently get off the field. They couldn't hold anybody. They gave up too many explosive plays. They missed too many tackles. They let too many games slip away, slip right through your fingers. And now you got a new defensive coordinator, right? Whole new defensive staff. We got a new system. New philosophy, new voices in the building. And sometimes the biggest off-season acquisitions isn't players, right? Sometimes it's the people that's going to coach the players. And like you see right here on the screen, we got Caleb Downs and a new coach, Christian Parker, out here working. And I think this is going to be the year that the defense turn around, not because of one player, but because of the whole system that the Cowboys have implemented, right? And I think what we're watching unfold right now is going to be something, you know, pretty good for this team. Now, Dallas does not need to be the best defense in football. So everybody, please stop saying that. We don't have to be the top 5. We don't even need to be the top 10. We don't need to become the 85 Bears. We don't need to become the Legion of Boom. Give me a mid-pack defense, you know, this year, because last year we was the bottom tier, right? So give me somebody 15th, 14th, 16th, somewhere around there, and watch what happens, right? And then, you know, understand that's how much confidence I got in the offensive side of the ball. You know, now let's bring Vegas into the conversation, because most sports books, they got the Cowboys sitting at around 8.5 wins, which is better than, I think they had us at 7.5 last year, and we fell short of that. We were 6-11 last year. So, and that was basically the defense once again. So, sports books got us at 8.5 wins and around plus 210 to win the NFC East. We got the second best odds. And I'm looking at the numbers and I'm like, you know what? I like it. Once again, is it a trap for me or is it a trap for you? because if this defense becomes even average, I think this team wins double digits easily. Easy money. Now, I already know what y'all sitting there saying, but boss, you a Cowboys fan, and you're darn tootin' I am. Woo! Howdy, boys. How are we doing? You right, I am. But over here, Football is Money, man. We don't make picks because of the logo on the helmet. We don't make picks with our heart, right? We make picks because of what we see on the football field first. And last year, I told y'all the defense wasn't going to be good enough. The last couple of years, I kind of keep letting you guys know that we're not where we need to be. So this is the first time in the last 2 years we're coming into the offseason, going into training camp, that I feel confident in both sides of the ball, right? I think we attacked our weakest, our weakest area on the roster. And now it's just time to prove it. And when I step back and look at this team, it actually reminds me of another contender. I don't want to get too caught up in other teams right now because we're on the NFC East, but this is the same problem that Joe Burrow and his slew of wide receivers are having. Premium talent, but, not the wins on the football field to go along with it. Dak, he's a franchise quarterback. I'm not going to call him elite because that's not the overall consensus, but I think he is a great quarterback. You got elite weapons. You got a championship expectation. And at some point, this talent got to cash out. They got to cash the check. And that's where Dallas is right now. Right now. And I just think this roster here, the coaching changes here, it only heightens the expectations. The window is open for now, but will it be closing very soon? Now the only thing left to do is go win football games and go win them by bunches. So this is why training camp is going to be so important. I'm not watching to see if Dak can still throw the ball or nothing like that. We already know he can. I'm watching to see if this defense is going to tighten up. And I know you seen them up here. They've batted down Dak ball a couple of times. Caleb Downs out there. These guys, they looking real good. Now, when I see stuff like that, if Dak throw a pick or, if have a few incomplete passes while they out here in these training camps, I'm not actually looking at that as a knock on the offense. I'm actually looking at that as the thumb up for the defense, right? Because we know how potent this offense is. And to see these guys out here being able to stop some of the plays, they give me hope. Right, they give me hope for my defense going out here and playing against some of these elite teams that we have to face on our schedule this year. Next week we'll come back and we'll go over the schedule, kind of just look at the the schedule for all the teams and everything like that. But I know we have a rough schedule, and like I say, just to see the defense, Caleb Downs getting his reps in one-on-one time with the defensive coordinator. It makes me feel like we're in a good position. Now one of the reasons all of this excitement is the newest weapon is in Dallas, right? This guy right here, you see. All right, so that's gonna wrap it up for the Cowboys part of it, man. We're gonna hop out and we're gonna keep this thing going. All right. Yeah, and that's just how I see Dallas right now. I think the pieces are there, but if you're gonna win this division, you still gotta go through the team that's been dominating the division for the last couple of years. All right, now let's head to Philly, man. Check out what these Eagles got going on. All right, we're gonna put them on the slim cam as well. All right, so we know the Eagles are the standard in the NFC East. They won a division the last 2 years, and honestly, you can't take that away from them. But this year feels a little different. Losing A.J. Brown to the Pats, that's a real loss, right? That's the receiver that defenses had to prepare for. That's the guy who changed coverage before the ball was even snapped. And now they lost him, things kind of shift up a little bit. Now the pressure shifts to Devontae Smith. He's a good receiver, but being a number 2 is different from being the main problem on the scouting report. All right. And then you got rookie wide receiver Malachi. I think that's his name, Makai Lemon, and we'll see how fast he can get acclimated to the system. Saquon Barkley, he's still dangerous, but he's getting a little older, and I don't know if we can expect peak Saquon Barkley every single week anymore, right? Defensively, Philly is still strong. That defense may, keep them in a lot of games while the offense figured some things out, right? The sports books still have the Eagles as the NFC East favorite at plus 125, with their win total sitting around 10.5 games. I understand that they earned their respect, but going for a third straight division is tough. A third straight division title is going to be tough. Especially in NFC, man. They already did something that hadn't been done in over 20 years by winning it 2 times in a row. So I respect Philly. I still think that they are a dangerous team, but I think they take a small step back this year, right? They still are the standard, but I don't have them winning this division 3 times in a row, because that'll be crazy. You know what I'm saying? That will forever stain Dak Prescott's name, legacy, Cowboys, everything, if they let the Eagles, pull off something that have never been done. Philly is still good, but they're a little bit more vulnerable than they've been in a while. And that's all because they lost A.J. Brown, and that changes the offense. And now the NFC has a real chance to close the gap. The Giants got better. The Cowboys got better. The Commanders are still working on themselves. And so, now we're going to see where this thing goes. Now, let's move on to Washington, because the Commanders may not be ready to win the division yet, but they definitely not an easy out anymore. Yeah, man. So the Eagles are still the standard in the NFC East, but every year it gets harder to stay on top. Yeah. So now let's move on to maybe the biggest mystery in the NFC East. All right. We're going to keep it moving. We're going to keep it going. Let's talk about the Washington Commanders, man. Are they ready to take the next step? Because I think this is the hardest team in the NFC East to figure out right now. On one hand, you got a young quarterback with a ton of upside. They've shown that they can compete, and they're not a team that anybody is going to overlook, right? But on the other hand, they still have a lot of questions. What does this offense really look like heading into 2026? Who's stepping up around the quarterback? You understand? Can the skilled players consistently make plays? You're talking about Scary Terry and the rest of those guys. Can the defense hold up over a full season? Those are the questions that Washington are going to have to answer all season long. Now, don't get me wrong. This isn't a bad football team. They've proven they can compete, and I don't think anybody in this division is going to be circling Washington as an automatic win this year. They're going to make you earn it every single week, Sunday, Thursday, Mondays. But there's a difference between being competitive and winning an entire division, because that's the next step. That's what they want to do. From a fantasy perspective, I love the quarterback upside because he can beat you with both his arm and his legs. But outside of that, I'm still trying to figure out who I can trust consistently, on a weekly basis. And that's why training camp is going to be huge for this offense. Now, let's bring Vegas into this conversation as well, because we're trying to figure out, where the money at. We got to figure out where the money at. All right. So depending on the sports book you're looking at, Washington win total is going to be from 7.5 to 8.5. And they're at plus 525 to win the NFC East. They have the third best odds. So that's fair. Vegas respect them. I respect them enough to keep them in the conversation, but we're not going to put them in the same conversation as the Eagles and the Cowboys. All right. And I think that's where everybody should be at. I expect Washington to be competitive. I expect them to steal a couple of games. I expect them to be a problem for a few teams. I just don't think that they're ready to win the division in the East of the NFC side just yet. But if their young quarterback takes another step, then, this team could surprise a lot of people. All right. So Washington, they not doing a hard rebuild, but I think they still getting some things together. Now it's about proving that, year before last success wasn't a 1-year story. That it can be repeatable success, right? The talent is here. Now they have to show that they can stack wins together, and fight for this division. Okay, all right. And all of that is true enough, but we have breaking news. We got breaking news, man. The draft is rolling. We back moving. We are back moving. All right. So let's see. What's the last thing we remembered? I think J-Lo. Right after I took BTJ, then Bucky Irvin come off the board, followed by Harold Fanning Jr. And I believe this next guy, most likely, he should be taking a tight end right now. And I'm going to be taking a tight end as well. So let's go see which one do I want. Man, Big Tuck is still on the board, and I've been eyeing Big Tuck for like 4 or 5 rounds. I know he's questionable, but he's reported to be ready to go week 1. Let me see. We still got Skid Mark Andrews. I'll take Mark, Jake Ferguson, but I already got a Cowboy. And like I say, I hate to have too many of the same team members, teammates, or whatnot. So I'm looking at Mark Andrews, honestly. Either him or Brendan Strange. And do I have see, I already got a Jaguar. So, that kind of, for me, that kind of narrows it down, because I'm not going to, if I can avoid taking multiple of the same team, I'm going to avoid it at all costs. So right now it's looking like I'm going to be taking, I said Big Tuck. And I don't want Big Tuck, though. That's normally why I pick up Kyle Pitts. He used to drop pretty late for me. I don't want to get Dalton Kincaid. He haven't been doing right by me here lately. And now, honestly, it's to the point to where if I don't get a tight end now, I can wait to pick up a tight end when I get a kicker and a defense and all this shit. So I want to make sure that I get me a tight end right now. If I have to get a tight end that's, and I already got one of his team members, so be it. But this is the last round before it's a major drop-off in tight end play, I feel like, anyway. So for the build of my team, I'm going to go ahead and make sure I get my tight end, and then I can get my other flex player. And then I can just start chasing depth, upside, man, breakout potential, and all of that stuff there. Give me a couple of handcuffs, whatnot, trade pieces, all of the above. And we got, it's about, let me see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think it's about 5 players, 5 managers from this league that's also in the Dynasty League. And that's going to be a very, very fun draft. It's going to be even longer than this one. So we're definitely going to have to break it up in increments over over a time span. I might have to, I'll just pop on just like we're doing now. Just pop on when I can and stream a little bit, or if it's just to give y'all a quick update. Until the next time, we're gonna try to make sure we streamline everything. Now we got a lot of Football is Money fantasy leagues going on, so I might not be able to stream all of them, but as many as I possibly can in between doing our weekly show, because we still doing a weekly show, right? And I just try to get you guys as much content on these drafts as I possibly can, without making no big promises to stream every last one of them, because it's quite a bit, it's quite a few, and there's a few of them still open as well. So I cut back over here because it looked like we was moving for a second. Your boy Iron Man, he just picked J-Lo like all this just happened pretty rapidly. Maybe we need some motivation over here. Let's get him. Let's hit him up. I agree with you. You gotta have the best wide receiver room in the league. That's all you got. A lot of trade. Well, bro, if you ain't getting no tags, then you know what I'm saying. That's a lack on our part. Yeah, that's a lack on our part. Let's see. Oh yeah, see there you go right there. There go the tags. Another one. There's probably more of them. I'm just not gonna go through searching. You know what I'm saying? I searched enough. Drafting. Trying to find the league that we drafting in. So we are still waiting on your boy Iron Man. Another one. Yeah. Nah, everybody in the league was on it because we all ready to draft, man. So yeah, I know there's plenty of them sent. Just like plenty of them been sent to your boy Iron Man. Let me see if not. Yeah, I just sent them one 5 minutes ago. Your boy Iron Man. It's 2 of them sent. Another one. All right, so shit, we're gonna cut away, man. We're gonna cut away. I don't know how long we're gonna be streaming at this point. To tell you the truth. So we're gonna finish this episode. Let me get it. Yeah, we finish this episode. So I like where the Washington Commanders is headed, but I think they still one offseason away from being a true threat to win the NFC East. They're gonna compete. They're gonna be tough. They're gonna make every divisional game a battle, but I don't think they're gonna, be a real contender to win this NFC East, right? So now that we've covered the division favorites and we talked about the up and coming team, that leaves one more team that a lot of people are sleeping on. And trust me, I think this might surprise more people than anyone else in this division. All right, so let's head to New York City. Say this here made in New York City. New York City. Get a rope. All right. Hey, if you're looking to upgrade your football setup, your podcast studio, or even your fantasy football draft room, check out the Football is Money Amazon storefront. We put together the equipment that we actually use and recommend, and every purchase through our link helps support the channel at no extra cost to you. You'll find the link in our show description. Shop Amazon at Football is Money. Shop Amazon at Football is Money. All right. So we talked about the defending champs and all these guys. Let's go ahead and head over to the Big Apple, man, and see what's popping out there. Now let's talk about the New York stinking Giants. Oh, are the Giants finally turning the corner? I know a lot of people look at the Giants and automatically chalk them up as an easy win, man. That's just kind of been who they have been for the last few years. But this year, I don't see it that way. I think this football team is going to be tougher than they've been in years, right? They got a young quarterback that they're trying to build around. They've added young talent at the skill position, running back, receiver. The running game is something that we all can believe in. It's going to be some good fantasy value there. Wide receiver, tight end, definitely they lost an important piece on the defense, but they've been aggressive about replacing their talent through the draft and free agency. So this organization finally looks like it has a plan instead of just trying to survive another season and maybe tank for higher draft picks. Now, do I think this is the year they win the NFC East? No, I don't think they're there yet. But I do think that they're going to be a tougher out every single week, right? Guys gonna play them and they think they're gonna win, but like we've seen some of that last year. These guys, they fight hard, and especially before Cam Scatterboo got hurt. And Malik Neighbors, they was doing a lot of good things. So I know they're gonna be physical. I know they're gonna grind games out. They're gonna make teams earn wins against them. And overall, a better football club. Maybe we'll stop calling them the stinking Giants, right? So now let's bring Vegas into this like we always do. The sports book have the Giants sitting around 7.5 wins as well, and at about plus 550 to win the NFC East. Now, if you've been paying attention, you look at these numbers. That's pretty close. They got them at 4th, but the 3rd place is plus 525, right? So that tells you what the odd makers think of these two teams. They closer than a lot of people expect. And honestly, I 100% agree. I think New York is moving in the right direction. Maybe not fast enough to win the division this year, but fast enough to make life difficult for anybody else in it. They're not going to be a pushover no more. This might be the first real step we've seen from the Giants since their last era of sustained success. They're not back. I ain't going that far, but I think that they are on the way, right? The Giants, they might not be ready to win the NFC East today, but they're building the kind of roster that won't stay at the bottom for too much longer. And if they stay on this path, this division is only going to get tougher. So that's why I keep saying the NFC East might be the deepest division in football right now. There aren't many free wins in this division anymore. Every team is improving. Every divisional game is going to be tougher and going to mean that much more. So when we step back and look at it, everybody's getting better, man. Some teams have taken a step back, but, those teams were already tough teams. So now that we've broken down all of the 4 teams individually, let's zoom out and try to answer the biggest question of the whole episode. Who actually wins the NFC East? And where is the betting value? And we're going to try to find it. You know what I'm talking about? We looking at the board. Now we got to make some official picks. So I know it could be a little biased, but I got Dallas winning this division this year. Not because I'm a Cowboys fan, although I am, but because I believe they've improved where they needed to improve at, man. And probably one of the biggest improvements I see is Jerry Jones allowing the coaches to coach the players, you know what I mean, and not interfere and intervene. So the Cowboys' offense was already good enough. So if the defense becomes average, I think 10 wins, double-digit wins this year, it should be easy. I got Philly finishing 2nd. They still dangerous. They still can come on top, but I'm going to go ahead and put the Cowboys on top just because they lost A.J. Brown in Philly. And I think that's big enough to, lose them a couple of games and to let the Cowboys take the lead in this division. Let me see. I got the Washington Commanders finishing 3rd. I think they're competitive. I think they'll be a tough team every week, but they still trying to figure out what they're going to do right now. New York Giants, they coming in 4th. But, don't let that fool you, man. I think this team is building something real special. I think they're going to be tough every single week. And I think they're closer than people realize. So, if we look at the betting board, we got to talk value. My favorite bet in this division I mean, it's easy to take the Eagles plus 125, I think it was, or the Commanders and the Giants plus 550, plus 525. But somebody that's sitting right in that sweet spot and is doable is Dallas sitting at plus 210. So I love that value. And then you can go ahead and double that up and give me Dallas over 8.5 wins. That's another number I like heading into training camp. And it just, if I got them winning this division, they're not going to win it with 8 wins, right? They're going to at least need 9, 10. And so I understand why Vegas put it there. I think they've earned their respect, and the Cowboys always got high expectations every year. So let me see. I stay away from the Giants and the Commanders over 7.5, just because I'm not certain on anything about those guys right now. The Giants this year, they're gonna be building. They got a new coach, pretty much a new team that's trying to gel together and try to learn each other. The Commanders, they got a good quarterback, but they have some older receivers. The running back room still a little shaky, and they got to figure it out. They still got to figure that out. So when I'm looking at it for fantasy wise, I think some of the best teams for fantasy is going to be the Cowboys for sure. And I'm pretty sure you guys agree with that. You got a quarterback, you got 2 top 10 receivers, you got a decent tight end.
What was that?
You got a good running back, 1,000-yard running back. So that's 5 positions right there, and then you can maybe even sneak in their kicker, the best kicker in the game, and the defense might give you a couple of weeks here and there. Now, when you go look at these other teams. Okay. We got motion. We got some action. We have action. And I have done no scouting whatsoever. You know what I'm saying? I just know the position I need. I want to get one of these guys. I'm going to go skid mark. Quick and fast. That's how you're supposed to draft, man. You know what I'm saying? Just pick somebody. Not anybody, but, somebody. Someone. Can you please just do it and get it over with, son? Another one. The Bears pick? Okay. Tyler Shook. He got his Tyler Shook at his QB1. And that's not a bad pick because, a lot of people sleeping on this guy. And I think he probably could have got him a round or 2 later, to tell you the truth. And then we got Ramondre Stevenson coming off the board right after that. And Sexy Dexy, we're waiting on you, my boy, to make a pick. I know he's tuned in, you know what I'm saying? So we'll just give him a second. So let's check this out. Harold Fanning Jr. So he done kind of corrected, he done got all these receivers, and now he's trying to get his, his other, trying to fill in his roster. So I know he got everything for his flex spot. I tell you that. 2 receivers, double flex. Matter of fact, one of these guys probably went to his super flex at this point. But then you got Bucky Irvin, Harold Fanning. We'll see how this goes. Marvin Harrison Jr., J-Lo. He got plenty of receivers. And like I say, you gotta be conscious of the double flex. You know, I got BTJ. He's in my flex. I assume that's how it should be anyway. So I got one more flex spot I need to address before I can move on to greener pastures. And you know, and that will kind of conclude this like intermediate phase of the draft. This was a vital part of it. Everything we did from the fourth round to the ninth round is very, very important. These are the rounds championships get built. You know what I'm saying? Everything from Patrick Mahomes all the way down here to Ramondre Stevenson. These guys are going to be the guys that actually do or don't do what we need them to do. You know what I'm saying? Because a lot of these guys up here in the first 2 or 3 rounds, you know, I'm not going to say every last one of them, but the majority of them, you know, you can just plug them in and week out and, you know, and have to worry about other things. But the deeper into the draft we go, the more unlikely that, you know, that happens like that. We have to, you know, look at players, matchups, and, you know, all type of situations that can, you know, be surrounding one of these players' system, the coach, you know, how many opportunities they're going to get. Is they sharing the backfield? Is they the number one receiver or what? You know what I'm saying? The deeper into the draft you go, those questions, you know, normally pop up a little bit more often. So I've addressed what I need, and I can pretty much see what everybody else needs. And even though we all took different paths to get to the same point, everybody is doing the same thing. If you look across every team, everybody is feeling their core, right? It's like nobody is trying to reach for nobody's trying to reach for sleepers right now. You know, it's a lot of proven talent, high projection before you start to go for the swing for the fences type of guys, maybe the guys that can hit or miss. So right now it's, you know, everybody trying to control their teams to stabilize and make sure everything's flowing like it needs to. But ultimately, we all lands in the same spot. Quarterback, a few receivers, 2 running backs, tight end. Your boy Iron Man is the only one. Sexy Dixie doesn't have a tight end. He probably draft one now. Tinkerbell, Spicy Brady, no tight ends. Old Dirty. And, you know, and that tells you like they willing to plug and play, right? Weekly matchups. Because after this round, that's what you're going to have to deal with. Sixty Dixie is on. Maybe he's thinking. Jordan Tyson was his last pick. Baker Mayfield, Bayshore 2, and T-Mac. Be interesting to see what he picks next. I like all of these teams, man. Even though I think this guy, he messed up, you know, he's starting to rebound. And, you know, that goes for something. And these are valuable trade pieces. Broncos, he's still auto drafting, but, you know, he got his queue set. And, you know, the guys he got in his queue is pretty good. And it's right. It's in the order that it needs to be. Now, did he get too many round players? Yeah, obviously, but those are good trade pieces as well. So I love it. Tinkerbell already filling in her flex spots with her third receiver being Makai Lemon. paired with Jalen Hurts. It's a pretty good pair. It's a pretty good stack. I like it. So Spicy Brady got DeAndre Swift in his first flex spot. It's pretty cool. I can dig it. He still got to fill out all his receivers. Well, he got both of them, so now he looking to fill out his flex spots. And yeah, Old Dirty, he need another quarterback. He got all his flex spots. He need a tight end, another quarterback and a tight end. If that's the route he chooses to go. Because everybody don't put a quarterback in that super flex spot. All right, so we're gonna cut out once again. And we're gonna finish the NFC East, inside the division NFC East show that we're watching. And you talk about their fantasy pieces, it's not going to be as many. You know, the Eagles, I'm thinking about 3 to 4 right off the top of my head. The Commanders maybe can get you 2. Jackson Dart and those guys in the Giants camp, they probably be number 2 when it comes to fantasy value, because you got a quarterback, receiver, running back, and I like the tight end there as well. So, you know, that's the fantasy takeaway for that right there. And you know, that's enough football for right now, man. It's time to give something back to the community. So let's go ahead and get ready to spin this wheel. But before we do that, let's talk to Football is Money. And if you are enjoying today's show, make sure you hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and head over to footballismoney.com. That's where you'll find our fantasy football leagues, our pick 'em pool party, Football is Money Plus, and everything else we got going on this season. So head over to footballismoney.com after the episode ends, though. All right, man. Y'all know what time it is. It's the wheel spin for June. All right, I know we're a little late spending it this month, but better late than never, right? All right. So before we spin the wheel, man, I want to say, man, thank you to everybody that's been participating in the giveaway. You know. All right, man. So, you know, what's about to take place right now is the wheel spin that we did. I think that was the beginning of this, beginning of the month. It was a wheel spin. You know, we give out $100 every month, you know what I'm saying, to our viewers and our subscribers. You got to be subscribed to the channel. You got to sign up to footballismoney.com. And you got to talk football to me in the comments in order to be eligible to get on the wheel and win the $100 cash money giveaway, right? Not credits, nothing like that. And I know bonus entry fees or nothing like that. So let's see. Sexy Dixie. We got Jake Ferguson coming off the board. And now Tinkerbell is ready to draft. Let me pop this on here. Jake Ferguson. So, you know, like I said, this is the time, like if you don't get a tight end in this round, you're going to have to be willing to drop another tier and kind of just roll a dice every week. We got 7 receivers coming out in round 7. Oh, that's a stiff one. So we got 7 receivers coming off the board in round 7, and I think that's probably the most that came off in any round prior to this round, round 7. And, you know, this kind of lets you know that everybody is trying to fill them. This is the, like, flick spot territory. Big Tuck come off the board right after Jake Ferguson. We are watching our first, true tight end run. And I say that just because we get multiple tight ends in one round. Started by Harold Fannin Jr., followed by Mark Andrews, which I like to call him Skid Mark Andrews, because sometimes he shit his pants on him. But and then we got Jake Ferguson, Big Tuck, Tucker Craft, and let's see if Spicy Brady keeps the trend going and get a tight end as well. We'll give him a little time to see what he's gonna do. So we got some behind the scenes trading going on. Which we took off any voting for trading. Like, if you guys want to trade, ain't nobody gonna vote to stop it. But collusion will not be tolerated. And you can tell when people colluding, though. Colluding equals automatic termination, void entry fee, kicked out the league, replaced with a new manager. Yeah, nah, we ain't doing no collusion. Even though I know multiple people in these leagues, I want to beat the brakes off all of them. Real competitors don't collude. So hopefully we don't have any of that going on. Because I took the trade voting off. There would be no veto in any type of trades. So trade at your own risk. With no overseer. Our savior, Scatterbo, he didn't get Scatterbo. Jay Mitch, he's on the clock. Have anybody reached out to Jay? Yes, Spicy Brady has reached out to Jay Mitch already. A couple of guys just hit him up on two different issues. All right. So we good. Bronco, he's been on auto draft all day. I'd be very intrigued to see what he do once he gets back in here. Yeah, we want to see what he's gonna do. How he gonna navigate these picks and these trades and everything like that. But yeah, so that last video was ended, man. Like I said, we was about to get into the wheel spin. And that's something that we do once a month. We doing it until kickoff. Then we'll pivot to something else. I don't know exactly what just yet, but we shall see. So you got this month and you got next month to win this $100 giveaway that we've been doing all off season. Just something to keep the people tuned in while it ain't too much football going on. Just a little motivation. Give back to our subscribers and our supporters. But this month and next month is the last month that we have to to get in to try to win this money. I'm looking at our streaming time. We're approaching 6 hours straight streaming. Wild work. Wild work, man. But hey, if you're around, make a day out of it. Come in, check on us from here and there, from time to time. See how we doing, just to make sure we still live in effect. Yes, trades are happening in real time. Let's see what this trade is. He want to trade away his 9th, 16th, and his 10th. Well, he want to get the 9th, 16th, and the 10th, and sends the 8th, 17th, and 11th. I mean, you know, he's just trying to move up a little bit. Willing to sacrifice that 8th round pick in order to gain. So he have 2 9s, 2 16s, 2 10s. Oh shit. As long as y'all good on the trade, shit. Say both of them accepted. It's complete. Yeah, so you see, both of them accepted terms to the trade, and I just went ahead and went it through, pushed it through. It was gonna go in effect on what it say in 2 or 3 days or some shit like that. So yeah, good trade. We got action. Let's go. So who we got after Laporta Potty from Spice Brady? We got Kyler Murray, which I think is a good pickup. But bruh, you know what I'm saying? Calm down. You ain't even got your full team together. Jay Mitch. Leave some quarterbacks for some of the rest of the guys to pick up later in the round. Go on, get your receivers and you still need a couple of more flex spots. You can't put a quarterback in the flex spot, my boy. Old Dirty Birds got DK Metcalf. Also Jameson Williams and Mike Evans, Malik Neighbors. So he got them 5 of them. So maybe he's just gonna take Malik Neighbors and put him on a bench, and hopefully that he come in and get him through the playoffs to a championship. That's pretty good thinking because, he still was able to get some hard-hitting receivers that can, pop off. And DK in the 8th round is good value. So is Mike Evans in the 6th. And now we got Thomas on the clock. Everybody's tuned in, man. It's later in the afternoon, almost 4:00 p.m. Central Standard Time. Everybody should be off, tuning in, tapping in, getting ready to get this draft going, man. We can finish this tonight if everybody lock in. Please lock in, my friend. Man, I want to. Let me see. I'm going to share this to the league. I'm going to share it over here. Nice. So what just happened? We got Michael Wilson gone. Thomas got Michael Wilson, 8-11. It's a pretty good pick. So here's our trades. They span all the way down here. So he's gonna get a double up right here. And oh yeah, he's gonna get a couple of double ups from what it looks like. One right there. So these guys just swapped out so they can get a double up in these rounds. Which was a pretty good strategy for whoever initiated that draft to construct it, to orchestrate it like that. It was beneficial to both parties. Both of these guys can get double picks in multiple rounds, where each one of them could be eyeing different targets that could potentially still be there in that round that they wanted to. So that was a good trade, man. I like whoever proposed it. I like how it was set up. Yeah, nice, good shit. Ain't that cute? Yeah. Nah, these really is good guys, man. I fucks with them. Alec Pierce, last pick in the 8th round. He just got that big money out there in Indianapolis, man. So they got to put him to use. They going to put him to work. So, that's a good pick. And it's great value, if you believe that Danny Dimes can get him the ball. If they have a early stretch, like those 8 games they did last year in the beginning of the season, then, Alec Pierce definitely pays off at the number last pick in the 8th round. We got George Kittle coming off the board next. So DGS already, he doubled up on tight ends. The first person with 2 tight ends and 2 pretty good tight ends, might I add. Let's see. He doesn't have, so he could be throwing Kittle into that last flex spot that he got. But bro still has no, I'm tripping. He do. He got his quarterback. So he's good. So his whole starting lineup, as of right now, is complete. Right? He got 2 running backs, got your tight end, 2 quarterbacks. He got 3 receivers and a tight end. And all of those, Alec Pierce and George Kittle will fill his flex spots. So now he'll be looking to find some upside, some bench players that can come in and give any of these guys a week off during the buys. And pretty much the same thing for Thomas, but he needs a second quarterback before he can start digging for upside. Unless he plans on streaming or just putting a receiver in that second QB spot. The same thing with Dirty Birds. We have a lot of 1 quarterback teams. And trying to find the type of production from a receiver this late to fill that flex spot is going to be really tough. That's why I wish I could have did what I done in the mock draft when I took Lamar Jackson and then turned around and took Joe Burrow right after that. But, I wasn't able to do that because Joe Burrow went in the first round. Lamar Jackson went in the first round, you know what I'm saying? So, but that, even if I thought about doing that again in live time, it wouldn't have worked, because I got those guys like in the 3rd and 4th round. But like I said, when I was mocking, I wasn't mocking with other people that was concentrating and thinking about that mock draft as with the 2 QB in mind. Because when people know they got to get a couple of quarterbacks, this is how it's gonna look. One QB league, drafting a quarterback so high will be considered thirsty. But I understand this one, and it's all good. I like everybody's team, even the guy that auto drafted a couple of times, because there's still value here. even the guy with all the Rams, because there's still value there. You know, value being trade assets or whatever the case may be. There's still hope. Now it's all about management skills, which, you know, the draft is cool, but at the end of the day, it comes down to your management skills. Jadarian Price, that's a good pickup. I like bro. He's going to be the number 1 running back in Seattle with Zach Charbonnet being hurt. And Zach should be out for a few weeks into the season, like 4 to 6 weeks, maybe even more. I'm not 100% sure, but I know JP will get the starting reps. Cal Monangai. So 2 rounds later, after D Swift, Cal Monangai comes off the board to Old Dirty Birds. Good pickup, bruh. So these are all, at this point, well, not for every team. And I'm really surprised that Thomas got Jadarian Price and not a second quarterback. And that says a lot about him and Old Dirty Birds. Because at this point, the quarterback production or the quarterback tiers is going to take a drop. You know, we already talking about Kyler Murray and Tyler Shough being drafted. And you know where they was at on our projection list. So it's very interesting, man. Like you learn so much from these drafts, and you can't take all of it with you into the next draft, but you can take a large amount of it and kind of understand how people are moving. Everything is data and research, recon missions, man. So y'all think it's a game, man. I had people tell me, be like, bro, it's May. What are you talking about? Football, man. We football year round, bro. Football is money. It don't stop. There's always something going on. And I just want to, and even though everything don't have a major impact on everything we doing, you know what I mean? Any added information give you an extra, give you an extra advantage. I put it like that. A little advantage. We'll see. We'll see if being tapped in all year long makes any of a difference. And I can see a little bit that it can. Cause you gotta know people's situations. You know what I'm saying? When I say people, I'm talking about these players. And looking at this board, you know, every player on this board, you know, I can give you a deep rundown on all of them. So I don't think the people that's not really tuned in, like, you know, the people who drafting in July, you know, said could probably do nothing like that. It's just names and rounds, ADP. Our savior Scatterboo is on the clock. That's Jay Mitch. And we waiting to see what he's gonna do. And if he's gonna change his name since he didn't get Cam Scatterboo. Or will he still get Cam Scatterboo? Dun dun dun. So what video was we watching? Was we done with our video? Yeah, I think we was. So let's go see what else we got that we can probably watch. Oh, we got action. Blake Corum. Back up to Kyron Williams, who could begin an increase in the workload this year. He's been trending towards that over the last couple of years. And I think this year he will be a good. He'll be a good backup running back. He'll be a good extra. Like you can start him a couple of weeks. And you don't have to wait for Kyron Williams to go down or nothing like that. We got Parker Washington coming up. Spicy Brady goes with another receiver. So it looks like he has a receiver and a running back filling out his flex spots. I can dig it. It's always interesting to see how people fill out their flex spots. The suspense. Mhm. Rico, hit him with the Rico. Tinkerbell took Mr. Dowdle, recently transferred to Pittsburgh. And we'll see how that work out for Rico, man. Sammy D. We got Sammy D coming off the board, man. Bronco auto pick have been going strong. Let me tell you, he's been going strong on the auto pick, I want to say, since Kyron Williams. My man worked long, hard hours. Shit, he should be off by now. God damn. Give this man a day off. But bro don't get no breaks or nothing. Don't give my man no breaks or nothing, man. We fighting for you, Bronco, but we appreciate you for setting your cue. We appreciate you for setting your cue, man. And I'm hoping you're getting the players that you actually wanted. You know what I'm saying? Because that queue could be dangerous if you just load it up with a bunch of players and don't put it in no type of order or with no type of strategy or focal plan or nothing like that. It could get dangerous if you're just throwing people over there. So you got to have them queued up in the right order. And hopefully, you know, your assumption is to, if this player goes, then I get this player. But what if neither of those players go? And then that's how you end up with Puka Nacua, Devontae Adams, Kyron Williams, and Matthew Stafford all on the same team. But, man, I don't really know too much about nothing. Spidey, since you're on the clock, my boy, let's go. Let's go. I agree. That was beneficial for both parties. It's probably some type of gift right here and we can't see. I don't know why we can't see it. Oh, what's that? Yeah, sometimes you fly, sometimes. Oh! Oh! Dun, dun, dun. Wow, wow. Wow, wow. Oh, man, I have no idea who I want to get. I haven't been doing my due diligence. But, you know, I like receivers in my flex spot. So let me see if I can find one. Can I find one? And I'm not gonna reach too far right now. I'm thinking about Ricky P, but I don't want to just force a receiver over there just because. Oh, Bijan. Oh, no, that's Brian. Kenny Gainwell, man, he's supposed to be the number one back in Tampa Bay. I'm surprised to see him still on the board. Zach Charbonnet, you know, he'll be a good handcuff whenever he comes back. RJ Harvey, RB2 in Denver behind J.K. Dobbins, who's injury prone. You know, that could be a vital piece, especially if Dobbins continues to follow the trajectory of his career. Tony Pollard, I wish I can remove him out the way. I don't know what they got going on in Tennessee. But he could have a good year this year. You know, if they get Cam Ward some weapons where they can't just load up the box and wait for the run, actually have some threats on the outside for him, that would be cool. So, and here's J.K. Dobbins. And it is strange that RJ Harvey is on top of J.K. Dobbins, right? So let me go see. Do I got any Broncos? So I think I'm gonna swing. I think I'm gonna swing. Oh, man, J.K. get hurts too much, bro. Let me go over here. Let me look. I almost pulled the trigger on him. Just going down. I just want to see what we got going. And the type of talent that's still here. Hey, man, my camera died. We've been streaming for 6 hours, so, you know, I'm really surprised it lasts that long. I forgot to plug my charger in with it while we were streaming, so it just cut out. I got my computer, my laptop camera, but it looks terrible, pixelated. So it's all good. I know y'all probably like, hurry up, press a goddamn button. But this last flex spot, man, it really means a lot to me. And I don't know if I want to go running back or wide receiver. And with the level of wide receiver play, so I don't see any wide receiver ones. Pretty much KC Conception, he could emerge, but he'll be there later in the draft along with Denzel Boston. So let me go back over here. I know out of these guys, you know, all of these guys are starters. Aaron Jones is a starter, right? Where is Jordan Mason? How far down or have somebody already got him? To be wise on them. So I'm not going to just take RJ Harvey because he's higher than JK. JK is the starter. I'm going to take JK. And hopefully he survives through the season. And, you know, and if RJ is still there later, I mean, shit, maybe even if he's there, this next pick I come up, I might grab him there, you know. I can go ahead and get my back. I mean, because I like to have the backup to my running back just in case shit gets real. At least one of them. I can't get the backup for all of them, but if you got the opportunity to get at least one of them that could be halfway decent in this type of situation, I wouldn't mind having J.K. Dobbins and R.J. Harvey. Which now, since I'm saying that, I'm pretty sure somebody's gonna get them. They trading, getting a lot of trades in. Okay, right on, right on. Say, gotta click on the manager name to see the true roster. I mean, even still, just how we imagine this how it's gonna fall. I forgot these guys were doing a lot of trading. It's hot. A bit hot. Hey Alpha, you should join one of our leagues, bro. I'm gonna send you I'm put an invite in the chat so you can join. We need one more for this Dynasty League. It seems like you'll be a good one to go ahead and get in there. That's if you want to get down with us, player. Yeah, so that's the link I just sent. I just put it in the chat. Fill that 12th roster. Come on and get in. I need to check these leagues. I haven't checked them in a while. Yeah, we got a few leagues going, so I'm just responding to some of the other leagues that we haven't started drafting yet. We're still getting them set up, getting everybody in, and getting everybody paid for. This league I'm in, this is the NFL for the Dynasty. The Dynasty League that I'm looking at. I know y'all can't see it or see me. This draft. Six hours and 15 minutes streaming, man. We never went this long. We breaking the record together because we have never went this long on a stream. Oh shit. Oh shit. What's up, old dirty? Oh, that's funny. Okay. All right. I'm like, wait, I don't remember seeing this name. And, That's funny. Well, that's what's up, bro. Man, appreciate you've been in here tuning it down. Yeah, you've been here holding it down with us. You know what I'm saying? You've been hearing me talk shit about everybody. But nah, I really been bigging up everybody. I really have. I've been trying to keep it PC and until the last pick go. But nah, I think everybody's doing good. This guy right here, if he just draft, you know what I'm saying, it'll be all good. Just draft with the rest of us. We done got through a few rounds today. You know, we was I think when we started this draft this morning after, I think I was the first pick. So this was 6 o'clock. You know what I'm saying? 6 o'clock a.m. my time, Central. And, you know, we done got through all of this since then. We only got through a couple of rounds last night, which I really thought we'd have got through more rounds quicker at the beginning of the draft. You know what I mean? Okay, now this where it get interesting. Honestly, this where it get. Hey, my phone is charging up, so as soon as I get some more enough juice to hook my camera back up, I will. I'll hook it back up. Have anybody shout out to Dave? Yes, they did. Yeah. And this all you can ask for, man. You know, kind of help you understand if you dealing with an active league, man. Because what you don't want to see is crickets and nothing going on. You know, I like to see people trading, communicating, shooting shit. You know, jabbing at each other, all in the fun spirit. No disrespect. You know, everything's been very, very nice in this league. You know what I'm saying? So yeah. So you know, I like to I like to see this. It's a positive sign of a fun year in this league, and hope we can get the same thing in all of our other leagues. Still waiting on him. We still waiting on you, Dave. I know, right, man. I kicked out like 8 people out of one of my leagues because they wasn't responding to nothing. Like shit, nothing. You know, like bro, what are y'all doing here? What are we doing here? They ain't want to speak. They ain't no joking. They ain't wasn't talking about nothing. I was like, all right. So I cleared the whole league out. Well, it wasn't all the way full. It only had like 6 people in there, but even still, it's a bad start off. All right, I just cut this screen off and I get to start doing other stuff on my laptop. You know what I'm saying? I don't want y'all seeing the weird stuff I be looking up. But no, we actually, I'm gonna go ahead and continue one of these episodes. Let's see. Let's watch the show.
Oh, this is gonna be a fun one.
Well, we go over all the odds and, division winners and all that stuff and see what Vegas got and see if we agree with it. Hey, and let me know if you agree with it too, bro. You know what I'm saying? So let me go ahead and just get this pulled up. All right, here we go. I'm here, but I'm a step away.
Oh, this is gonna be a fun one. So the sports book have already spoken. The AFC futures are on the board. According to Vegas, Baltimore's the team to beat. Buffalo is right behind them. Kansas City is still dangerous. And everybody else, I guess they got a whole lot of work to do, right? You know what? And maybe Vegas is right. Maybe the market already figured out the AFC. Or maybe, just maybe, they missing something. Because after us breaking down every AFC division, after grading every draft class, after looking at the quarterback, the rosters, the fantasy angles, and trying to figure out where the money at, football is money. We see things a little differently. Some divisions we agree on, some divisions we don't. And when Vegas and football is money disagree, somebody sees something that the other side doesn't. So today, we not just asking who can win. We asking who's being priced right. We asking who's being overlooked, who's being overvalued, and where the money is hiding. And bottom line, does Vegas agree with football is money? Let's find out. Hey man, where my theme music at? I keep telling you, once I get done saying what I'm saying, you gotta drop the music. Hey, yo, what's good, y'all? Welcome back to Football is Money. I'm your host, they call me Boss, and today we taking everything that we learned from the AFC Draft Grade Series, and we're going to put it up against the sports book because we already gone division by division. We've looked at the quarterbacks. We looked at the draft classes. We looked at the rosters. I mean, deep dive. We talked about fantasy value. We've talked about team direction. Now, it's time to talk about something different. You know what I'm saying? Let's talk about, does the betting market see the AFC the same way as football is money? Because the odds ain't just random numbers. They tell you who Vegas believes in. It tells you who the sports book are unsure about. They tell you who the market respects. And sometimes they tell you who might be getting overlooked, man. But before we get into the divisions, let's keep it real simple. Let's talk about what these numbers mean when you see the numbers on side of a team or whatever. When the payout is smaller, Vegas is saying that their team has a better chance to win. Pretty much. Try to even it out, right? When the payout is bigger, Vegas is saying that a team is more risky. You know what I mean? So if you see a team at minus 125, that means you got to risk $125 just to win $100, and you scale it on up or down however you see fit. And that usually means Vegas believes in that team, but the payout ain't too great, right? 125 to win 100. Now, if you see a team at plus 225, that means if you risk 100, you win 225. You know what I mean? And that team may not be the favorite, but if you're right, the reward is better. And that's where the conversation really starts, you know, because the best team isn't always the best bet. Follow me now, you know, but the biggest payout ain't automatically the best bet neither. You know what I'm saying? So we're not just chasing plus money. We're not forcing long shots neither. And we definitely not running from favorites just because the payout is smaller, okay? The ticket has to make sense both ways. The value has to make sense. The probability has to make sense. And the football got to match the numbers, all right? So that's the theme for today. Vegas gives us the price. Football is money gives us perspective. And then we ask, does the numbers match what we see on the field? So let's dig through the AFC. We got to talk about the East, the South, the North, the West. Can't forget about the West side. Some say that might be the best side. And we're going to talk about who's going to be the AFC champion. We're going to talk about the best value bets, a little fantasy investment, and then we close it out, you know, with the final drive. All right? So let's go. Vegas versus Football is Money, round 1. All right, so like I say, man, we're going to AFC East first. I don't know. We like starting on the east side, kind of make our way around some way, somehow. All right, so we got Buffalo Bills minus 125. We got New England Patriots plus 120. New York Jets plus 1,900. Miami Dolphins sitting at plus 4,000. So Vegas is telling us that this division belongs to Buffalo. And you know what? Football is money. We agree. This is one of the spots where me and the sports book are looking at it the same way. Now, I'm not going to ignore New England. You know, the Patriots, they was in the Super Bowl just past year. A.J. Brown going to New England. That makes them even more of a contender. And at plus 120, I believe that that's real value. You know, it's not a crazy long shot or nothing like that. That's not a throw it away and hope type of ticket. You know what I'm saying? That's a team with a real chance and a real payout. So if somebody tells me they like New England at plus 120, I understand it. I get it. The number makes sense. The probability makes sense. The football makes sense, right? But if I have to put my money on one team to win the AFC East, I'm going Buffalo, you know, because I feel like Josh Allen is still the guy to beat. And I'm not just going to force the New England Patriots just because there's a better payout. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, that's the exact point of the show, right? We're not just chasing value. We matching value with probability, okay? New England gives you better value. I get it. But Buffalo gives me the better chance to cash the ticket. Now, when we get down to the Jets and the Dolphins, right, that's a different conversation. Let me see what Jets sitting at plus 1,900. The Dolphins at plus 4,000. You know, that's long shot territory, man. So if you want to sprinkle something small just because you believe in a miracle, that's your call. But for this conversation, these are non-factors for me, right? The real conversation in the AFC East is Buffalo versus New England. And Vegas says Buffalo. Football is Money says Buffalo as well. But New England is close enough to make you look twice. All right? So round 1, we got an agreement. Cool. Vegas say Buffalo. I say Buffalo. But that don't mean we just following the sports book today, all right? You know what I'm saying? Let's get that understood because now we move on to round 2. And this is where the conversation changes, right? AFC North. Here's the board. So you got Baltimore Ravens minus 115. You got Cincinnati Bengals plus 194. Pittsburgh Steelers plus 510. Cleveland Browns plus 2,100. So Vegas has Baltimore as the favorite. And I understand why, right? Lamar Jackson, 2-time MVP. Baltimore is always dangerous whenever he's on the field. And when you see the Ravens near the top of this division, nobody should act surprised, right? So I'm not saying Vegas is crazy for having Baltimore first, but this is where Football is Money starts looking at the football a little differently. Because for Baltimore, a lot of this comes down to young talent stepping up, right? They need those young pieces to grow into the system at a rapid pace. They need the offense to stay healthy. They need Lamar to be Lamar, right? And produce the way that we've seen him produce in the past. And I'm not judging Baltimore just off last year, because I do believe health played a part in what we saw last year. But when I look at Cincinnati, I see something more established. You understand what I'm saying? I see the quarterback. I see the weapons, the offensive core, right? I seen a team that's been making moves over the last couple of years to position itself for this exact moment. A lineman here, a defensive piece here, you know, a major contract here, a trade here, you know what I'm saying? Stuff like that. These roster move here and there, and now it feels like Cincinnati had reached the point where they don't just have potential, they have structure, right? They have firepower. And they have enough around Joe Burrow to finally take control of this division. So yes, I understand. Baltimore is the favorite, and I get it. I respect it. But Football is Money is not going with Baltimore here, baby. You know what I'm saying? We're going to break away from the pack and go with Cincinnati. At plus 194, that number makes sense to me, right? Because you got value. But it's not just value for the sake of value, right? The probability makes sense as well. This is not a plus 2,100. This is not a miracle ticket. This is a real contender with a real quarterback, with real weapons, and a real path to winning the AFC North, right? Now, Pittsburgh at 510, that's not a bad number. You know, if you believe in the Steelers' stability, they usually find a way to be competitive year in and year out. But do I think they have enough firepower to take this division? Not over Cincinnati, not over Baltimore. And then let's talk about Cleveland at 2,100, plus 2,100. That's long shot territory. We all know just by the numbers. Now, if you believe in the Browns turning everything around, that's your ticket. Do what you do. But for me, they not part of the main conversation. This division comes down to Cincinnati and Baltimore. And Vegas says Baltimore, man, but Football is Money. I got to say Cincinnati, right? The AFC North winner, for me, Cincinnati Bengals. The best value is the Cincinnati Bengals at plus 194. So I guess so far this is the first real disagreement on the board. Round 2, Football is Money goes against Vegas. Do we win? We got to stay tuned throughout the season and come back at the end to see. All right? But before we get to round 3, I want to say, if you want to be a part of the Football is Money Pick'em Pool Party this year, it's coming up. Make sure you tap in, man. We'll be picking games every week, the whole slate, betting against the spread. And whoever gets the most pick right win the pot. We talking about real money on the line every week. And it's just another way for the community to stay locked in all season. You know what I'm saying? To be part of what we got going on. For the fantasy leagues, the first 3 leagues are already full. So we just opened up 3 more. And if you want a spot, don't wait around, man. Get locked in. Make sure you're ready to play. And make sure you're ready for the season, okay? Football is Money is building all off season, and we're going to keep this thing moving. You know, the more people want to sign up, the more leagues we're going to open up. You know what I'm saying? A couple of years ago, we only had 2. The year after that, we had 3. You know, this year, we already got 3 in this June. So let's see if we can get some more going. All right. Now, let's get back to the numbers. Round 3, AFC West, the Wild Wild West. We just did a show on this division last week. We got Chiefs plus 160. We got Los Angeles Chargers plus 190. We got Denver Broncos plus 220. Las Vegas Raiders plus 2,000. Now, they trying to trick you up right here, because when people see Kansas City, they automatically think Patrick Mahomes. They think Super Bowls. They think big moments, playoff runs, championship standard, right? I get it. I promise you I get it. And it's hard to look past all of that and just look at it with real eyes. Now, Patrick Mahomes is the baby GOAT. I'm not here to deny that, disrespect that, or anything like that. But this is where we have to separate the name from the number, right? Mahomes is coming back from an ACL injury. He's ahead of schedule. They push it for week 1. And when the public hears that, they start saying Kansas City is back, the kingdom, Chiefs kingdom. But us over here at Football is Money, we got to ask a different question. Is Kansas City really the best bet at plus 160? Or is that number carrying too much of the pass? Because Vegas give us the price, right? Football is Money give us the perspective, right? And my perspective is this. Denver at plus 225 is the number that makes the most sense to me. Bo Nix, he had a fractured ankle last year in the playoffs against Buffalo, but he's already back in training camp and expected to be ready for week 1. And, I see Denver. I don't see a team that accidentally ended up in this conversation. I see a team that's been built to contend, right? I see a team with structure. I see a team with a potent defense, good head coaching. I see a team that already showed that it can stand and go toe-to-toe with anybody in this division. And I also see a team that might be getting priced lower than it should be because the public still wants to hear Kansas City first. So that's where the value shows up. Not just because Denver got a bigger payout, but because Denver has a real chance to win this division. And that's the key, man. So we're not forcing the long shot. We're not trying to force long shots on any of these tickets. We're not reaching for a plus 2,000 just because the Raiders payout is bigger. We matching the number with the football. The Raiders at plus 2,000, that's crazy money, man. It's not going to happen. I'm sorry, man. But if you want to sprinkle it in on your ticket, that's your choice. You know what I'm saying? Please do what you do. All my Raiders fans, don't do what you do. Because you never know. Things happen. And I'm not going to say it's impossible. I'm just going to say it's highly unlikely. All right? So let's keep it moving, man. We got the Chargers at plus 190. And, I understand the number. They were right there last year, second in the AFC West. They building, they improving, they getting a team together. But I still don't have them ahead of Denver. And I don't have them ahead of Kansas City either. So my AFC West order is a little different from Vegas, a.k.a. the sports book. Vegas got Kansas City first, then the Chargers, then Denver. Football is Money. I got Denver first, Kansas City second, Chargers third, and the Raiders fourth. I think we already went over this last week, but here we are again from a different angle, And this is why futures matter, right? You have to lock these numbers in before the season starts. You're not betting on one game. You're betting on how the whole division plays out throughout the course of an entire season. Who gets the automatic playoff spot? Who survives the full season? And when I look at the West side on the AFC, I'd rather take Denver at plus 225 than Kansas City at plus 160 because the payout is better, right? And that is one reason. But the team is real. The probability makes sense. And the football matches the number. I know Vegas say Kansas City, but the good folks over here at Football is Money, we're going to ride with Denver. So round 3, we disagree again. Who's going to be right? You got to be locked in if you want to understand, my friend. So here we go. Round 4, we got AFC South. And this one is a little different because me and Vegas mostly see this one the same way, right? But there is one number on this board that makes you stop and think about it for a second. So here's the AFC South division odds. Houston plus 110. We got Jaguars plus 245, Colts plus 380, and the Titans plus 800. So the sports book got Houston as the favorite, understandably. And Football is Money is gonna say Houston too. We already broke down the AFC South. We already talked about what Houston has done in the draft and with everything they building around C.J. Stroud, the work they put around their quarterback, the moves that they made. They try to clean up some of the issues that held them back in the previous seasons. And when you look at this division, Houston still feels like the safest ticket, right? But this is not one of those divisions where I'm just slamming the favorite and moving on, because Jacksonville at plus 245 is sitting right there. And that number is real. And that's great value. That's not a crazy long shot ticket neither. That's not a plus 2,000, right? This is a team with a real chance to win the division. And Vegas is still giving you a much better payout than Houston, right? So this is where the decision. Oh man, this is not a drill. This is not a drill. I repeat, this is not a drill, man. We are live and we have action in our league. Let's see what is going on. So since the last time we talked, I want to say Tony Pollard came off the board, right? Your boy Iron Man, and then we got Dalton Kincaid, and from Dave, and he doubled up with his pick and got RJ Harvey. I was looking at RJ, for my next pick. Travis Kelce come off with your boy Iron Man around the turn, and then now it's back on me. My last pick was J.K. Dobbins, and I would have, I still would have doubled back and got RJ Harvey right here. But if was a fifth, you know what I'm saying? A couple of y'all be feeling like I'm feeling. So let's see, what are we going to do? Oh, I heard somebody say something about it's time for some kickers. They say it's time for some kickers. Let's see if we can go find us a kicker. We're gonna go. I'm gonna roll the dice on Kenneth, man. I'm gonna roll the dice on Kenneth, bro. And we're gonna see what he's gonna do in Tampa Bay while Bucky gets himself back situated. And as you can see, I skipped over the kicker and the defense because, I don't think anybody thirsty enough to start drafting kickers and defenses right now, especially with the lack of everything else that these guys been drafting. Like this guy here, he still needs to make sure he gets everything, man. Let me see. Yeah, he got 2 tight ends, 2 running back, 4 receiver. I guess we so deep in the draft, everybody should have the core of their team, right? But I still don't think anybody's finna start drafting kickers and defenses. You know what I mean? Like, who would do that right now in round 10? Not before I get the kicker and the defense that I want. You know what I'm saying? Don't nobody do that. Hey, man, anybody holler at? I let Bash, man. My shit ain't going. So we got some wheeling and dealing going on, and that's what the hour long per pick was supposed to be about. It give each team, each manager time to negotiate and go back and forth with these different trade offers. But somehow these guys just took it as time to get distracted with some other than the most important thing in their life right now, which is this fantasy league. You know what I'm saying? But I digress.
Oh yeah, bro. I keep forgetting to look at the you know, the trades, and I know that's on me. That's on me to always call out when it's a trade instead of just looking at it and seeing what's happening. You know what I'm saying? I done had to catch myself a couple of times. Brother. I try to make sure I always reply to as much as I can, man. I reply live and I reply on here. You just looking, Bash. What the chat talking about? Yeah, that was DGS talking about time for that kicker and the D. That's you right there. Yeah, it's funny. Wildin', yo. Wildin'. Hey, man, I'm down to trade. Send me a trade. Send me an offer. You know what I'm saying? Let me check something out. Don't be shy. Especially, it's the perfect time for me to be trading, you know what I mean? So shoot me some offers, man. You want to move up? I'm willing to move back right now. You know what I'm saying? Or even move out a round. I can move all the way out the 11th round. At this point, the 11th and the 12th round. If somebody want to double up and try to get some of this value that's left, I can get out the 11th and the 12th round. Just shoot me a deal, holler at me, talk to me, have your people call my people, and let's see if we can come to some type of agreement. All right, we open for business. We open for business, paperboy. Yeah, it ain't been too many trades going on. I'm in a screen that's in a screen that's in a screen that's in a screen. It's kind of tripping me out over here. But I guess I want to know, why did it stop? Why didn't it keep going? It should keep going all the way up in there. Yes, what's going on with that? Hey, wait a minute. So, wait a minute. Alpha. So that was you that called me fake news earlier, old dirty. Yeah, that was you that called me fake news earlier, my boy. Let me see if I go back up here and find it. This shit, I can't even find it. Yeah, I think that was you that called me fake news earlier, man. You ain't got to do that. I ain't know we was peoples. You know what I mean? You had me going checking out Google, bro. Like, wait a minute, I know I ain't tripping. I know I ain't throwed off. Wait a minute. Bash, you on the clock. Where my guy Bash at, man? Bash wanted 30-second rounds, 60-second rounds, man. He's supposed to be tuned in. Hey, somebody get Bash on the line. Somebody get Bash on the line. Hold on. You got my attention. JG Go Off is on the table. Yes. Yes, sir. Oh, shit. JG Golf is on the table. Oh, we got motion. It's on Sexy Dixie. Man, Bronco have been he done auto 8 rounds. Where you at, brother? Where you at, brother? So as we await Sexy Dixie to make his pick, let's see. We got Wandale Robinson coming off the board. We got his running mate coming right before him, Cam Ward. And we got Kenny Gainwell. All right, Travis Kelce, RJ Harvey. It's a mixture. It's a mixture still. See, Sexy Dixie last pick was huge. Jake. All right. Well, we might not even make it back to me tonight. I'm hoping we do. We still got plenty of time, man. It's 5:00 p.m. where we at. Almost 5:00 anyway. So we should have plenty of time, man. I just hope everybody just keep running through these picks. Just, if everybody can just keep drafting players, you know what I mean? And, if you're listening, you're paying attention, whoever you are, just draft a player whenever it's your turn. I ain't gonna call no names or nothing, Sexy Dixie. I ain't gonna call no names or nothing. Hey, we going on 7 hours non-stop streaming, bruh. We going on 7 hours straight. It's crazy. We ain't never went this long. We're gonna see how long. We're gonna see if we can make it to. I know 5 more hours would be crazy. We got to take in the small steps, but the goal is try to make it all the way till cutoff time. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna try to make it to 10 o'clock tonight. Try to get as much of this draft streamed as we possibly can, and I'm gonna leave it up. I'm gonna leave it up there. I normally take these drafts down after we draft or whatnot, but I'm gonna leave this one up. All right, my boy, it's on you. What shall you do? Have anybody reached out to my boy? Yeah. Yeah. See, he say, your boy Iron Man out here typing but not checking his tray. Yeah. Yeah. It's funny when it goes like that, ain't it, man? Check your trays. What he say? They call me maybe. Maybe. Who's that boy? Your boy Iron Man. Let me go see his team, see what he's talking about. He got May. What's the B? I guess it's just maybe. All right, I got it. You could have put maybe a burden. You know what I'm saying? That's about the best I can see off what you got. I'm thinking like we're gonna cook, we're gonna throw darts, we're gonna go golfing. Yeah. Check your trades. They say you need to check your DMs. Oh shit. It's going down. Sexy Dexter, where you at, my boy? You ain't got the notifications on. You ain't tapped in. Oh, I hope y'all ain't heard that. It's going down outside. It's going down out there. Oh, we got it. We got action. Let's see what we got. What we got. We got Jordan Mason coming off the board. 10:06. 10:06. Jordan Mason. I mean that's a cool. That's a solid bench player. You know he could be taking over the backfield in Minnesota. Possibly. Tinkerbell is on the clock. I know Tinkerbell been tuned in. I know she tuned in. Hey man, we making a lot of progress, man. We over halfway through at this point, huh? Yeah. Let's go. We really can knock this out tonight. We can knock this out today before 10 o'clock, man. If y'all just keep drafting, man. All the time we got to think about our next pick. By the time it's time for us to pick again, man, it should feel like an auto draft. Should feel like an auto pick. Oh we. I dig Drake May, man. Maybe I will, maybe I won't. Okay. Letting Drake May fall to 111 was a big mistake. He's gonna average 30 now. 30 points, my boy. I wouldn't put it past him, honestly. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, he ain't high on the he's not that high on the board for nothing. I tell you that much. Unlike some other quarterbacks, but Drake May is not high on the board for no reason. But you know, a lot of people say, and this is the theme that's been going surrounding Drake May in his stellar year last year. He had one of the easiest schedules in football, and it's not going to look the same this year because, you know, they made it to the Super Bowl, and they're going to have a Super Bowl hangover. And, you know, I'm not saying that I'm totally all the way with that, but I can understand how that may affect this season. You know what I mean? But I ain't gonna take nothing away from Drake May. I don't think he should have went before Joe Burrow. You know, I can't take that. But you know, that's just one pick away. So you can swap them out either way. Joe Burrow got the stigma around him that he's an injury-prone quarterback, which he have missed a few games over these years. But you know, I think that goes for a lot of quarterbacks. So yeah, but I like Drake May. But we're gonna see how he holds up this year, how any of these guys hold up this year, because nothing is guaranteed. And basically all any of us is really doing is, you know, taking everything, because I don't think and at this point you can assume, you could project into the future, but you gotta start from what they've known to do, what they've been known to do, what they did last year, the previous years. And if they still in a position to do the same thing or maybe even more this year. So, I mean, it's educated guesses at the end of the day. Because you can have all of the big name, brand name players, you know, or the top performing players of last year, and half of those guys can be hurt this year. And then you sitting there looking like WTF. Fantasy football isn't won on your draft day. It's won by the decisions you make before you start drafting. And that's why we built the all-new Football is Money Draft Assistant. Whether you're drafted from the front, the middle, or the turn, the draft assistant helps you build a complete roster, identify value, and stay one step ahead of your league. So stop guessing and start drafting with a plan. Visit footballersmoney.com and check out our brand new Football is Money Draft Assistant today. Because every pick matters, because football is money. Don't pay this over here no mind. You know what I'm saying? It's any given part of the season, I change these out. You know, they're just teams that I want some updates about. You know what I mean? Not necessarily my favorite teams. It's just the teams I wanted some updates about. And I didn't go back to change it. Because they only let you put what 3-4 over here. So, yeah, so don't pay that no mind at all. Let's see what we looking like. Tinkerbell is still on the clock. 8 minutes in, 7 minutes and 20 seconds to be exact.
Set. Blue 80. Blue 80. 180. 180. Set.
If the quarterback situation ain't right, then the whole offense is corrupt.
Set.
You can't sell me hope if you ain't got a quarterback.
Set. Blue 80. Blue 80. 180. 180.
That fantasy pick might look good on paper, but what's his role?
Set.
You don't win your fantasy league on draft night. You win it with everything you do before and after.
Welcome to Football is Money, where every snap has a price, every decision has value, and every Sunday somebody gets paid. Let's get it! Football is money! That's the mission. Fantasy betting every division, every touchdown, every decision. We don't chase hype, we chase precision. Football is money. We cashing out, breaking every matchup, no doubt. If it makes dollars, then it makes sense. Welcome to Football is Money. Monday film, Friday picks, Sunday tickets, watch them hit. Fantasy lineups, betting slips, power rankings, championships, quarterbacks, pocket clean, read defenses, know what they mean. No hot takes, no guessing games. We bring numbers, we bring names. That's the movement. Every episode, constant improvement. In NFL, college too. If football matters, we're talking to you. Cowboys corner, cash in the end zone, fantasy life, coach mode, QB power, draft grades every week, new plays. We don't follow, we evaluate, find the value, separate, because Vegas sets the line. Football is money, reads between the signs. Football is money. Louder now, turn it up. Hear the crowd. Every season, every play. Football is money every day. This is Football is Money. Real football, real talk, real money. Let's eat.
the good folks over here at Football is Money, we're going to ride with Denver. So round 3, we disagree again. Who's going to be right? You got to be locked in if you want to understand, my friend. So here we go. Round 4, we got AFC South. And this one is a little different because me and Vegas mostly see this one the same way, right? But there is one number on this board that makes you stop and think about it for a second. So here's the AFC South division odds. Houston plus 110. We got Jaguars plus 245. Colts plus 380. And the Titans plus 800. So the sports book got Houston as the favorite, understandably. And Football is Money is going to say Houston too. You know, we already broke down the AFC South. We already talked about what Houston has done in the draft and with everything they building around C.J. Stroud, the work they put around their quarterback, the moves that they made. They try to clean up some of the issues that held them back in the previous seasons. And when you look at this division, Houston still feels like the safest ticket, right? But this is not one of those divisions where I'm just slamming the favorite and moving on, because Jacksonville at plus 245 is sitting right there. And that number is real. And that's great value. You know, that's not a crazy long shot ticket neither. You know, that's not a plus 2,000, right? This is a team with a real chance to win the division. And Vegas is still giving you a much better payout than Houston, right? So this is where the decision gets tough. Because if I'm saying Houston wins the division, then I also have to believe that Jacksonville doesn't fully take advantage of the opportunity sitting in front of them. And I don't know if that's an easy thing to say. Jacksonville winning the division is not hard to picture. You know, it's not unrealistic. It's not out the way. They have a real path. But Houston, it does feel like the safer bet. And sometimes that's okay. Sometimes the lower payout is lower for a reason. Houston at plus 110 is not giving you some huge return, but if we're talking about the team I trust the most to finish on top of the AFC South, I have to go Houston. Now let's look at the Colts plus 380. You know, the number kind of fits, but I'm not putting them above Houston or Jacksonville. And Tennessee at plus 800. You know, that's the longest shot in this division. They could surprise people with their new pickups and everything, you know, maybe. But for this ticket, you know, we're not going there. If you want to do long shots and, you know, just try to throw stuff and see what sticks, you can do that on your own time. You know, I'm going to give you the real. And the real conversation is Houston versus Jaguars. And Vegas says Houston, and Football is Money agree, right? But Jacksonville at plus 245 is the one. I mean, I ain't going to clown you if you say you're going to take that. Matter of fact, that might be the one I look back and say, yeah, I should have took it. Because I believe that can happen, but I'm going to try to keep it level-headed here and not let my emotions outweigh the logic in my decision-making, right? So for the final ticket, I'm going H-Time, man. H-Time for the AFC South. Even though I hate to see it. But you know, it got to be said. So that's going to wrap up the division by division breakdown of the odds and everything. Let's see. AFC East, Vegas and Football is Money. We agree on that. The AFC North, no, we disagree on that one. I got Cincinnati and they got Baltimore. AFC West, we disagree again. Because the sports book and the public got Kansas City, I got Denver, right? In the AFC South, I feel like it could be a split, you know, but I'm going to go ahead and go with Houston as the safest pick there, although I don't think Jacksonville is totally out of it. But now we got to take one step back, right? And we got to look at the whole conference as a whole, because winning your division is one thing, but winning the AFC, the entire AFC, is something completely different. So the question becomes, who does the sports book really believe can come out of the AFC? And does we here at Football is Money agree? And I'm gonna tell you, I don't think so, man. I don't think we will agree. All right. It's hard for me to see things how they see it, man, because I think it's a setup anyway. You understand what I'm saying? All right, so here we go. Here's the AFC champion odds. We got Baltimore Ravens at plus 480, Buffalo Bills plus 520, Kansas City Chiefs plus 760, New England plus 760. We got the Chargers plus 830, the Texans plus 850. We have the Denver Broncos plus 1025, Cincinnati Bengals plus 1025, Jacksonville Jaguars plus 1450, Pittsburgh Steelers plus 2200, Indianapolis Colts plus 2800, Tennessee Titans plus 5500, Las Vegas Raiders plus 7600, Cleveland Browns plus 8600, New York Jets plus 8600, Miami Dolphins plus 15,000. So, according to Vegas, according to the guys down at the sports book, the faceless people who just take everybody's money every week, every year, according to these guys, Baltimore's the favorite to win the AFC. That means they basically saying Baltimore is the team most likely to represent the AFC in the Super Bowl. And Buffalo right behind them. So if we just reading the board, if we just gonna read the odds, Vegas telling us most likely AFC championship matchup would be something like Buffalo versus Baltimore. After they done knocked off Kansas City, New England, the Chargers, Houston, Denver, Cincinnati, Jacksonville, after they knock off all these guys, those gonna be the two guys in the in the conference championship. So Vegas got one team from the north, which is gonna be Baltimore. The other guys are cooked, according to Vegas. We got two teams from the east, Josh Allen and Drake May. They got three teams coming out of the west, Kansas City, Denver, and the Chargers, and one team from the south. Now, I agree with that one team coming out the south, but you never know, you never know. And right outside that group, sitting at number 8, you got Cincinnati Bengals plus 1025. And that's the number that jumps off of the screen to me, because y'all already heard what I said in the AFC North segment. I don't believe Baltimore wins this conference. I understand why Vegas has them there. I understand Lamar. I understand the MVPs 2 times. Put some respect on it. You know what I'm saying? I got that. But if you ask me who has a better shot between Baltimore and Buffalo, we're going to keep Cincinnati out of it. If we ask me who's the better shot between Baltimore and Buffalo, I would leave Buffalo before I lean Baltimore. And there's no ulterior motives that go along with that. We talking about taking the politics out of it, taking your heart out of it, and simply trying to go in and win some money. Yeah. I got Buffalo over Baltimore. But if I'm making my AFC champion pick, I got Cincinnati over them both. You know what I'm saying? I know what things looked like last year. I understand the injury. I understand the injury-prone quarterback, but these guys can make it through the season healthy, and that statement goes for any team. Because if Baltimore end up getting their quarterback get hurt, they're not going to be able to even put up a fight. But like I say, because when I look at my 4 division winners, Buffalo in the east, Cincinnati in the north, Denver in the west, Houston in the south. And I asked myself, who has the best chance to be the last one standing after the dust settles? And my answer is Cincinnati, And the crazy part is the value is still sitting right there, plus 10.25. So that means if you just decide to put $100 on Cincinnati to win the AFC, you could win $1,025 if they get it done. You know, that's the kind of number where the value and the football start lining up perfectly, because this not a random team. You know, this is not some emotional long shot. We talking about Joe Burrow, Jamar Chase, T. Higgins, Sexy Dexter. This is an offense that can go score for score with anybody in the conference. This is a team that I believe is positioned to finally take control of this division and make a real AFC run. And that's what makes this board, these odds, feel disrespectful. Cincinnati sitting behind Baltimore, sitting behind Buffalo, sitting behind KC, New England, the Chargers, for Pete's sake, Houston, come on now, Denver. This when people let past, the past bias affect their future perception. And I get why some of those teams are up there. Buffalo is a respected team. Kansas City got the baby goat. Who can go against the kid? New England just came from the Super Bowl. Houston, they seem to be a stable team. They just got quarterback issues. I understand Denver making it to the championship game. But Cincinnati being down at number 8, I feel like the market is letting last year affect how it sees this season. And that's where short betting comes in, because public opinion can move the numbers crazily. Emotion can move the numbers. Last year's story can move the numbers. But if the football tells you something different, that's where you have to be ready to pounce. Now look at the bottom of this board real quick. We got Miami at plus 15,000. $100 on Miami win you 15 bands, man. That sounds crazy because it is. No, it is. That number is telling you how far away Vegas thinks Miami is. And now I already know that somebody out there is going to sprinkle a little razzle-dazzle on that thing. You know what I'm saying? Some diehard Miami fan is going to look at the payout and say, you know what? Why not? They put $20, $30 on there. Hey, if you believe that's what you want to do, that's your money on. Feel free, my boy. But this is why I say you have to take emotion out of betting, right? Because a huge payout doesn't automatically make it a smart bet, man. Sometimes it's huge because the chance is extremely low, right? And that's why this whole episode comes back to the same idea. Value and probability. The payout has to make sense, but the football has to make sense too. And for me, Cincinnati checks both boxes. Check and check. All right. Buffalo makes sense. Baltimore makes sense if you believe in the favorite. Kansas City makes sense if you still trust Mahomes and that championship DNA. It's not going anywhere, just not this year, right? New England makes sense if you believe last year was real and they can get back to the mountaintop. Denver makes sense if you believe that they can stay, if they stay consistent. Bo Nix don't get hurt in their game against Buffalo. Denver goes to the Super Bowl and possibly win that thing. That's neither here nor there. Let's keep it going. So let's see. I understand Houston, they make sense if you believe they control the South, but, just controlling the South don't mean you're going to beat the East, West, and the North. So my AFC champion pick, I'm going with Joe Shiesty in the Cincinnati Bengals. Plus 10.25. And that's the one I like. That's the number I will put my money on. And I'm not here to tell you what to do with your money. I'm just here to give you the information, give you the perspective, and show you how I'm reading the board. Because again, like I say, man, Vegas, they give us the prices. We over here at Football is Money going to show you how you need to take that and, adjust your betting. Proper perspective, right? And on this AFC Championship board, I see value in Cincinnati, man. So, yeah. Don't shoot the messenger. Wait. I am the message and the messenger. All right.
let's go. Let's go. So I guess moral of the story is football is money don't always agree with Vegas. Probably hardly ever. You know what I'm saying? But it's all good, you know. We love the numbers because it helps us identify where we can make some money. And this is football is money. And we'll be remiss if we didn't help y'all make some too. All right. And whether you agree with that or not, this is why futures betting is different. Those are not 1 week bets. You know, those are not Sunday morning panic picks. These are season long bets. You're putting the ticket in before the season even starts, and you're betting on how the whole year is going to play out. Who wins the division? Who wins the conference? Who gets to go to the dance, the playoffs? You know, who goes over their win totals? Who falls short of them? And that means everything has to line up, right? Because if I'm saying a team is going to win a division, then I need to look at their win totals and ask, does this number match what I already believe? Because I can't say I love Houston to win the South and then be shocked when Houston, you know, win total is sitting at 9.5. I can't say I love Denver to win the AFC West, then ignore Denver sitting at 9.5. The division pick, the conference odds, and the win totals, they all tell a story. They have to all tell a story, right? They don't always have to give you the same exact answer, but they have to make sense together, man. So let's see if we can find some money in the win totals before we get out of here, all right? So when you're looking at win totals, this is very important, man. You know, you're not trying to bet every team over or under. There's too much stress. There's too much action. And our action ain't good action, right? You ain't got to touch every number on the board, right? You don't have to pick every team, you know, over or under. Just like on Sunday, you know, you don't have to bet on every game. Sometimes we like to do it just for the fun, just for the hell of it. But the goal is to find the numbers that line up with what you already believe, right? Find the teams where the football, the probability, and the number all make sense together. So let's go division by division again and, you know, find one number from each spot that we actually like. So let's see. AFC East, Buffalo sitting at 10.5. New England sitting at 9.5. Jets 5.5. Miami 4.5. And if I already have Buffalo in this division, then I'm looking straight at the Bills over 10.5. Right? Do I think Buffalo can get 11 wins? Yeah, of course I do. Especially in this division, right? If Buffalo is really the team to beat in the AFC East and Josh Allen is still the guy everybody has to go through, then 11 wins is not asking for too much. So in the AFC East, the one I like is Buffalo over 10.5. That lines up with the division pick. It lines up with the football, and it lines up with the probability, right? Now, if you want to go for the Dolphins over 4.5, or you know the Jets over their 5.5, and the Patriots, you know, you feel free to do what you want to do. You know what I'm talking about? I'm just trying to tell you how it lined up for us over here at Football is Money. All right. So let's go to the North and let's see if we can get one out of here. So we got Baltimore sitting at 11.5. Cincinnati sitting at 9.5. Pittsburgh 8.5. Cleveland 6.5. You know, I'll probably take Cleveland under 6.5 to tell you the truth. But you know, this is where you got to be careful though. You know, because just because I like Cincinnati to go over 9.5 doesn't automatically mean I have to take Baltimore under 11.5. You know, both things can be true. Cincinnati can go over 9.5, and Baltimore can still have a strong season and go over 11 games too. And Cincinnati can still win that division, right? I don't have to touch every number in the division. I just have to find the one that lines up with my read. You understand what I'm saying? And for me, that's Cincinnati over 9.5. I already picked the Bengals to win the division. So if I believe they're going to win the AFC North, I have to believe they can get at least 10 wins, right? And when I look at Cincinnati, I see a team that lost a lot of close games in the last years. You know, games that came down to 3 points, 6 points, right? One score games. And
these were games where the offense was scoring 30-plus points, but they just couldn't close it out because of the defense. Now you add the moves that they've made. You add more help on defense. You solidify the offense. You add pieces throughout the draft. The pieces that you brought in, I believe that is enough to flip some of those close losses into W's, man. So in the AFC North, the number I like is the Bengals over 9.5. Baltimore 11.5. I'm staying away from that one. Not because Baltimore can't get there, but just because I don't have to force that bet, right? The Bengals over 9.5 is the number that matches my projection through and through. And that's what I'm going with. Now let's slide down to the south side. All right, so we got Houston. They sitting at 9.5. Jacksonville, 9.5. The Colts, 8.5. Tennessee, 6.5. And this one connects right back to what we just said in the division segment, right? I like Houston to win the AFC South. So if Houston is my winner, I look at that 9.5 and say, can they get 10 wins? I mean, what they got, 13 last year? So, yeah, not just to say because they got 13 last year that you automatically get 13 again, but I believe they get 10. You know, they did the work around the quarterback. They made the moves. They tried to clean up the issues. And I believe they are the safest ticket to win a division. Houston over 9.5 makes sense. But I see Jacksonville sitting at 9.5 too. And that's worth paying attention to, right? Because I told you earlier, Jacksonville at plus 245 to win a division is the number that I understand and can get behind because they have a real path to winning that division. So if you like Jacksonville, I wouldn't be mad at Jacksonville over 9.5 either, right? But for the official pick here, I'm going to keep it lined up with my division winner and my Football is Money read. The AFC South, the number I like is Houston Texans over 9.5 wins. And Jacksonville over 9.5 win is the one I keep, I keep on the side and think about it too. But officially, H-Town over 9.5. Now let's go to the West. Kansas City sitting at 10.5. Chargers 10.5. Denver sitting at 9.5. And the Raiders all the way down at 5.5. And I want you guys to remember these numbers and these projections and go back and look at the 32 quarterback rankings that we did. These projections that Vegas just set out, they almost align perfectly with the projections and how we seen it, on the show that we did a few months ago, right? And this is why I love looking at win totals, after looking at the division odds, because if I already believe Denver can win the AFC, if I already believe these quarterbacks take a step, then that number stands out immediately. Denver, they was on the tear last year, man. They showed they can compete. They showed that they can win. They showed they not just some cute little story, you know what I'm saying? And now the market is still putting Kansas City and the Chargers ahead of them in this division. Come on, man. So Denver win total is sitting at 9.5. And that is where I think Vegas is slipping just a little bit. But we need Vegas to slip up a lot, right? Because if Denver is really my AFC West pick, then I got to believe they get 10 wins. So AFC West, the number I like is Denver over 9.5 wins. Kansas City over 10.5? I don't know. The Chargers over 10.5? I don't know. Those numbers feel a little tighter to me. But Denver over 9.5, it matches what I already believe about this division and this team, right? So here's the win total that I like right now. I got Buffalo over 10.5, Cincinnati over 9.5, Houston over 9.5, Denver over 9.5. See, we're trying to keep it right in that sweet spot. And we're going to track these. We're going to come back and revisit this at the end of the year. And again, that don't mean that every other number is a bad number. For the other 28 teams that we didn't pick. It don't mean that every team has to go under. It just means that These are the ones that line up with what I believe, right? That's how you have to approach the board, man. That's how you have to approach betting against Vegas. You don't need to bet every bet. You need the right bets. You got to find the numbers that make sense. Find the teams that match your football read. Find the spots where the probability is there, because all action ain't good action, man. You need the probability and you need the value. And over a full season, the ticket has to survive more than 1 week. It got to survive injuries. It got to survive schedules, division games, bad stretches where they just playing bad football, close losses, right? Unexpected wins. That's why you have to be selective in what you're picking. Vegas gives us the number. Football is money gives us the perspective, you know? And on these win totals, we're not trying to bet the whole board, right? We're just trying to find where the number matches the football, just like we do with everything else that pertains to Football is Money. All right. So before we get out of here, let me say this too. Now, I know we didn't really make this a fantasy episode, didn't really talk too much about it. We wasn't going player by player. We wasn't doing start sit talk, but everything we talked about today still matters for fantasy. Because when you look at win totals, when you look at division odds, when you look at conference odds, when you look at who Vegas believes in, you can start to get a feel for where the production might come from. You understand what I'm saying? Now, that don't mean that bad teams can't have fantasy players, because we know that they can. Garbage time points are real, right? A lot of fantasy weeks get saved by garbage time points. But when we talk about steady production, you know, we talking about weekly production, yards, receptions, touchdowns, offenses that can keep giving you value over the full season. So you usually want to look at teams that are expected to win games, teams that are expected to compete for division titles, teams that are expected to make playoff runs, because you usually don't get 10, 11, 12 wins without scoring points. And you're not going to score points without somebody getting yards, touchdowns, targets, carries, and plenty of opportunities. So that's why these numbers matter. You know, they don't just help you understand futures, right? They help you understand the football environment. They help you understand which teams might have the offenses that you want to invest in, right? Which teams might be stable, right? Which teams might be volatile, and which teams might be getting priced wrong by the market. So even if you're not betting every futures ticket, even if you're not touching every over under, pay attention to what these numbers are telling you, because odds, win totals, spreads, props, fantasy projections, it's all connected. It's all connected. It is all connected. That's why we say Vegas give us the price. Football is Money gonna give us the how-to. Football is Money give us the perspective. And if you learn how to read the board, you can start seeing the season before the season gets started. Who's with me? Now, before we get out of here, let me remind y'all one more time. The Football is Money Pick'em Pool Party is open. Come one, come all. No bikini, no swim trunks. Just bring your football IQ. This is a season-long event. We picking games against the spread every week. The payouts are weekly. We talking hundreds of dollars going out every week just for picking the right teams. Come on, man. Easy money, baby. So if you want in, go to footballismoney.com and lock in your spot. And for the fantasy leagues, the first 3 leagues are full. So we open up 3 more. If you want to play, don't wait. Get in where you fit in. Lock in your spot, man. And make sure that you're ready for the season. Drop your answers in the comments and let me know. Where did Vegas get the AFC wrong? Are you riding with Baltimore, Buffalo, Cincinnati, Denver, Houston, Chargers, Jacksonville, or whoever you got? Or do you see another ticket on the board that you want to talk about? Let me know what AFC futures bet you would make right now. So appreciate y'all for tapping in, man. Appreciate y'all for rocking with Football is Money. Once again, I am your host. They call me Boss. This is Football is Money, and we out. Boy, if you take one more time to play that music, boy, I'll tell you. Play the goddamn music.
I keep on telling you you don't come home from that town. I will be kicking
That's a wrap. Thanks for listening to Football is Money. Find every episode and more at footballismoney.com.
Come on.
Yo, welcome in, guys. We about to get started. We doing the live mock draft today. So just hang tight. Let me get everything situated. The rating. And we'll be on shortly. Yo.
Yo, though, what up? What up? Thank you for tuning in. Okay. Appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you. I don't know how long I've been talking without no volume. I don't know how long I've been talking without any volume. But let me back it up for a second. We got Michael Pittman, Josh Downs coming off the board. We got Bryce Young, Ricky Pearsall. Josh Downs, no, Spicy Brady was on an auto draft. But I see he kind of set his thing up after that. So hopefully when it comes back around to him, we can go ahead and get that, you know, he can go ahead and make his pick. Thomas, he's on. I just seen his light. I just seen his porch light come on. So he's here with us. Right? So hopefully he'll be making a pick here soon. And DGS, I know he's locked in, man. But like I was saying, I think I think the slow draft and the people that's taking the full time, like the 4 hours to make a pick, or even maybe even so have it auto pick, it's kind of dragging everybody else down. And so they start to go do something else and, forget, or, just kind of just forget that the draft is going on and slow it down all the way. But if everybody can make these picks and just make them back to back, it'll be okay. What league is this? I have to check that out later. These leagues are filling up. They filling up at a rapid pace. And I ain't gonna really be able to assess everything that's going on outside of this draft and this stream right now, man. So if you guys are listening and you tuned in and you paying and you joining these leagues, just know I'm gonna go check it and make sure, and I'm gonna put you as paid and update the league dues and all of that stuff after we get done with this, or when I have a chance to go check it out. But right now, we waiting on Thomas to make a pick. I thought I seen him flash his porch light on. Hopefully he'll be making the picks shortly. But this is around the time where you got to put a little more thought and time and consideration to these picks to try to see, what type of pick you making. But Jadarian Price right here in the 9th round, I think that was a great pickup for his last pick. And I'd be interested to see what he get next. I haven't been scouting any players because we got so much time. And it's not going to take me that much time to pick a player because I'm actually here. So even if I just wait until, everybody draft the player and then see what's left, it's not going to take me that much time. Because I'm used to drafting within 30 seconds, 60 seconds max. And I never build a queue, Hey, but appreciate you for letting me know my sound was out. Cause I don't know how long I was talking without any sound. And I know we going through a few things. We going through the draft. We watching old episodes and everything like that. I'm just trying to keep the stream going to where we not just sitting here watching this timer go down and getting aggravated by these guys not picking at a according pace, right? So. And, a lot of these episodes were good episodes, and I think a lot of you guys haven't seen most of them. Oh, that's the live. That's the live. So let's at least put something up here. And that's why I keep playing the music too, man. At least it's something that's going on while we wait. You know what I mean?
So just trying to keep it going. I don't really want too much dead time. I don't want too much dead air time. Fantasy football isn't won on your draft day. It's won by the decisions you make before you start drafting. And that's why we built the all-new Football is Money Draft Assistant. Whether you're drafted from the front, the middle, or the turn, the Draft Assistant helps you build a complete roster, identify value, and stay one step ahead of your league. So stop guessing and start drafting with a plan. Visit footballersmoney.com and check out our brand new Football is Money Draft Assistant today. Because every pick matters, because football is money. Yes, it is. All right. So, again, the draft assistant is in the beginning stages. Like, it's up and it's live right now at footballersmoney.com. But we still, working on the small, minute intricacies of the platform for the draft assistant. So just go check it out for now if you want to, man. We're gonna make sure we have it ready for your next draft. All right. And in the meantime, we're going to check out another show. We're gonna check out another episode. All right. Here we go. Here we go. So even if one of these guys, what's going on, everybody? Welcome back to Football is Money. I am your host. They call me Boss. And over here, we don't just talk football. We try to find some money. OTAs is wrapping up. My bad, gang. You know what I'm saying? And we ain't had no sound, so we're going to run it back. What's going on, everybody? Welcome back to Football is Money. I am your host. They call me Boss. And you know, over here, we don't just talk football. We try to find some money. OTAs is wrapping up. The mini camp is done. And the training camp is right around the corner, which means this is the time of season where everybody is about to be a superstar, right? You know, every practice clip going viral. Everybody's tuned into the wrong things, you know, and everybody got a hot take. But today, me and you, we're going to separate the hype from real value. We break it down. Denver Broncos running back room, Jeremy Bernard making noise in Pittsburgh, Jordan Mason's opportunity to take over the backfield in Minnesota, Patrick Mahomes is back practicing, and Brandon Ayuk situation keeps getting stranger by the day. And most importantly, we got to answer a couple of questions, right? What does this mean for football? What does this mean for my fantasy team? And can we make some money with this information? So let's get into it. We're going to hop into our first story, man. All right, let's head over to Denver because there have been a lot of talk about this Broncos running back room. And personally, I think it's a bigger football story for the Broncos than for your fantasy team. J.K. Dobbins is still my projected lead back. R.J. Harvey is your explosive change of pace runner who can make plays in the passing game. Then you got Jonah Coleman, who's starting to earn some attention because of what he brings in pass protection. So let's check out some of these, highlights from OTA. And I want you guys to put it in a proper perspective. I don't think Jonah Coleman is battling to become the featured back. His role is to protect Bo Nix, to pick up blitzes, and keep this offense on schedule. Every young quarterback needs a running back that he can trust in those situations, anytime, any day. The other thing fantasy managers need to remember is this. Sean Payton has never really been a one running back type of a head coach. If you play fantasy over the years, you already know how frustrating that can be, especially if you have one of his running back or one of his players. He likes to rotate backs, using different guys for different situations, and keeping everybody involved, right? And that's just how he always called his offense. So even if one of these guys start to separate a little bit, don't expect Sean Payton to suddenly give him 25 touches every week. That's probably not going to be how this backfield is going to operate. So from a fantasy standpoint, I'm still keeping my eyes on J.K. Dobbins. And, R.J. Harvey is the backup, right? Jonah Coleman, you can put him on your watch list, but not your draft board, all right? 8.5 hours. Yeah, let's just see what he does during training camp. Let's see what he looks like in the preseason. And then we will reevaluate when the picture becomes a little clearer. So don't chase the third running back in the committee before the committee is even established. And that's big facts. Big facts. All right, so now let's go from a crowded running back room to a rookie receiver who is starting to build some momentum. Okay, now let's head over to Pittsburgh because rookie receiver Jeremy Bernard is already getting some buzz in minicamp. And honestly, I understand why. From everything we've hearing, he's off to a really great start. Now, from a football standpoint, I think the kid can play, right? I think he can carve out a role early in this Steelers offense. He's showing the coaches enough already to earn more opportunities. And that's exactly what you want to see from a young receiver. But here's where the fantasy conversation gets a little tricky, right? I don't think the question is whether Jeremy Bernard is good enough. I think the question is whether the quarterback situation is good enough, right? To consistently get him the football. If Aaron Rodgers comes in and has one of his more vintage Aaron Rodgers seasons on his farewell tour, then, the conversation could change completely. But until we see that happen, I'm not expecting immediate fantasy production every single week from the young guy, right? For me, this is a much better dynasty story than it is a redraft story. If you're in a dynasty league, I like grabbing him now while the price is still low. But you got to put him on your Texas squad and be patient and let the situation develop. You understand what I'm saying? So,
That's cool.
and they're usually going to take a little time, right? In redraft leagues, though, I'm probably watching more than I'm drafting, just to be honest. I want to see how his role develops. I want to see how the quarterback play looks. I want to see if he starts becoming a consistent part of the offense every week. You know, the talent isn't what I'm questioning. The timeline is. And sometimes you got the right player in the wrong fantasy situation. And patience end up being the winning strategy. So like I say, the talent isn't what I'm questioning. It's the timeline. But let's go ahead and check out some of his highlights and see what they got going on out here in Pittsburgh.
Come back to the ball. Cut down the flight. Cut down the flight of the ball. So look, you pop up.
All right, nice work, my boy. Now let's stay in the fantasy world because I think one of the biggest breakout running backs anyway, is going to be in Minnesota this year. I'm talking about Jordan Mason, man. Let's talk about one that that I've been thinking about for a long time. I've been thinking this is going to happen for a while. In Minnesota, I think we finally will see the transition from Aaron Jones to Jordan Mason. I believe Jordan Mason is in a position to take over this Vikings backfield. Aaron Jones have been, a productive player throughout his career, but this feels like the point where Minnesota start handing more of the workload to the younger, more physical running back. So let's check him out in minicamp and see what he got going on the slim screen right here. Right? So Jordan Mason, he already shown that he can handle a heavy workload. He had to do it last year when Aaron Jones was hurt. He runs hard. He finishes his runs, and he consistently falls forward, right? Those are the kinds of back coaches love because they keep an offense on schedule. Hey, yo. We got action. We got to stop and see what's going on. Okay, let's see what we got. We got Danny Dimes go. DGS get Danny Dimes. And Dallas Goedert goes next with Thomas. And now we have Dirty Birds up on the board right now. Who will he get? Let me put that up there so y'all can see. We almost ready to cut the camera back on. I just wanted to get a full charge, so when I do cut it back on, it doesn't die out on us again. You know what I'm saying? And something else too, man. We're gonna take a sneak peek inside of Wednesday's show. We're gonna take a sneak peek inside of Wednesday's show. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna make sure we bring some of that to you guys as well. You know, if my people allow me to. I can't make any promises, but we're gonna see if we can bring you guys a sneak peek of Wednesday's show. All right. And let's just hope Dirty Birds, let's see, anybody reached out to him. Maybe he need a nudge. You know what I'm saying? Maybe he needs a nudge. Hey, my boy, wake up. Get your head in the game. And he got a double up right here. So he got this 1103 and then he have 1104. Because you got to look at this little tab right here at the bottom. That's the pick that he traded for. So he's going to double up.
Yeah. And right here, our Savior double up. So, he got both of these guys talking about believing. Yeah, talk about believing, Jay. Hey, man, I got faith that we can make it through this draft today. Look all the progress we made. We went from Jackson Dart at 403 and we all the way at 1103. Okay? You talking about 7 rounds. We did that. And it's been excruciating. It's been slow. It's been agonizing. It's been all of the adjectives you can think of to describe any type of torture. All right? It's been all of those things. But we still have a chance to finish this tonight. Please, guys, let's finish this tonight. Because we still got other work we got to do. You know what I mean? So let's go. Push the goddamn button, old dirty. You on them old dirty birds. Goddamn, man. Come on, get up in there, man. So we can go check. My man, Hype B. What's up, man? My man, Hype B. What's up, man? Thank you for tuning in, my boy. Thank you for tuning in, bro. We in the middle of a live draft for the Football is Money 4D Fantasy League. We've been streaming for 8 hours and 33 minutes and 25 seconds and counting. All right? We're going to try to go all the way to 10 o'clock to the pause. Or hopefully the draft ends before then. If not, we're going to go till 10. That's when the draft pauses. But everybody can still make picks. Hopefully they do, the ones that's tuned in. But yeah, we only got, about 6.5 rounds to go. 7 rounds. 7.5 rounds to go, which, we got through these while everybody was at work and preoccupied or whatever. Hopefully now, man, it's later in the evening, even on the West Coast time, people should be getting off and turning on that sleeper app. Yeah. And getting tuned into this Football is Money 4D Fantasy Draft. We live, baby. We live. My camera died, but I'm still here. You know what I'm saying? You can't see me, but you can hear me. But in a minute, you're going to be able to hear me and see me. Just stick with me. But right now, while we wait on Old Dirty Birds, we're going to continue watching one of our shows that we was, just tuning into. And also, man, we're gonna give you guys a sneak peek at the show that's gonna come out this Wednesday at 6:30 p.m. Central Standard Time, because that's where we are. We are in Texas, D-Town to be exact. All right. 3 or more. Now, I don't think Aaron Jones is gonna disappear completely or anything like that. He's still gonna have a role. He's still a valuable veteran player, especially on passing downs and in certain situations. But if we're talking about who I expect to lead the backfield in carries as the season goes on, I think it's gonna be Jordan Mason, right? From a fantasy standpoint, this is one of those situations I'm buying into. If Jordan Mason continues to separate himself during training camp and the preseason, I think he has a chance to outperform the Aaron Jones, right? And Aaron Jones, he'll become more of a depth piece.
or a matchup play, while Mason has the upside to become the every week starter in this offense. And, you know, sometimes NFL teams tell you what they're planning before they actually do it. And to me, all the signs are pointing towards Minnesota making Jordan Mason the guy. Now, we just need to see it play out once the games start, all right? So don't wait until the depth chart officially changes. Pay attention to where the momentum is going, because that's where fantasy value is created. Now, this is another reason why we watch these mini camps and we try to keep up with the stories, because if you go into the season thinking that last year running back is still going to be this year's starting running back, then you've already set yourself up to be behind, right? So keep your ear to the cleats, you dig, and make sure you understand what's going on out here, all right? All right, so we're going to take a quick second to acknowledge one of our partners. Just stay with us, man. We'll be right back. Hey, if you're looking to upgrade your football setup, your podcast studio, or even your fantasy football draft room, check out the Football is Money Amazon storefront. We put together the equipment that we actually use and recommend, and every purchase through our link helps support the channel at no extra cost to you. You'll find the link in our show description. Shop Amazon at Football is Money. All right, so we're going to talk about Brandon Ayuk real quick, man. All right, so I want to get straight to it.
And if I'm crazy or if I'm capping, so them boys cut me today. And I'll sign with the Commanders tomorrow. And we'll see who capping. And if I'm crazy or if I'm capping.
Hey, man, so look, if y'all understand what's going on, it's a lot of drama with Brandon Ayuk and his situation right now. This situation might be one of the wildest offseason stories right now. You got a talented receiver, no clear landing spot. You got trade rumors, Commanders talk, 49er drama, and then social media stuff keep adding fuel to the fire. So from a fantasy standpoint, man, I'm staying away from Brandon Ayuk for now. I can't draft uncertainty. We don't know where he's playing. We don't know what kind of role he's walking into. We haven't even seen him play meaningful football in a very long time. And this is where the business side matters. When millions of dollars are on the line, you can't handle your business online. You ain't hear what I said. Let me say it again, man. I said when you got millions of dollars on the line, you can't handle your business online. You understand? This is crazy. Everybody has issues with their teams. Everybody has contract problems. Everybody feels disrespected when it's time to renegotiate. You know what I'm saying? But the players who last in this league, they know how to move like professionals. So that's my concern with Ayuk right now. It's not the talent, it's trust. Can a team trust you? Can fantasy managers trust you? Can you come in, learn the offense, stay focused and produce, and don't be a distraction, right? I'm not saying the talent disappeared, but talent by itself doesn't win you fantasy weeks. You need opportunity, stability, quarterback play, health, and the role matters too. So for me, Brandon Ayuk is not a draft board guy right now. He's a watch guy, and you got to watch just to see if he's just going full AB right now and just talk himself out of the NFL altogether. You know what I mean? So we'll see if he get on the team and see what he do, then we can revisit it. But right now, I'm not paying for the name with the situation this messy, right? Yeah, your talent gets you drafted, but your trust keeps you valuable. And until we know the team, until we know the role, until we know the mindset that this guy's going into this season with, I'm not putting Brandon Ayuk on my fantasy roster unless it's late rounds and in a deep league, for sure. Honestly. Now let's check out one more clip from him because I just want you guys to see the full crash out. It's real. Let me try to.
Let me make me little so I can put this mess up on the screen. Yeah. Yeah, let me put this up here on the screen, man. It's just, it's like, it almost make you wonder, is he there all the way mentally? What's going on here, BA? BA turning to AB. Okay. We're gonna hit pause on that for a second, just for a quick second, man. We're gonna get back to it. We'll get back to it. Let's go check out and see what's going on in the sleeper fantasy, the live draft. So we got Dallas Goddard that just came off the board. So look like we have a trade. Your boy Iron Man, no dirty birds. Obviously I'm gonna process it, but I just want to look at it. I just want to evaluate it and see what's going on. So your boy Iron Man, he's gonna get the 1104, 1303, 1210, 1103. And he's gonna send away the 917 and the 10. Okay. Both parties accepted. All I have to do is process it. No vetoes, my boy. No vetoes. Get out. All right, so it's still old dirty bird. So that is what this time is supposed to be used for. To do this right here. You know what I'm saying? Process trades, communicate with whoever you're trying to communicate with, talk to your commish, and you know what I'm saying, make sure everything gets processed, and then you evaluate how you want to use these next few picks. He got him a double up. That's awesome. All right. That's cool. And we thought he was, wasn't tuned in for a second, right? And now, he finna get him a double up right there and turn back around, got a few more extra picks. So that's what's up. That's what's up. So you start to see a few more trades going. So make sure you keep that in mind as we evaluate these picks and what everybody has going on. It's not as much trading as I thought would be going on, but this is a redraft. If there was a dynasty league, you would see a lot more trading going on. But yeah, it's good. It's good. Now we're just waiting for him to see who, he traded them to this guy, your boy Iron Man. And Iron Man, he's trying to, I guess he's contemplating his plan. So he's gonna have 1, 2, 3 picks in this round, but he sold this 10th pick, the 10th pick, in order to at least be able to do something. The 9th and the 10th pick, so he's gonna get his 3 here, he's gonna get 2 here, he's gonna get 2 there in this round. And that's what you got to do sometimes to try to capitalize, especially like it's a lot of talent still left right here in these rounds. Everybody think all the talent and everything we need is gone up here in these first few rounds, but the real managers win leagues around here. You know what I'm saying? All through here. These are where the real value piece is going to come in. And if you can read the league right, not read the room right, you try to read the league right. Bronco, his porch light is on. Is he gonna cut his auto off, or is he just reconfiguring his queue? I think he's just reconfiguring his queue. So it seems to be that he is pleased with everything that he has accomplished in this draft, and it's not a bad team. Three quarterbacks. We just have to see what it do. What it do, baby. Oh man, I feel like I got forever for my draft come back. 4 running backs, 3 receivers, 2 quarterbacks, 1 tight end. And as we look at the board, I don't see any defense or kickers. I don't see any of them. Okay, so as we wait for your boy Iron Man to calculate, he's got these next back-to-back picks. Hopefully it doesn't take 20 minutes for each pick. Oh, okay, look at that. Hunter Henry comes off the board to your boy Iron Man. Yeah, boy Iron Man. Now, who will he pick again? Just so we can highlight all of his picks. Shout out to Old Dirty. Rachaad White, newly acquired by the Washington Commanders. Nice. So he goes with tight end, running back. And he needed a tight end. And an extra running back wouldn't hurt him. Okay. Good shit, your boy. Good shit, man. So what we got next? Spicy Brady. I think he's been on auto. Auto. So we're going to cut away. Let me go get the scene ready. If I can get my mouse to cooperate with me.
You know, like them kids when they don't get picked for the basketball game at the court. But they the ones that brought the ball. So they like, all right, y'all don't want to pick me? I'm taking my ball. I'm going home. Ass boys. Little ass boys. Or like when your kid, he got this one toy, but he don't really know how to use it correctly. So somebody else about to pick it up and play with it. And they like, oh yeah, this shit litty. And they like, wait, hold on, that's my toy. Ass boy, little ass boy. Man, stop running from the belt. The belt coming. You scared, they scared. The truth is, they scared. They know how I get. They gonna say, oh yeah, BA did this, BA did that. BA did, you know that shit allegedly. But what they not gonna say is BA suck at football because they know how I get. And they running from that belt that's on the way. It's inevitable.
Hey man, I don't know what happened. Don't know, don't have a clue, honestly, deep down. But I know you just being a good football player, it's not always just gonna be the end all to be all. When you causing distraction like this, I'm telling you right now, teams ain't gonna want to deal with you. They not gonna want to deal with you when you're doing this online, man. So I don't know if he's having some type of mental breakdown or if it's just a big issue like this that's forcing him to act in this way. But whatever the issue is, I hope you get it rectified, my boy. I hope everything all right with you. And we want to see you back on the field. So get your mind right so you can get your money right. You know what I'm saying? So you can get us right. All right? Good luck. Hey, man. Either pay the man or let him go get paid somewhere else. Bottom line. You feel me? Now, we're gonna end this show with one of the biggest updates of the week. When a quarterback of this stature comes back to the practice field, it changes the outlook of an entire conference. All right, so the last story we're going to talk about before we wrap is going to be Patrick Mahomes is back on the football field, right? He's back out there. He's playing, he's throwing passes, he's running. And it's great to see him back on the field. You can tell he's still working his way back physically, right? But the important part is that he's out there. You know, it's only the beginning of July, right? Which gives him plenty of time before week 1 to continue rehabbing and get back to full speed, man. Last season wasn't up to the standard that we've come to expect from Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs. And that's exactly why I think this team comes into this season with a chip on the shoulder. You know, when you got one of the greatest quarterbacks in the league coming off a disappointing year by his standards, history says they are usually motivated to respond. And a healthy Patrick Mahomes immediately changes the conversation in the AFC West. You can never overlook Kansas City when number 15 is on the field, man. So, fantasy-wise, I haven't been as high on Patrick Mahomes and the Kansas City Chiefs skill players over the last couple of years because of the production. You know, it haven't matched the draft cost, honestly. But this season, it could be different. If the running game with Kenneth Walker, K-Trey, if it takes a step forward and offense become more balanced, that opens up everything for Patrick Mahomes, right? A stronger ground game means more play action, more explosive plays, and more opportunities for the offense on that team, right? So I'm not saying go reach for the Kansas City Chiefs players, but I'm definitely moving them back up my board compared to where I had them a few months ago, right? When we thought Patrick Mahomes was going to be out for at least 6 to 8 weeks. So from a betting standpoint, this is why you have to stay current. A healthy Patrick Mahomes changes power rankings. It changes division projections and the win total conversation. If the market is still priced at Kansas City based on last year's disappointment, there could be a little value there, all right? And that's exactly what we're looking at. Not betting the logo, but betting when the number doesn't match the football. You got to find these sweet spots. So one thing we've always said on this show is that football is constantly changing, man. Every week there's new information, right? And that's exactly what we're looking for, you know. You got to be tuned into it. Every week it's going to be something new. And your job isn't to stick to old information. It's to evaluate the new information and adjust accordingly, right? That's how you win fantasy. That's how you win your betting slips and find value. And that's how you stay ahead of everybody else. The best football minds are not the ones who never change their opinion or change their mind, right? They're the ones who know when to change it, right? You got to. So the baby goat is back. The AFC West just got a whole lot more interesting. And while I'm still leaning towards Cincinnati as my AFC pick, I fully expect Kansas City to be right back in the conversation and competing for another division title, all right? I really like the fact that we got Patrick Mahomes back on the field. He's out here running around. He's looking good, you know. And like I say, football ain't football without 15 out there, right? The lesson here is simple. You know what I mean? It's real simple. New information should lead to new evaluation. I can't stress that enough. The people who win fantasy league and cash betting tickets, they're not the ones who get stuck on their opinions, who don't want to change their mind. They're the ones who know when to change their mind. Probably change their mind too much because you moving according to what you know, what the information that says. So don't fall in love with your opinion, man. You try to fall in love with getting the evaluation right. All right. So today's show, it wasn't about 5 different stories. You know, it was about one idea. Every headline deserves context. You know, you got to put it in the proper perspective. Every breakout deserves proof. So when they talking about, you know, this is the next guy, you know, go check it out for yourself. It ain't too much work to go and research. Go see what the coach say. Every rumor deserves patience because, you know, it could have just had a good day. Is it going to be able to keep that going on day in and day out? That's going to earn them a significant role. And if you can separate football value from fantasy value and separate fantasy value from betting value, you'll put yourself in a position to make better decisions all season long. And that's the mission over here at Football is Money. You know, stay informed so we can get something going, all right? And now I want to hear from y'all, man. Which one of these stories do you think is going to have the biggest impact this season? You know, drop the takes in the comment because we'll cover the best ones. You know, we're going to stay tuned in with all the stories, but you know what I'm saying? I'm trying to bring you guys the real-time information. And before we get out of here, man, I got a quick message from Football is Money, so stay tuned. And if you are enjoying today's show, make sure you hit that like button, subscribe to the channel, and head over to footballismoney.com. That's where you'll find our fantasy football leagues, our pick 'em pool party, Football is Money Plus, and everything else we got going on this season. So head over to footballismoney.com after the episode ends, though. All right, man. So I appreciate every single one of y'all for rocking with me this evening. Training camp is almost here, which means that the real evaluations are just around the corner, right? We'll be here every step of the way trying to, you know, make sure you get to the promised land. All right, we're going to be breaking down stories that actually matter for fantasy football, for your betting slips, and, you know, just what matters for the football community. Until next time, man, keep studying, keep trusting your evaluation, and, you know, stay tuned in, man. I'm your host. They call me Boss. This is Football is Money, and we out. Okay, all right. So we got a cut from this. The episode is over with. I'm going to spare you guys of the outro music, and we have to go and see what's going on in our league, all right? We have some updates. So since the last time we was here, we had Hunter Henry, we had Rashad White, then we had Chris Godwin. Brandon Aubrey becomes the first kicker off the board by Tinkerbell in the 11th round, 6th pick. After that, Jaden Higgins comes off. Then we have our first defense from Bronco. He takes the Broncos. How ironic. All right, now Bash is up. He took Cam Ward. See, I think we kind of missed some of these picks right here. But, you know, we're going to go back over all of them. Because I see Malik Willis. I don't remember seeing him come off the board. Aaron Jones. Daniel Jones, Dallas got Hunter Henry. Okay. I guess we kind of just skipped along a few of these picks. But, you know, we're going to go back over everything. You know, we're making progress, and I love it. Let's go. I'm too crunk up, you know what I'm saying? Let's go. All right. So we got Bash on the clock right now. What will he do? And I am after him. So I'm not ready to start loading my bench up. I got a running back. In my flicks. So we want to diversify our portfolio. Let's just go and check out the talent that's still here. We're going to go to all. Just so we can see everything before we isolate each division. And, you know, this is good. I'm happy nobody drafted Fernando Mendoza. Not that I'm hating on the young fella, but, you know, when I see people drafting Fernando Mendoza, you know, especially I done seen people draft him in the early rounds. Even though it's a dynasty, I don't know. I'm not sold on it just yet, especially, you know, no early round picks. But, you know, we going into the 11th round. And the back of the 11th, going into the 12th round, he's still here. You know, that just gives me hope about this league. You know, they understand a few things. They not just going with the hype. Right. So I'm gonna go ahead and tell you right now. I'm gonna get my backup tight end here. If Brent Strange is still here, I'm gonna get my backup tight end. And I know I got BTJ already, you know, and I try to stay away from having multiple players from the same team. But this would be, I feel like this would be too good of a value pick to let go. You know what I'm saying? Because he could possibly even be my number one tight end. I just had to get one just to make sure that I wasn't losing out on nothing. And you know how many times Isaiah Likely stole touchdowns from Mark Andrews? I don't think we'll have to deal with that now. But even still, Skid Mark Andrews have disappointed all of us plenty of times in the past. And I think Brenton Strange would be a good tight end because, you know, when these teams, when they play these guys and when they pay them massive contracts, they're going to make sure that they utilize them. So Brenton Strange, he's still a starting tight end, you know what I'm saying? And even if Skid Mark Andrews pop and he starts to do his thing, or either both of them do what they're supposed to do, one of these guys can become a trade asset. And, you know, I can always try to steal another guy off the list. We still got Isaiah Likely on here. You know, I'm not opposed to getting him, right? So, you know, it's still a lot of talent on this draft board, man. We still got Zach Charbonnet. That's gonna be a good late, like at the back of the season when he comes back, you know, and go off for you. You got Casey Concepcion. I think he's gonna get a few reps this year, you know, because the receiver room in Cleveland is under a major transition. Cleveland is under a major transition, and I think once they weed Deshaun Watson out and go ahead and run with the new face, the new era of this Browns football team, they'll be in a better situation. But right now, they got to justify playing Deshaun Watson. And I'm telling you, for all that money that they paying him, Deshaun, if he's healthy, he's going to be on the field, man. Because nobody want to trade for him. There's too much money for fucking liability. All right? And that's just how I see it, man. We still got Jacoby Brissett. He's going to be a starter quarterback, man. We got Shadur Sanders, Alvin Kamara, RB2 for the Saints, not for your team. Hey, my man Debo done fell from grace all the way. I told y'all about that last year. Travis Hunter still on there. It's not an IDP league, and no one has any faith in his receiving capability. So he's still on the list. Geno Smith. I told you, bro, ain't nobody going to draft Geno. I don't even think a Jet would draft Geno. Adonai Mitchell, Kayshon Boutte, that's the guy you was talking about earlier as well. And I think a lot of these guys might go undrafted. Look at Isaiah Pacheco down here. He's going to be replacing David Montgomery with the Detroit Lions backfield. I think that's going to be a major asset for the Lions. You know what I'm saying? He didn't fit Kansas City, but I think he'll fit in just good with the Lions. Sean Tucker. Think he's going to get some work. He's going to get some work in. Justin Fields could have a little bit more playing time this year, man, especially if that knee on Mahomes, or what is his leg? I think it's his knee. He had a knee brace on, but whatever that injury is that's been pegging him, if it consists, you know what I'm saying, Justin Fields could come in and try to relieve the day, man. I think with good coaching in a good situation, Justin Fields could probably be a better quarterback than what we've seen from him in the past. Najee Rumba. Jeremy Bernard, we were just talking about him in one of the previous episodes. Jalen Milroe, if it was a dynasty, I'd definitely pick him up. Remember, we all had hopes in Brashard Smith last year and Torrey Hort. Kurt Cole, all the way down here, he should at least start the first few games for the Raiders. Yeah, I'm just going down this list and just looking at people, man. Not to say nothing about anything. I'm just looking with my looking ass. You see how far we was down that list? You see how far we was down that list? Fernando Mendoza ranked 39, still on the board. We at 1109. Hey, man, shout out to my league mates for not fucking with the ADP, man. Like, you got enough sense to say, you know what, y'all don't know nothing. Whoever put that right there don't know shit. You know what I'm saying? And they give me faith in my league mates. You know what I'm saying? Good shit. All right. All right, so while we wait for my boy Bash, wait a minute. Have anybody reached out to him? Nobody reached out to my boy Bash. Let me hit him and see if we can get him to drafting. Let's see what these guys been talking about. I think we did go over this trade, right? Yeah, we went over. Yeah, these guys very active. Can't ask for a better league. You know. All right, so we're gonna go back and finish watching the episode we was tuned in to. What we was watching. Oh, we at the end of this episode, so we gotta find us another one. You know, we got plenty of them, man. We have plenty of them. And they just to fill in the time in between these draft selections. So let's see what we got. Let's see, we could talk about one. Look at one of our older. Are we on? Let's see, what's this? Why most playoff bets fail. I think this was right after the playoffs, pretty much. And we did this one. This is one of our older episodes. You know, we've been growing ever since. So when we started the Football is Money, it was just a podcast, audio podcast, and gradually, you know, we transitioned into, you know, YouTube doing video, and then we just try to keep building on top of that. We got the website, and we got all these other things we got going on. And we're just trying to keep growing on top of what we already established. So some of the episodes from long ago look a little different from the ones that you see today. But, you know, at the same time, it shows our evolution. All right. Are we on? All right, let's get it. So look, most people don't lose money because they don't understand football. They lose money because they don't know how to think when the pressure shows up. So this ain't about picks. It's about decision making when the margin gets thin.
This is Football is Money. I'm your host, they call me Boss, and this is how you survive when the game tightens up. This is the part most bettors never want to confront. It's rarely the picks that break you. It's your response when the game drifts away from the script that you imagine. Playoff football exposes that immediately. Nothing plays clean in January. Drive stall. Whistles go silent. Play calling, tightens up. And one moment can swing the entire outcome. That's why this week, more than any other week, betting perfection is a mistake. Structure is what survives here. People lose money in the playoffs because they keep demanding dominance instead of accounting for survival. They lay heavy numbers, they chase separation, they fall in love with narratives instead of margins. Then one missed tackle or one late score hits, and suddenly the ticket feels unfair, when in reality, it just wasn't built to withstand variance. You understand what I'm saying? So, if your bet only wins when everything goes right, then that's not a good bet. It's kind of fragile. Playoff football isn't designed for perfection. It's designed for chaos. Missed tackles, late scores, one mistake that can change everything. So if your ticket can't survive discomfort, it was never solid to begin with, right? This is why teasers, money line, and margin control matter in January. Not because it's exciting, not because they promise the biggest payout, but because they absorb the chaos. So when you work through key numbers, when you reduce the ways a ticket can fall apart, Okay, all right. So we got to cut away. And we have to go. We got to go back to our draft room, man, and kind of see what's going on. So our pick that we was gonna get, we just talked about this, was gonna be Brenton Strange. And strange enough, no pun intended, he was taken right before me, right under my nose. So, did my league mate do what I wanted him to do, or did he go against my wishes and do something else? I'm going to take Isaiah Likely. Give me Zay, man. I think with John Harbaugh, man, he's going to pop. He's going to be the number one tight end out there. Theo Johnson, a little older. John Harbaugh, he really likes Isaiah Likely. And for him to fall to me at the end of the 11th round, I think that is huge value for a tight end too. And now I can have Mark Andrews and Isaiah Likely, and I don't have to worry about them canceling each other out for once. This is awesome. So I really like my tight end room. Just probably my favorite room out of everything. I mean, outside of my running back room, obviously. Now I look at it, shit, I like all my rooms, you know what I mean? I like all of them. So I got my backup tight end, I got backup running backs. We're gonna go and try to get some receiver depth. There go Fernando Mendoza. Fernando Mendoza is his QB2. All right, I'm gonna hold all opinions. I shall hold all opinions. Let me see what these goes. Let me see what these guys talking about. Yeah, the first kicker, Brandon Aubrey, the best kicker, right? All right, I'm just gonna respond to this before I continue on what I was doing. So Fernando Mendoza, he gets him. So what you gonna do next, my boy?
And I'm gonna tell you what I'm doing. I'm gonna give me a receiver. Not the best player up, not none of that. I'm going to get me a receiver. And I'm gonna get me a young guy. And I know you see me strolling down, because I'm not finna get Jacoby Myers. I'm not gonna get Jordan Addison. I'm not gonna get Stephon Diggs. Don't even know why he's here. He doesn't even have a team. Romeo Dobbs, big helmet. I'm not going to get him. Jaden Reed, number 2 or number 3, or maybe even number 1 in Green Bay. We don't know. Ain't nobody got time for that. Khalil Shakir, man, if we can't wait on him no more. Juwan Jennings, new situation, but he still got to come behind Justin Jefferson, Jordan Addison, and maybe he can get a couple of Jordan Addison's looks. But I don't know. Xavier Worthy, no. Casey Concepcion. I like this guy right here. I like this pick. But if I'm going to bet on a Cleveland receiver, I would much rather go with Denzel Boston. So this is the upside time, right? You know what I'm saying? And I'm not going to get a defense right now. I like the Rams. I like the Broncos. I could take the Texans right now. But I'm going to tell y'all something. Even if I don't get a defense in this draft, I know the defense that I want and I think going to be good. And nobody think the same. You know what I'm saying? It's going to still be there. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not worried about a defense. I'm really not worried about a defense. But I got to get a kicker. So the question is, can I wait on any of these guys, which the guys that I'm looking at is down here? And I don't know if anybody gonna scroll down this far, you know what I'm saying? You know, so should I take my kicker right now, or should I continue building my depth pieces? Can somebody help me out? Kirko Chains with Mendoza. That's what you got going on, man. Ain't got Kirko and Mendoza. Almost made me nervous for a second. You would? You would get Kirko and Fernando? Man, I want to stay away from everything Las Vegas right now. Everything. Just because, you know, like, if it was the Dynasty League, and I know if it was the Dynasty League, man, people would be drafting Fernando Mendoza a little bit higher. But I still wouldn't even, I wouldn't even go that route. But I would understand getting him somewhere in a Dynasty League, but not where he's been drafted. Because he's been drafted too high in these Dynasty League. And it's mad crazy, yo. It's mad crazy, yo. Yes, sir. So we still here, man. We still here. 100. I feel you. I feel you, Alpha. Straight up. And that's what it's kind of like what we talk about all the time. You know what I'm saying? Your eye test needs to be the filters at some point in time. You can take the information in, you can take in the stats, you can take in the projections, you can take in the rankings, the expectations, you can take in all of that stuff. But at some point in time, you have to be the deciding factor as to how you want your fantasy league to go. You know what I'm saying? And we all have notions, we all have ideas or
things we think is going to happen throughout the season, and that's what we're betting on when we're making these picks and when we're going with these strategies and when we're trying to do everything that we're trying to do. And like I say, man, I hope everybody projections hit. I hope all your parlay slips cash. You know what I'm saying? I hope your favorite team win every week. You know, long as they not playing my team and long as your fantasy players ain't playing mine. You know what I'm saying? Outside of that, I wish the best. I want everybody to win long as they ain't winning against me. And I hope they don't make me, you know, kind of messed up in the head. Because I hope we all feel the same way. Word to my mother. All right, so let's go back and see what's going on. Man, my boy Bash been at work all day. God damn. Come on, Dave. You just took Fernando. Pretty rapid though. Oh, bars. Yeah, but you took him pretty rapid though. I mean, I figured you was ready for your next pick. You can't take Fernando Mendoza that fast and got to think about the next pick. Shit, let's get it. Push the goddamn button. All right. I'm going to get my drops together one of these days. One of these days. Let's see. Hey, you got to understand, Bash has been on everybody's ass pause. You know what I'm saying? He's been on everybody's case about drafting Rapido, you know what I'm saying, and making sure we get this draft done in a timely manner. So to see my boy not drafting at a rapid pace, man, it's kind of, and the whole league is, you know, is seeing it as well, you know what I mean? So it's like, hey, you can't talk all that shit, man, and be the one that's holding us up. You can't talk all that shit and still be the one that's holding us up. All right? So while we wait for Bash, I'm pretty sure he'll be tuned in real soon. I'm gonna hop on my phone and I'm gonna add him in the draft chat. You stop asking for separation and start asking for stability. Then you betting with clarity, awareness. You understand what I'm saying? Being calm beats being in a panic mode. Having structure beats just betting off of impulse. And having control beats just reacting to what you've seen, right? Here's where the overlap becomes obvious. The same thing that causes bets to unravel in the playoffs are the same thing that causes teams to unravel in the playoffs. It's not ability. It's not preparation. It's what happens after something goes wrong. That's where the mindset stops being abstract and becomes football. So watch these playoff games very closely. The team that advances, they're not mistake-free. They're recovery efficient. A drop doesn't snowball into 3 bad plays. A blown coverage doesn't trigger panic. A missed kick doesn't derail the plan. They simply reset, they align, and run the next snap. That's regulation. The team that go home start chasing their mistakes. You'll start seeing quarterbacks pressing to get it back. Coordinators abandon their balance too early. You know, defenders guessing instead of trusting their assignments. Not because they forgot where they're supposed to be or how to call plays, but because emotion took over their mind. And that's the parallel. What ends seasons in January is the same thing that drains some of the best bettors, fantasy managers, and, people in real life, reacting instead of regulating. Pressure doesn't need commentary, it demands composure. And composure isn't quiet confidence, it's executing the same responsibility even while it's uncomfortable. That's why the best playoff teams look boring in big moments. They don't reach, they don't rush, they don't flinch, they trust the structure. Because structure holds up even when chaos shows up. So whether it's a late drive, a swinging bet, or a moment that doesn't go your way, you don't need a new plan. You just need command of the next snap. That's football. That's mindset. And the teams and the people that move on, they don't react faster. They recover faster. And that's the edge that you need. I'm your host. They call me Boss. This is Football is Money, and we are.
That's a wrap. Thanks for listening to Football is Money. Find every episode and more at footballismoney.com.
Fantasy season don't usually end with one bad moment. They end with a series of bad decisions that eventually catches up. Missed signals, late reactions, and choices that didn't match what was actually happening on the football field. A lot of times you lose because fantasy exposed how you think under pressure. And I know that that's uncomfortable for a lot of people, but if your season ended earlier than you expected, this episode is going to tell you exactly why. I'm your host. They call me Boss. This is Football is Money, and let's get straight to it. And let's have a real conversation. Look, fantasy football is not just a game. It's a decision simulator. Every week, it asks you the same question, but in different ways. Can you separate emotion from execution? And this past season answered that question for everybody. Some of y'all trusted names over usage. Some of us stayed loyal instead of staying sharp. And we all saw the same signs and ignored them, So fantasy didn't trick anybody. Fantasy shows us exactly who we are when it's time to decide, all right? And one thing you have to remember is fantasy doesn't punish effort. It punishes hesitation. It punishes ego. And it punishes loyalty. The best fantasy managers, they're not smarter. They are faster at adjusting. They don't argue with the information. They just take it and move accordingly. So, what exactly did this season teach us? Number one, the biggest lie fantasy told us this year was where you drafted somebody matters after October. It doesn't. Once the season starts, your draft is just history. Production is the only currency. Holding on to a name because of where you drafted them, that's how seasons die quietly, truth be told. Number two, injuries aren't an excuse. It's a skill check because everybody deals with injuries. The difference is what you do next. Some managers panic, some managers freeze, and some managers adapt. Waiver wire winners are not just lucky, they paying attention. 3, inconsistency is more dangerous than a bad game because one bad week won't kill you, but ignoring a trend will. Fantasy rewards pattern recognition, not hope. The moment you just start saying this guy is due for a breakout game, you already cooked. Straight up. Fantasy football showed us something bigger than stats this year. It showed us that preparation gets you in the door, but discipline is what keeps you alive. It showed us who checks usage, who tracks opportunity, and who just explains losses afterwards. Fantasy didn't humble you, it measured you. All right. And this is exactly why we launching the Football is Money Fantasy Training League. You know, it's not for my experts. This is for the people who actually want to understand what's happening before it happened. Beginners, casuals, intermediate players who are tired of just guessing. It's limited spots. We got real reps. It's real learning here. Nobody owes you a win. You know, nobody owes you anything, a breakout, and nobody's coming to save bad decisions. But if you're willing to stay sharp, to stay honest, and stay flexible, and give yourself a chance, sign up at footballismoney.com. This is Football is Money. We just took a glimpse into my fantasy life where we have one job, and that's make the right decision. I'm your host. They call me Boss, and we out. Peace up, east sideways. Hey, stay tuned to the end of the show so you can figure out how to win $100. Every offseason, there's a moment when the conversation around quarterbacks start drifting in the wrong direction. People start talking about names. They start talking about contracts. They start talking about the headlines. But that's not how quarterback power actually works in the NFL. Quarterback power comes from structure. It comes from usage. It comes from availability. It comes from whether. All right. So we're gonna pop back in. We're going to pop back in and check in on our league to see what's going on. Make sure we ain't missed nothing. We got a Rondé Gaskin coming off the board after Fernando Mendoza, so he doubled up and he got another tight end. So as of right now, you know, he got 3 tight ends. Went heavy on receiver, heavy on tight end. Couple of running backs, 1, 2 quarterbacks. All right, you know, he could be building something powerful. We just got to stay tuned to see how that plays out. All right, let me see. So I need to be kind of seeing where I'm going to go next with this. And let me see. Let me see, man. After this little turn, I'm going to go ahead and hook my cameras back up and see. I like my team, man. I really do. I like my bench pieces. I haven't made any trades, you know what I'm saying? Ain't nobody hollered at me. You know, I ain't got time to be proposing trades. I ain't tripping on no trades in the redraft, honestly. I just did everything how this draft and time and everything is going, man. I did this for everybody else that's playing. If it was up to me, I'd have did something totally different. Straight up. Straight up. But we already watched the 32 quarterback rankings. So we're going to go find us another one. Hey, straight up, Alpha. Straight up, man. I go 30 seconds. 30 seconds. Shit, last year we did a minute on a startup dynasty. It took a little longer. It took a couple of, well, maybe like 2 hours, but you know what I'm saying? We was done. It was like a 25, 26, I think it was 26 rounds. Maybe not even that many, you know. Well, it wasn't a full dynasty. It was more of a keeper, but, you know, I'm still in that league, too. It's my Legends, my Legends league. Let me see if I can pull it. It's only ain't nothing but a handful of us in there. Oh, I got so close. I got so close in the last year too. I came in second.
It'd be tough. So let me see. Like I said, I'm supposed to be scouting. I'm about to put something up on the screen, gang. I'm about to put something up on the screen. I know nobody want to be looking at a blank screen. See, that's what I'm talking about, man. Send me something. Let's negotiate. Let's negotiate. Let me get out this league. Your boy Iron Man. He's still on the clock and on. And like the draft been rolling pretty much. I don't know why people is not at least check. Like, bro, I was checking my phone in the middle of the night. I was like, is it 6 o'clock? Shit. Every time I heard a beep, I was, you know what I'm saying? I'm checking it. Like, bro. You know what I'm saying? So, like, for people to let so much time pass and not be tuned into it, you know what I mean, is wild work. You know what I mean? It's really wild. I couldn't even sleep good last night knowing that we had a draft going on, and that's real spill, my boy. I woke up to make sure that my auto draft, I made sure, even though my Jackson Dart pick was the auto draft, but I made sure that I set it for that pick, for them to pick Jackson Dart. You know what I'm saying? I was waking up. Oh, shit. Somebody drafting? It's not a game. You know what I'm saying? I think it's a game, man. This is not a game. This is a way of life, bro. Like, straight up. This is real spill. All right. So, look, man, we 9 hours and 38 minutes non-stop streaming. We've been streaming since the draft kicked off at 10 o'clock this morning. And we're gonna try to stream all the way from 10 to 10 until the overnight pause. So we got Chig Okonkwo coming off, the second tight end in the 12th round. And it's up to me. I haven't did any scouting whatsoever. So let me go through the process. What do I want? What do I want right now? So let me go look. All right. So I'm good with my players, and I'm good with being able to find talent for my bench pieces. So it's still other pieces that I need to solidify. So I'm gonna get Cam Little, since they already started the kickers. I'm gonna make sure I get me a good kicker, because if you guys haven't been looking, hopefully you guys checked out the league settings, but kickers have a premium. You know what I'm saying? 60 yards is 6 points. That's just like a touchdown. And I'm looking forward to Cam Little kicking me a few of those 50, 60-yard touchdown. I mean, same difference. I'm just saying, my bad. Bash, you back up again, my boy. Oh, I got a little love. Got a little love. Let me see. Let me tap out real quick. Let me tap out real quick. Oh, dirty. Oh, dirty. I like this trade, man. I do like this trade, but the only thing I don't like is you trying to take my number one quarterback as well. So if you're willing to take the quarterback out of the equation, we got a deal. Even though I love BTJ and Mark Andrews as my picks, you know what I'm saying? But I can't give up Jackson Dart as well. Hold on, let me see if I can get this trade up here. Let me see if I can get this trade up here. So this is the trade proposal that was handed out to me. Hey man, I hope you don't mind me putting this up here. So, like I said, man, I'm cool. I will take Brock, but I'm not, I'm not like just sold on Brock like everybody else is like that. I'm kind of weary of Vegas, the Raiders players. Even though I know what Brock Bowers is, but I don't feel that strongly about him. And I understand you trying to give me 4 picks for my 3, but those 3 picks are very high value picks to me. All right. So if you're willing to take Jackson Dart off of the deal, and I'm going to go ahead and send you this counter. I think I got Jackson Dart right here. Can't see the names, but I'm pretty sure Jackson Dart was my 4th round pick. Let me just go back and double check. I have to chat with you in a little bit. Man, we got a lot. I still try to respond to everybody. Still try to respond to everybody. And I know that's why you gave me the extra pick in here, but I take that one off. We can take one off as well. So I think this was. If you wouldn't do that one, you know what I'm saying? I'm cool with it. We got to take Brock off the table. We got to take Brock. Jackson Dart. We got to take Jackson Dart off of that, buddy. I can't give up that much. Me cannot give up that much, man. Is Bash still on the clock? Bash must work the night shift. It was up at 10 something this morning, California time. It was like 12:30, 1 o'clock here, nearly 1 o'clock. So, he's probably still hard out at work. But my man don't get no breaks. Hey, give my man a break, bro. God damn, he in the middle of a draft. What's going on here? What's happening here? So, Brock Bowers, DK Metcalf, 15 and a 17. 4 BTJ, Mark Andrews, and Jackson Dart. I can't give you Jackson Dart, man. I know I already said that. If I give you Jackson Dart, you have to give me one of these quarterbacks that you have, and then maybe we can talk. And I don't want Patrick Mahomes. Or if I take Kyler Murray for Jackson Dart, you got to throw in something else, bro. But let me see. If you can do this, if you can do this, if you can do this deal right here, we got a deal. I just sent you one. Are we full in the 4D in the NFL league? In the NFL 4D? No, we not. We got one more. All right, so that should seal us in. Okay, that's cool, bro. Hey, man, I'm bouncing between different leagues, trying to respond to different people right now, trying to make sure we get everything locked in. We still just sitting here waiting for Bash to draft. We waiting on Bash to draft. So where are we at? All right. All right. I'm here, y'all. I am here. We just waiting. We just waiting. So we all waiting together. So let's do this. Let's go ahead and finish watching this episode that we was tuned into. What was it? Oh no, we're gonna get away from that one. We already watched the rankings for all 32 teams. Let's see. Let's go to well, let's go into some more rankings videos. Let's look into some of these rankings. NFC, AFC. Let's go to the NFC rankings. We did one just for the NFC. Every season, the NFC changes hands. Not because of headlines, not because of history, but because of quarterback structure. And tonight, we're breaking it all down. So welcome to Football is Money. Let the show begin. All right, welcome back to Football is Money. And over the last few episodes, we've gone division by division across the entire NFC and broke down how each race is shaping up heading into the season. Now that those projections are finished, it's time to zoom out and look at the entire conference picture. Tonight, I've taken the liberty of ranking all 16 quarterbacks and their situation, and I had to build the Football is Money quarterback power structure for this conference. Now, understand, this isn't about who's winning the division. It's not about who won a Super Bowl, and it's not legacy ranking. Because when a quarterback wins a championship, Super Bowl, the assumption the next season is that he's automatically the best quarterback in the conference. And historically, that's not always how it works. Sometimes quarterbacks carry a team to Super Bowls, but sometimes they're operating inside of strong systems. All right. And that means, they're along for the ride, right? There are Hall of Fame quarterbacks that have no Super Bowl ring, right? And there are quarterbacks with rings who never reach the gold jacket level, right? So championships do matter, but they don't define quarterback structure heading into the season. All right. This board is about projection value. Which quarterbacks are most likely to lead high-powered offenses, win fantasy weeks for you, and help you cash tickets more weeks than not? And who's going to outperform expectations during this 2026 season? So I grouped every NFC quarterback situation into 4 tiers based on how much impact they realistically have on the conference right now. So starting at the bottom of the board here in tier 4, these are the quarterback situations that are still figuring themselves out right now. Not saying that there's no talent here, but this is more about direction than ability. At number 16, Arizona with Jacoby Brissett. And this is more of a short-term stability situation while the long-term direction continues to take shape. It's steady, but it's still a developing quarterback environment overall. Number 15, we got New Orleans with Tyler Shuck. This might actually be the most interesting situation in this group because if that offense stabilizes early, this is one that could move very fast. This placement reflects how quickly things around him can come together. At number 14, we got Atlanta, Tua Tagovailoa, Michael Penix Jr. Now, that's another situation where things could shift quickly depending on how that offense finds its rhythm. There's talent in the room, but until their group proves itself week to week, it stays in this transition range for me. Number 13, Minnesota. Kyler Murray, J.J. McCarthy, and now Carson Wentz is in their quarterback room as well. That tells me that this organization is keeping their flexibility open at quarterback while they continue defining their long-term direction. There's upside here, but everybody trying to settle in right now. So looking at tier 4 overall, this is where I expect the most movement on this board once these offenses start showing what they are and who they are early in the season. Let's keep it moving. Let's go to tier 3. Now,
These are quarterbacks that can absolutely produce strong weeks, but their ceiling still depends on how their offenses develop across the season. At number 12, we got Bryce Young, Carolina Panthers. This offense is still settling into its identity, but the direction is becoming clear. If their progress continues early, this placement has room to rise. The ability has always been there, you know. At number 11, we have Baker Mayfield in Tampa Bay. We've already seen him operate in this offense and have success doing so. His placement here reflects how closely his production is tied to how stable their system remains across a full season. At number 10, Jackson Dart with the Giants. And this situation depends heavily on roster health and offensive rhythm. At number 9, we got J-Lo up in Green Bay. This is probably the most stable environment in this tier right now. The continuity is there. The identity is there. And if that offense takes another step forward collectively, this placement can move higher as well. So tier 3 represents quarterbacks capable of strong production weeks, but their season-long consistency still depends on how those offenses settle week to week. Climbing higher into tier 2. This is where quarterbacks begin shaping division races across the conference. At number 8, J.G. Goff, Jared Goff in Detroit. This is one of the most stable offensive environments anywhere in the conference. That continuity shows up across the full season and keeps the quarterback position firmly in this range on the board. At number 7, Sam Darnold, Super Bowl winning Sam Darnold in Seattle. This placement reflects how strong that environment already is around him. And when a quarterback operates inside a system that supports efficiency week to week, production usually follows. At number 6, we got Jaden Daniels, Washington Commanders. This is one of the fastest rising offensive environments in the conference as well. As organizations build around their quarterback the right way, movement across the board can happen quickly, and Washington is one of those situations to watch. Keep your eye on them. Let's see, at number 5, we got Caleb Williams. So this is one of the highest upside offensive environments anywhere in the NFC right now. If that group continues developing the way it's trending, this placement has rooms to climb because the ceiling of that offense is still rising. So tier 2 represents quarterback whose offenses can control division outcomes if things stay on track during the regular season. And when you reach tier 1, this is where the quarterbacks usually start shaping what the NFC picture looks like later in the season. At number 4, we got Matthew Stafford, Matt Stat in Los Angeles. This is one of the most experienced and reliable offensive systems in this conference. When they are operating the way it's built to operate, the Rams stay competitive very deep into the year. At number 3, we got Jalen Hurts in Philly. This is one of the strongest quarterback-centered offensive identities anywhere in the NFC. Their system keeps Philadelphia positioned to control games across a full season, long as everything is meshing together. At number 2, we got Brock Purdy, San Francisco. This is one of the most efficient offensive systems in the conference year after year. When they are functioning the way it normally does, production follows consistently. And at number 1, man, we got Dakota Prescott in D-Town. This placement reflects one of the most dependable weekly production environments in the conference right now. When that offense is operating in rhythm, scoring opportunity shows up consistently across the full season. So tier 1 represents the group most likely to shape how the conference unfolds late in the year. Now, after walking through the entire board, what this really shows is where stability lives across the NFC. And stability usually decides who's still playing later in the year. Across the conference landscape, the NFC East has a real chance to become the NFC Beast again. There's 4 quarterback situations from their division sitting inside the top 10 on this board. And when that kind of depth shows up at the position, it usually shapes the playoff path in a major way. The NFC West continues to look like one of the strongest quarterback divisions in football. 3 of the quarterback environments sit inside the top 10 as well. And that kind of concentration usually keeps that division competitive deep into the season also. The NFC North is one of the most interesting divisions on the board right now because things are shifting. Detroit brings stability. Chicago brings one of the highest ceilings in the conference, and Minnesota is still selling its long-term direction. There are 3 quarterback situations from the NFC North sitting inside the top 10 as well, which tells you that the race could tighten quickly as the season develops. And the NFC South right now is the division with the most untapped potential. There's talent across those quarterback rooms, but 3 of those situations sit in the bottom tier of this board, which means movement is very possible once those offenses start showing what they actually are. So, this board isn't just showing quarterback placement. It's showing where the conference power structure is starting to concentrate heading into the season. And that's the Football is Money quarterback power structure across the NFC right now today. All right, and a quick update on the giveaway that we are doing, the $100 giveaway that we are doing. Now, remember, anybody can enter. All you have to do is sign up at footballismoney.com and make sure that you are subscribed to the channel. That gets your name on the wheel. But that's just your base entry, all right? For the people that are really locked in with the show, every time you answer the show question, whatever episode you're watching, with a real football take connected to what the episode is talking about, you can earn bonus entries, all right? And that's how we reward the people who are actually a part of the conversation here. So it's not just about saying I subscribe or add me. I'm going to add you to that as long as you subscribe and sign up to the channel. But if you want to have an advantage over everybody else, you have to stay active, stay engaged, and remember, stay locked in. And next week we spin the wheel, right? So before we close this thing out, man, I want to leave you with a few nuggets that you can carry into your drafts, that you can keep with you when you're placing your tickets. All right. We're going to cut away from this video for a second. Matter of fact, that's going to be the end of it. The same thing I'm about to tell you now is something that I've already said 1,000 times, you know what I'm saying? Which is just be mindful of what you're doing, all right? And details matter. Okay. So let's check back in. Bash still haven't drafted anyone. He's about 30 minutes in with no draft pick. Oh, it is, as you guys can see, man, I got my camera back going. All right. So we back in, you know what I'm saying? I hope y'all ain't think I left you. You know what I'm saying? I know you've been hearing me, but now you can see that it's me live. I'm live in effect. And something else, man, we just crossed over. We just passed 10 hours straight streaming. You know what I'm saying? We've been streaming since our draft unpaused and started again this morning at 10 o'clock a.m. And we're going to keep going until 10 p.m. tonight, Central Standard Time, of course. So we got about an hour and 50 minutes, 50-something minutes, 52, 53 minutes, something like that. So we're going to be here until this draft pause. And if it continues to, if people continue to draft while the pause is happening, we'll just update you guys first thing when the draft restarts tomorrow at 10 a.m. Central Standard Time. All right. I'm in Texas, Dallas, Texas. So, just make sure we're on the same time zone. Okay. So I got one of the new members. Okay.
All right. He say he good, but initially he was asking about how the Dynasty League works. And I guess this would be a good time to talk about how the Dynasty League works. Let me see. I think we have a couple of IDP players. Let me just go into it. This the one. So we can just go over the league settings and everything. All right, let me just scroll down. All this stuff is pretty basic right here. We got a couple of bonuses that we added, and these bonuses are pretty much added throughout most of our leagues, just to try to make it a little bit more interesting. But the thing about the Dynasty League, it's going to be, I want to say, 30 rounds. It's going to be 30 rounds. The draft, we're going to have 4 hour per pick for the draft. It's going to be a slow draft. It's going to be a startup draft. And this draft is slow, the one that we're doing with the redraft, because of how we got it set up. But this draft is going to be even slower. All right. And I hope everybody's cool with that. You know, I expect it to be a lot more trades going on. Hold on. I hear something. All right, so we got a little kicker frenzy going on. 2 kickers back to back. Bash got him a kicker too. Cammy Fairbairn, I think that's how you say his name. I always get, kind of tongue tied when I say it. But that's a pretty good pickup, especially for Houston, because they will kick more field goals than they score touchdowns. That was a shot at all the H-Town people. And, we have a real shot at finishing this draft tonight, man. If everybody just stay tuned in, man, if y'all could please just stay tuned in, let's get it done. I know we got hour-long picks, but just stay tuned in. We can get this shit knocked out tonight. But back to the Dynasty League. We have a couple of IDP players, man, to just give it a little bit more competitive edge, right? And it's going to be a 30-round draft pick. It's going to be 4 hours per pick. It's going to be a slow draft, so we need to go ahead and get this locked in so we can start the draft. As soon as we get the 12th member, we're going to start the draft because it's going to be a slow draft. Yeah, all right. And so the $100 buy-in, and this is something I'm going to bring up to vote for this league as well, because how it is right now, the $100 pays for this year and next year. So it's going to be a $600 pot for this year and a $600 pot for next year, because we want to have the fantasy leagues paid up a year in advance before, just so we can lock everything in and make sure everybody's going to stay active. And next year we'll be paying for the following year, either 27, or we can go ahead and sell in 27 and 28. And we have the option to keep it going as long as everybody want to keep it going. But as of right now, it is a minimum 2 years with the possibility with the 3rd year extension along with the 4th. You know what I'm saying? But we do the 3rd year, it automatically goes to the 4th year as well, because it's going to be $100, just like the entry was for this year, because we're going to pay a year in advance. All right. And I'm cool with that, because the true dynasty is going to last longer than just a couple of years. You know what I'm saying? So if we wanted to go for 4-5 years, you know what I'm saying? I'm cool with that too. We just got to get everybody paid in and make sure we all on the same board, on the same page with that. But as far as any more questions, bro, that you have, just feel free to reach out to me. And I don't want to open up our direct messages and shit to show sensitive information, because I talk to a lot of people, they have a lot of questions, and I don't want to, they are direct messages for a reason, all right? But I just know he had a question about the Dynasty League, and I just wanted to make sure that I can answer that question, for him and for whoever else in the Dynasty League that probably had the same question.
But not to take too much time away from this league that we're in right now, which is our redraft league. We are in the 12th round. Man, we started today at pick 403. I remember that because that was my pick. I was the first pick after the draft resumed. I was the last pick when it stopped as well, and I made a conscious decision not to go ahead and draft because, try to give people a little bit more time. And then later I found out that we are on different time zones, so I changed the start time from 6 o'clock a.m., which would have been 4 o'clock a.m. on the West Coast time, West Coast time zone. And I just changed it to 10. So the pause is going to be from 10 p to 10 a. All right. So it's not going to be too much. Well, it still can be movement, but it won't be any pressure. You know what I'm saying? And 10 o'clock in the morning, we'll hop back on. I get everything set up, and we'll start back drafting. While we waiting for these guys to draft and some action to happen, so we're not just sitting here looking at a countdown. I've been playing some of our older videos, some of our older episodes, just to try to give you guys a idea of where we stand when it comes to these teams, these fantasy players, the quarterback projection, what have you, right? And we're in the middle of episode right now. I just wanted to break that just so I can address one of our newer members that had some questions. And since we going live, I figured I can answer them on live, man. So I hope you tuning in, and I hope you got your question answered. You know what I'm saying? And if you are here, anybody who are here, you know what I'm saying, who is here, who's tuned in and not familiar, your first time being here, man, make sure you just subscribe. Please subscribe, like the show, share it with somebody who love football just like we do. You know what I'm saying? And also join one of our fantasy leagues. We have plenty, even though a lot of them are getting full, we still have more, and we're going to keep creating more until the season gets a little bit closer. So if I'm in 20 fantasy leagues again this year, so be it. I'm going to keep making them as long as you guys want to join them and play with us. All right. And I'll try to get as much streaming information, or even if I just got to touch on a couple of leagues here and there, just to try to let you guys know what's going on across everywhere. But this league right here in the Dynasty League is gonna be our focal points for this season, and we're gonna cover these leagues the most. All right, we got a training league for the new fantasy managers that we're gonna try to get them up to speed, so maybe next year they can be joining one of these leagues, 4D leagues. It's a little bit less wager involved, and we have other Footballers Money 4D fantasy leagues. We only have one Dynasty league because we can't just be making them just for anybody, because the Dynasty League, these are people we're gonna be playing with for the next few years. So we want to make sure that we have solid players and not just no drifters, no flybys, nobody that's gonna be starting injured players or players that's on bye weeks and everything like that. Jordan Addison come off the board. Bronco, he has taken his auto off. Everybody is live. Bronco, I want to know where Bronco at. Bronco is back. He's in one of our other leagues as well. I think he's in the Dynasty League as well. And we got the pool party, man. The pool party. No bikini, no swimming trunks. Not saying come naked. I'm saying it's not that type of pool party. It's the pick'em pool party where we, the whole slate of games for every week. Everybody pick against the spread, and whoever wins the most games going to win the pot. We trying to get it to about 25 people, so that'll make the pot. It's only $10 a week, so that'll make the pot $250 a week. So we're talking about $1,000 a month of winnings for the duration of the season. You know what I'm saying? So get in, man. Get in. Oh, everybody needs to get in. I'm not going over 25. Maybe
you know, maybe a little over, but around 25, 30 people in the pool party. That's enough. I don't want it to be too crowded and you got to worry about COVID and all this shit. You know what I'm saying? All right, so let's go back to the board. Sexy Dexy, where you at, my boy? Where you at there, boy? I know he's somewhere close. He ain't gonna take the whole clock up. He will not take the whole clock up, man. And you can see everybody's team coming together, man. You can see everybody's team coming together. I like a lot of these picks. I'm still trying to see if we're gonna have some more kickers and defenses start coming off the board, or is everybody gonna wait a little later to try to make a move for those positions. I'm looking at my team. It's me right here. My mouse is tripping. Shout out Old Dirty Birds. Tipped me on to the game. And then, let me see. Let's check out. What's that called me? So let's check out his players and picks. He getting ready to double up again right here. So he got 3 picks right there and 3 picks in this next round as well. But, in order to get these, these double ups, these triple ups, he had to sacrifice rounds 9 and round 10. So he essentially went rounds 9 and round 10 without any picks, just so he can get 3 in round 11 and 2 in round 12. And when it comes to strategizing like that, that's a different level of strategy. You know what I mean? And I respect it and I peep it, and I'm intrigued. I want to see how it continues to go. I'm just going over here checking everything. All right, I see you, Alpha. All right, I figured, but I figured you wouldn't want to do that trade, but give me something reasonable, bro. You know what I mean? If you want to take Dart from me, you have to give me at least a quarterback is equal or better than, you know what I mean? I can't give you my only QB because now if I go draft a quarterback now, it's not going to be on the same tier. And if I got to lose that tier of quarterbacks, I'm going to need a little bit more on the back end. Hold on, let me cut that off, make sure. I don't want everybody to see too much right now. My rejected deal. Let me see if I can revise it and revive it and bring it back to life. It's 478. I like Brock, bro. I really do like Brock. I'd rather do this on my phone. Who is this? What was your 8? So you willing to give me Brock Bowers, DK Metcalf, one of these later picks, but I need a quarterback if you want Jackson Dart. You got Patrick Mahomes and Kyler Murray. I feel like both of my quarterbacks are better than yours. So if you want me to give you one of my quarterbacks, you got to be willing to come off at least something a little extra. So how about shit? I thought I seen you with Cal Mundunga. You don't even have Cal Pollard. I know you ain't trying to come off Bijan Robinson. Shit, I might come off a little bit extra if you let me get him. How you feel about coming up off of Bijan? You can name your price then. you can name your price. You willing to come off Bijan? I give you Jackson Dart. Let me go over here and check. I give you Jackson Dart. You can get BTJ and Mark Andrews for Bijan. And give me Bijan and Kyler Murray, bro. Give me Bijan and Kyler Murray. And, well, you know what? Fuck that. Give me Bijan and Brock Bowers. And I give you Jackson Dart, Skid Mark Andrews, and BTJ. I hope you're listening. Just let me know if we can work with that. Or is that still too much? I guess them is 2 top picks. So look, give me Bijan and Kyler. I give you Jared Goff, BTJ, Skid Mark Andrews. But you got to throw in one of these later picks too, bro. You got to throw in a later pick. And a later pick of your choice. And just shake my hand. That's all I need. That's all I need for you to just shake my hand. After that, I thought I had the screen up here. I ain't know till I looked over there. I seen we were just talking on the black screen. Man, forgive me. I am new to this, but I will, you know what I'm saying, get better as time goes on. All right? I appreciate your patience. I truly do. But yeah, baby, talk to me. Talk to me, man. What we got? Do I need to just go ahead and put it in? That's what I'm gonna do. I'll just go ahead and put it in. As I navigate through these. Let me see. Modified. Modify. All right, what we got? I just heard something. Jordan Addison. I thought Jordan Addison came off the board. Okay. My mistake, I suppose. On these hoes. Hey, so Old Dirty, man, that's the offer that I'm willing to do, man. Just talk to me. Let me know. You ain't even gotta just put the deal in. Just let me know if you want to do that. Wait, what? Hold on, wait. What you saying, bro? Wait, what? Let me see what's going on. Make sure ain't no funny business going on. And why the timer stop? It's not 10 o'clock. All right, timer going. All right. Damn, they confused the hell out of me, my boy. It's my guy, Jay Mitch. Sexy Dixie. That's a man, by the way. Hey, no shade, brother. No shade. I just wanted to clarify that, you know. That's his name, you know. Clearly, that's what it says. I try to dress him as such. This is gonna be a little slower than what I wanted it to be, man. Say maybe we just start over. Okay. Right. Shit. So see, I haven't been over here to even look and see. Hey, man, you bouncing everywhere. Imagine how I'm feeling, man. Imagine how I'm feeling. So Jay Mitch say he good on Kyle Nunn guy. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what happened with that. Yeah, that was weird as hell. Can you say you lost him if you kept him? All right. So is everything good though? Is everything good, bro? Just nah. I didn't try to. Nah, I didn't do none of that. I didn't do none of that. Nah, I didn't do none of that, brother. At all. At least I wasn't trying to. Shit. I ain't think I can do. I ain't think I can do shit blindly. But long as you got the player that you was trying to get, you know what I mean? Just let me know. Give me a confirmation. Let me know that everything is okay, bro. Cause I'll pause this draft and we'll halt this motherfucker if we get everything situated. Nah, straight up though. You can't have none of that going. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what that was about. I like Kyle, but you know what I'm saying? I don't like him enough to steal. If I was gonna steal some players, trust me, I wouldn't start with Kyle, my nun guy. I wouldn't start with Kyle, boy. Shit. I go over here. My first thing, I take Joe Burrow from Dave because he don't know what the hell he doing with him. That's my guy, man. And shit, I wish he would have failed a little bit. I should have took Dak instead of Jackson Dart. You know what I'm saying? I can start there and I can have my stack, you know. But nah, man, long as everything good, I'm happy everything is okay. Okay. All right. So, Old Dirty, I seen what you said. You're gonna see what this draft bring about with Dave. Good luck on that. Dave might not respond till tomorrow. But meanwhile, I'm right here with real live draft capital for you, man. Holla at your boy, baby. You know what I'm saying? You know me. You know what I'm saying? You know me. All right, so we're going to wait on 60 Dixie. He's somewhere around here, man. I really hate to start the video and have to cut it because, you know, we got some picks being made. So we're just going to sit here and wait for my boy to go ahead and hop up in this thing, man. But in the meantime, fantasy football isn't won on your draft day. It's won by the decisions you make before you start drafting. And that's why we built the all-new Football is Money Draft Assistant. Whether you're drafted from the front, the middle, or the turn, the Draft Assistant helps you build a complete roster, identify value, and stay one step ahead of your league. So stop guessing and start drafting with a plan. Visit footballersmoney.com and check out our brand new Football is Money Draft Assistant today. Because every pick matters, because football is money. And you know it. And you know it. Football is money. Hey, I don't think I asked where everybody is coming from. Start the draft over is wild work. Just straight up. Yeah, I know y'all see I'm in a box inside a box inside a box. How does that work? All right. I gotta take a smoke. Me got to take a smoke, boy. Yeah, I don't like smoking these. Nothing on. I don't know what the YouTube rules are. You know, I'm very, very new to YouTube. We just started doing this year, man. I had no idea about how any of this worked. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, we try not to disrespect the platform and shit like that. But shit, man, we've been streaming for 10 hours and 30 minutes, man. The guy needs some type of relief, right? So I'm just gonna cut it off, all right? And in the meantime, man, we can go ahead and finish watching this video. What's that now? It's 32 quarterbacks. So we just did the NFC, right? We did the NFC. I said we was gonna get a sneak peek inside this week's video, if they let me play it. If they let me play it. I guess I can put this back up while we wait. Let's go. Let's go. Hey, it's a lot of videos up here, man. I'm just trying to figure out which one to play. How about we'll play a quick one? Let's play this quick video. About
You still trying to win that money? You're in the right place. Stay tuned in. This week, we going over the quarterbacks in the NFC. And understand this, quarterbacks don't just decide games, they decide markets. Right now, before free agency, before the draft, before anything becomes official, quarterbacks are being evaluated for pricing, not on performance, on projection. If you're trying to win that $100 that we're giving away this offseason, you're going to need that word, projection. And you need to understand what it truly means. We project health, we project development, coaching impact, stability, leaps, and declines. So when a projection gets inflated, future numbers will reflect it. When projection gets disciplined, that's when edges appear. And that's before the pricing even opens. In this league, you don't bet quarterbacks, you bet projection errors. Okay, so before we dive into this NFC conference, let's talk about why this really matters. Because projection at quarterback is the most expensive mistake you can make. Because when the betting market open up, projection will shape win totals, it'll influence division odds, and it'll drive the MVP futures. In fantasy, projection builds draft boards. Projection builds ADP. It builds expectations, right? And if the projection input is wrong, that means everything that was built from that projection expectation will be wrong as well. And that's how people get trapped. They draft belief. They bet momentum. They price hope. But hope isn't real, right? So before we start naming names, before we start breaking down situations, understand this. Quarterback instability creates volatility. Volatility creates pricing gaps, and pricing gaps are either risk or opportunity. All right? And that's what we're walking through tonight. And we'll try to identify where projection pressure is building before the numbers even open. So let's make this real. Every offseason, teams convince themselves that their quarterback situation is stable. And those same fans convince themselves that the leap is coming. And when the sports books eventually open up the numbers, that confidence get priced in immediately before anybody proves anything. And that's where projection gets dangerous. Because when the market assumes improvement and improvement don't come, then that downfall isn't gradual. It's violent. When projection meets reality, spreads move, win totals fall, fantasy hype disappears. And most people don't see it coming because they were comfortable with the projection. But let's make it uncomfortable for a second. Every offseason, someone loses their job because the quarterback was projected incorrectly. It could be the head coach, coordinator, GM, no one's safe. And every offseason, someone gets paid because projection gets inflated. And bettors convince themselves that they're being objective when they're really just buying into the belief system that was created for these type of moments. But here's the truth. Quarterbacks don't collapse, projection does. And when projection snap back into reality, it don't drift, it crashes, right? And that's the pattern that we see year in and year out. The league moves on projection. The money is made on correction. All right, so let's try to close this out properly. Tonight wasn't about quarterbacks. It was about projection. Projection is belief priced before proof. And when belief outruns reality.
Hey, man, y'all ain't catch that. I know I'm in the background and I'm watching it as well.
This is one of the older episodes, but I want to go back just a tad bit and play this part again about projection is belief priced before proof. And when belief outruns reality, the adjustment is sharp, right? We got that. That's where markets will move. That's where fantasy boards will shift. That's where money will change hands. This offseason isn't about reacting. It's about identifying where projection is inflated and positioning before correction. If you understand projection, you don't chase headlines. You anticipate the snapback, and that's the edge. Now, the giveaway. $100. Step 1, subscribe to this channel. Step 2, join the email list at footballismoney.com. Step 3, use the word projection in the comments and tell me how it affects your betting or fantasy decisions. 3 steps, 1 word, 1 explanation. Each week you participate, you increase your odds, all right? We'll track qualifying entries all month. Winners selected live on the show. Full transparency. We're going to be doing the wheel draw. It's going to be random, but if you are here every week, you are positioned to win. So stay tuned in and remember, the league moves on projection, but the money is made on discipline. All right. I'm your host. They call me Boss. This is Football is Money, and we are. Okay. Yes. Okay. So I don't know if you guys can hear those sounds in the background, but that is moves being made on this draft board. Let's see what we have going on. So we got Jaden Reed, Woody Marks, AJ Barner, and Jay Mitch is on the clock. He's probably willing and dealing, trying to get it in. And I still have hope that we can finish this draft tonight, man. I know we got a 10 o'clock pause, but I believe we still can get this draft done tonight. The vibration is the league chats. So let's go ahead and tune into that and see what's going on. I heard in the podcast I get a free $100. Well, I mean, it ain't free. You gotta pay attention. So yeah, there is a price. You have to pay attention. You gotta subscribe to the channel. You gotta sign up at footballismoney.com, and you just gotta talk football to me in these comments and these episodes, man. We drop them every week. Sometimes we pop up live and just have a conversation. But yes. We have been giving away $100 every month since the off season began, and we're gonna keep doing it until the season began, and then we'll shift to something else. If you subscribe, you signed up, then you get on the list. You signed up, you subscribe, you talk football. That's for sure. So you are on the list. So how it works all month. So for this month right now, July, we've been collecting names on the wheel. I put them on there manually. And so we'll spend for July the first week of August. The first week of August, we'll spin the wheel, and we will select a winner for July. Yeah, so, and you can also maximize your entries. Every episode that you drop a comment and you engage on, it can go, to a bonus entry on the wheel. So you don't just stop at getting one entry on the wheel. You can get multiple entries, depending on how much you engage throughout each episode, right? So, there's just something we've been there's something we've been doing, trying to give back to the community and, also drive engagement. So, yeah, you on the wheel, brother.
And for anybody else that want to get on the wheel, man, league mates throughout all of our leagues, you know what I'm saying? People who just tuning in and don't know too much about the channel. If this is your first time tuning in, yeah, we do give away $100 every month. We have multiple fantasy leagues. We got the podcast. We got the website. And, man, we just trying to build a Football is Money ecosystem, you know, something that everybody can be a part of. If you love football, you know, you love fantasy, you just love the game, you like betting, you know, we try to merge all three of them together and make it make sense. And most importantly, we try to win money. We have to try to win money. We got to find a value in everything that we do. So, you know, I'm in multiple fantasy leagues. We have multiple fantasy leagues. And I am a participant in all of these leagues as well. And I am not excluded from the winners. I hope everybody understand that, and that's made very clear. You know, I pay my entry fee just like everybody else, you know, but I'm hoping to win. I want to win every league that I'm in. But I want to win. I'm going to win fair and square. It's not going to be in. I've been in a lot of shaky-ass leagues, man, janky-ass leagues where people be doing some crazy shit, changing the rules after the draft. And I was in one league, dude changed the rules like week 11. Yeah, I wanted to go ballistic, you know what I'm saying? But, you know, so that right there just makes sure we're not doing none of that fugazi ass shit, bro. You know what I'm saying? I could never. Just because I know what it feels like to have that done to them. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, man, we on up and up. But I am going to beat everybody. I just want y'all to know. I will prevail. Let's check, see what's going on. Old Dirty Birds. Well, that's not him. That's They Call Me Maybe. Or maybe not. That's your boy Iron Man. Have anybody reached out to your boy Iron Man? Let's make sure he knows that he's on the clock. This draft board is filling up. I love it. You know what I'm saying? We actually making progress. We started it this morning at 4:03. Right there. We done made it all this way. And we got hope. But realistically, man, we're not going to finish this draft tonight. We will not finish this draft tonight, but I do believe that we can finish it tomorrow. KC Concepcion comes off the board at 12-10 at the 12th round, 10th pick. And that's somebody that I was eyeing, but, you know, Old Dirty got him. Mad respect, you know what I'm saying? And look, you know, I'm talking about all of these players and all these picks that I would make, you know what I'm saying, I know a couple of you guys in the league are also in the YouTube, you know, stratosphere as well. And I'm still giving away all the juice, man. I ain't tripping. It's all good. Because that's what Football is Money is. You know, that's what we do. That's what we do. And whether you think it's good information or bad information, hey, nevertheless, it's still information that I went and searched high and low for, you know what I mean, just to relay the messages. Regardless if they change later or whatever. You know, we're going to bring it to you, and I'm not going to hide it. I'm not going to gatekeep anything. I'm going to tell you what I think, how I feel about these players, these picks. I mean, we do quarterback rankings. We do divisional rankings. We talk about fantasy and betting year round. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not opposed to giving out how I process these things and how I see these players or anything like that, because if it can help anybody, like, that's the goal. That's why we started doing this. If it can help anybody. And look, man, I've always betted. I play fantasy fairly new to fantasy. I'll say that. If I let some of my people tell me, I'm kind of new. This is my 5th year, but it's like my 50th team. You know what I mean? But you know, football is always been there. So fantasy was easy to adapt to, understand the concept. Oh, okay, I get it. You know what I mean? Betting, we always betting, you know. And it just, we used to have to, well, I used to have to, I got to watch fantasy shows, and then they're only going to give me so much fantasy. They're going to be talking gossip and all this other type of stuff. So you got to really search for your fantasy news. Then for the betting, they're going to give you some bullshit picks. Like them guys lose every week. You can't believe what they saying because they just talking out the side of they whatever. You know what I'm saying? So I used to have to look at multiple different shows just to try to get the information that I wanted. You know what I'm saying? I wanted fantasy information. I wanted betting information, something that can help me make better decisions and, you know what I'm saying, capitalize at the betting window when it come down to putting your money on something. But it was nothing out there like that I could just tune into. And so, you know, one day we just talking, conversing, and we're just like, hey, we should make a podcast on and just give out the stuff that we want, you know, fantasy heads, betting people, you know what I'm saying? Not necessarily people who want to debate how many rings a quarterback got or how many playoff wins or who's gonna, you know what I'm saying? Like, that's cool and everything, but that don't bring any value to me or anybody that's around me, you know what I'm saying? And that's a different type of conversation. So this podcast is, you know, just everything that I wanted, everything that I was looking for, you know what I'm saying, that I couldn't find, and I realized it wasn't really nothing out there like that, a show that's dedicated only to fantasy and betting angles, you know what I'm saying, and just trying to give you good advice, good ways to think about stuff, you know what I'm saying, alternate ways to think about everything, you know what I mean, and that's what we try to do. We classify ourselves as a informative podcast, educational. That's why we have fantasy leagues for new managers. We try to talk people through the process of how Vegas prices these numbers and how they see the bets, and, you know, the misinformation that you would get from betting with the public, and just, you know, just any type of edge that we can get, you know what I'm saying? And we try to gather all the information and we bring it back to y'all, man. And hopefully we all can break Vegas this year. You know what I mean? We all can break Vegas. And even if you don't win this fantasy league, maybe you can win the other fantasy league that you're in, that you're not playing against me. And that's just how we rocking, man. So I really hope everybody is enjoying the content, man. Like I say, this day wasn't planned at all. I didn't think we'll be able to go. We're approaching 11 hours right now. We're at 10 hours and 55 minutes. This is our longest stream to date. The whole 2 years we've been doing Football is Money. We've been doing it for 2 years. So this is, you know, the longest stream time ever. And sometime throughout the draft, throughout the season, man, I want some of y'all to tap in and get on the camera with me, you know what I'm saying, to talk whatever you want to talk. You feel me? I posted the link in the YouTube chat. Probably got to scroll up a little bit to get it, and it's also posted in the fantasy league. I pinned them. So it's gonna be the same link tomorrow, whenever the next day. But yeah, man, I want you guys to chime in, because every year we do the fantasy league and we try to, you know, give some coverage to the leagues that we are in. The first year Football is Money, we only had one fantasy league. That was 2024. Last year we had like 5 fantasy leagues, Football is Money fantasy league. And this year we already passed 7. You know what I'm saying? I know it's small numbers, but you know, we started in a small place, you know, but it's all positive progress, man. And, you know, I love it. I love it. You got to find pleasure in the grind, man. We got the website. I work hard on that. You know what I mean? Try to make sure there's some good content on there for you guys, some good tools. And we have a team here. It ain't just me. We have a team, and we work hard to try to bring you guys this information. So I really hope you guys appreciate it. And don't let the small views, the small numbers discourage you from tuning in and being a part of this community. Because I don't. All right. I just want to see what's going on in the chat. These guys stay active. And like I say, this is something that you want when you are involved in any type of fantasy league. You know what I'm saying? You want to make sure that all the managers are tuned in, man. I don't like quiet fantasy. I don't like leagues where people are not talking and not doing anything. You know what I'm saying? No trades, no nothing, no just dry as fuck. Like, bro, go get somewhere. Get somewhere. We got some picks. Someone just got Travis Hunter, my guy, DGS. Then Kenyon Sadiq right after that. Upside. I respect it. I respect the Travis Hunter pick a little bit more if this was the IDP league. But then if it was, he would have been gone rounds ago. All right, so we still got a little time. We got about an hour until... We have about an hour until our draft pauses for the night. So we're going to try to get as much of this draft done. We're going to stream all the way until it's that time. You know what I'm saying? But I don't want you guys to be on here dry looking at timers. All right. So I'm going to pull. I don't know if we did the NFC East quarterback projections. But you know what? Let me see. You know what? Let's go with the East QB projections. Yes. We still giving away money, man. Football is money. You just got to stay tuned in. You feel me? But right now we're talking about quarterbacks, specifically quarterbacks in the NFC. And to zoom, have we already watched this one today? I can't remember if we already watched this video today. Hey, Post Drew, go ahead and shoot. What's your question, bro? What's your question, my man? Hey, I'm waiting on you, Drew. Post Drew for your question whenever you ready. You know what I'm saying? At the meantime, in between time, let's see what just happened. Who just did what? We got Khalil Shakir. Thomas took him, what, round 13, 1302. Now we got Call Me Maybe or Maybe Not, also known as your boy Iron Man is on the clock. Hey, man, y'all ain't know I had them bars, did you, boy? You know what I'm saying? They rhymed, and I wasn't even trying. All right, so what you gonna do? What you gonna do? They call me maybe or maybe not. Hey, man, all y'all cook. FYI. FYI, everybody is cooked, so you can go ahead cut your phone off right now. Don't even worry about it no more. Let the computer pick the rest of these picks. You cooked, my boy. You know, I'm just talking. Ain't no telling. When the rim is in the system, ain't no telling what I diss them. That's what they be yelling. I'm a pimp by blood, not relation. I get those drops right sooner or later. So as of right now, we have 1, 2, 3 kickers coming off the board. We have 1, 2 defensive units coming off the board. We have 1 rookie quarterback. And we have 1, 2 transitional quarterbacks going to a new team, right? Coming off the board, we don't know what they're going to do. We have multiple young quarterbacks. We have a Super Bowl winning quarterback that win at 908. Super Bowl winner. And even worse than that, well, I guess can't too much be worse than the Super Bowl winning quarterback going that late, but we also have the MVP going at 405. After all of these guys. So that lets you know that last year production don't always carry on into the next year. I'm just happy to see this board filling up. We got less spaces down here than we had all day. You know what I'm saying? We got 44 minutes. Let's just keep this thing going strong, man. We can do it, brother. We can finish it. I believe in you. You believe in me. We can do it. Let's go. Rock out. All right, so, man, look, I don't want to lose anybody, bro, but I don't want to sit here just watching this timer. So we're going to take a quick break, bro. We're going to talk about this. Our draft assistant is still in the beginning phases, but if y'all want to slide over and check it out and see the potential that it could have, yeah. And then we're going to, just play some music for a few minutes, man. You know what I'm saying? Some Football is Money intro music, to be exact. But, man, I want all y'all to stay with me because we're going to be right back. We're going to dive right back into this draft, and we're going to close it out. We got 53 minutes to be exact before we close this down. And at that point, we would have been streaming for 12 hours straight. 12 straight. I didn't plan on doing this when I got up this morning. I did not plan on doing this when I got up this morning. So it looks like we got Jalen Brooks. All right. Jay Mitch, you're up, my boy. It's on you, my boy. And while you make that pick, I shall return. So I'm gonna quietly exit stage left, and I shall return. Fantasy football isn't won on your draft day. It's won by the decisions you make before you start drafting. And that's why we built the all-new Football is Money Draft Assistant. Whether you're drafted from the front, the middle, or the turn, the Draft Assistant helps you build a complete roster, identify value, and stay one step ahead of your league. So stop guessing and start drafting with a plan. Visit footballismoney.com and check out our brand new Football is Money Draft Assistant today. Because every pick matters, because football is money. Hey, let me see what's his name was. I'm still waiting on your question, bro. I really want to post Drew. At post Drew, I still want to know what was the question that you had, my man? I haven't seen this name before, and I want to make sure I welcome you in with open arms and let you know that you are amongst family. And there is no bad question, you know what I'm saying, seriously, because you would be surprised some of the questions that I ask. That's the only way you're going to get the information to where you can be, you know, a threat to anybody. You have to ask questions, no matter how minute they might sound or insignificant they might seem. You have to ask the questions. That's the only way you're going to get ahead, all right? Spicy Brady, man, he kind of like he done win ghost. He done win ghost on us. But the good thing about that, he got 50 minutes before the draft stops. All right. The bad thing about that, by the time it stops and when it start back up, you're only gonna have 7 minutes. But hopefully, everybody is drafting even. Like, if they can draft, hopefully they're still drafting even during the pause, okay? Yeah. Hey, man, y'all been with me for 12 hours, bro. I got to do what I normally do, even if I got to do it on the cam. You know what I'm saying? I can't, I got kids running around in here. I got a girlfriend in here. She like, bro, you gonna do this all day? Like, really, football all day long? Like, yes, baby. Yes. You know, like, football is money. Football is motherfucking money, man. All right, I guess my boy Drew ain't gonna. He ain't got too much to say. All right, it's all good. So, you know, we're going to take a quick intermission, man, while I smoke and take me a shot of some cognac, my bad. And, you know, we'll be back, man. Look, this 5-minute countdown, I put it together, you know, pick the music out. Of course, I ain't play any of it. But, you know, we put it together, and I hope it's a little vibe by itself, you know what I'm saying? So, yeah, just stick around, man. Just vibe out for a second, you know what I'm saying? Until we get back and see what's going on with this draft.
Set.
Blue 80. Blue 80. 180. 180.
Set.
If the quarterback situation ain't right, then the whole offense is corrupt.
Set.
You can't sell me hope if you ain't got a quarterback.
Set.
Blue 80. Blue 80. 180. 180.
That fantasy pick might look good on paper, but what's his role?
Set.
You don't win your fantasy league on draft night. You win it with everything you do before and after.
Welcome to Football is Money, where every snap has a price, every decision has value, and every Sunday somebody gets paid. Let's get it! Football is money! That's the mission. Fantasy betting every division, every touchdown, every decision. We don't chase hype, we chase precision. Football is money. We cashing out, breaking every matchup, no doubt. If it makes dollars, then it makes sense. Welcome to Football is Money. Monday film, Friday picks, Sunday tickets, watch them hit. Fantasy lineups, betting slips, power rankings, championships, quarterbacks, pocket clean, read defenses, know what they mean. No hot takes, no guessing games. We bring numbers, we bring names. That's the movement. Every episode, constant improvement. In NFL, college too. If football matters, we're talking to you. Cowboys corner, cash in the end zone, fantasy life, coach mode, QB power, draft grades every week, new plays. We don't follow, we evaluate, find the value, separate, because Vegas sets the line. Football is money, reads between the signs. Football is money. Louder now, turn it up. Hear the crowd. Every season, every play. Football is money every day. This is Football is Money. Real football, real talk, real money. Let's eat.
Oh. Hey, man, I love that music. To get the juices going every time. It makes me feel alive. He is alive. He is alive. All right. Okay. All right. Everything cool? You cool? All right. Just making sure, buddy. Let's check the league. Yes, we have been playing reruns. You know what I'm saying? Oh, I did say that we will play some of the episode that's gonna come out Wednesday. We're gonna give a little quick sneak peek, so you guys can say that you've seen it here first. But I need you to make sure you still tune in to the premiere. That's gonna be Wednesday at 6:30 p.m. Central Standard Time. All right, but let me just cut that off so I can set it up for you. So I can get it set up. For you. And this episode is inside the division. I got it published, so in order for me to play it, I'm gonna have to change that. Right. I mean, I know there's a lot of episodes that I haven't even watched in a while, you know what I'm saying? But yeah, it's definitely reruns because, I take a lot of hard stance on a lot of these teams and these quarterbacks, and I don't mind with, being judged or anything like that. And you know, I take my stance and I'm willing to stand on it. And if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. If I'm right, hey, I want to be validated, just like anybody would. But yeah, I'm happy you noticed that it was an episode, man. That means you've been tuned in. You have been tuned in. And that's crazy because you just started tuning in and you already see it, man. We got over 100 and something. We've been doing this podcast since 24. We started like week 4, 24. And it was straight audio for like a year and a half. So all the videos that I'm playing is just everything that we've done this year on YouTube, man. We got plenty of episodes that we did that is audio only. You know what I mean? So I haven't played any of them. But all of the podcasts, they on Apple Podcasts, we on Amazon, whatever podcast platform there is out there, we are on those podcast platforms. It's just we give bonus content on YouTube. Like this live draft, we're not gonna upload this on the podcast. But the episode that's coming on Wednesday, you know, those episodes will be on the podcast. You know, Apple, Amazon, what's the other ones? Help me out. You know, shit. You know what they are, and I know that the podcasts go everywhere. So yeah, like I say, this YouTube lane is new for us, man. I never thought I would even do video. My little brother told me I got to do video. You know what I'm saying? Along with a lot of other people that like, we want to see you talk it. You know, honestly, I was, even though I'm not shy or nothing like that, yeah, I'm not afraid of public speaking, but, you know, just having all of these stances that's going to be forever etched into, you know, the social media, fabric of social, you know, at any given time you can just go look up and say, well, you said something, you know. So that's why I try to make sure I take my time when I'm giving out my my 2 cents about anything. And I just want to make it clear, I'm not claiming to be a professional. I'm just, you know, just saying that I watch a lot of football, even when football's not going on. You know what I'm saying? I try to stay in tune. And all of this was going on even before I even started doing the podcast. So it's just like a podcast was like a natural outlet for me. You know what I'm saying? It's something that I can do because if I wasn't talking to you guys, I'd be talking to my girl driving her crazy as hell. Like, you see this shit? How can that, what's going on? You know what I'm saying? It'd be a lot of them type of conversation. You know what I'm saying? I know she be getting tired of me sometimes because I can talk football all day long. It's no problem. You know what I'm saying? We can talk about it. And the thing about Football is Money, we have to cut off a lot of the excess that comes with football and try to just be tunnel vision and talk about the things that pertain to what we are trying to do. You know what I mean? So iTunes, Spotify, yeah, all of that. I don't know why that shit just blew out my mind. I just Apple Podcasts, Amazon. Yeah, Spotify, the biggest streaming platform, iTunes, all it's everywhere. Deezer, iHeart. It's a lot of different podcast platforms. I can never name all of them. You know what I'm saying? But if you go search Football is Money, man, we are there. So wherever you listen to your podcast, that we are there. But content like this is only going to be on YouTube. All right. And that's for sure. Shit, I forgot what we was about to do. What was I about to do? Can you help me, please?
I get to talking, man. I lose sight of what I'm supposed to be doing. We're real passionate about this. All right, I remember. I'm supposed to be playing you guys some of this new episode, but I'm gonna go ahead and skip past all of that. And what we're gonna go to is so in this episode we talk about the so ESPN just dropped their top 10 quarterback list, right? And it's very interesting, that list. I don't know, have any of you guys seen this ESPN top 10 quarterback list? So even though we going inside the NFC North in this episode, we also take the time to talk about this NFC, well, no, the ESPN QB ranking list. And with the ESPN list, they're talking about just the best quarterbacks in the league. You know what I'm saying? With no qualifiers, no filters, like just the best quarterbacks. And it really surprised me of their rankings. You know what I'm saying? So this is a small part of this week's episode. I'm gonna go ahead and let you guys check this out. And remember, this is not a rerun. So this is fresh content that haven't been aired yet. And it's gonna be buried inside of this 11-hour and 24-minute live stream that we've been doing. Okay. So just make sure you guys come back and check it out. But I'm gonna cue it to the part to where we talking about the ESPN list. All right. So here we go. This is unreleased material from Football is Money that is set to air Wednesday, 6:30 p.m. Central Eastern Time. I'm gonna update my drops, man. I gotta update them. Hey, Jay. Old dirty. Bro, I need you to hop in. Like, I got it set up where you can hop on the cam and you can be up here with me and you can, you know what I'm saying? You ain't got to text as much. You can just talk to me, all right? We'll try to see if we can set that up for tomorrow. Just let me know if you bought it, my boy. Let me know if you're down. And anybody else who want to, you know what I mean, just hop on. It's no pressure. It's no pressure at all. We just shooting the shit. You know what I'm saying? Talking about what we love. And that's it. And that's it, man. So let me go ahead and start this video. Different lens. We're not just asking who's the best quarterback. We're asking who gives you the most production, who helps you win a fantasy championship, and who cashes betting slips, right? And 9 times out of 10, those aren't always the same conversation. So let's compare ESPN's list to the Football is Money list. All right. So looking at the ESPN rankings, I can actually understand almost every name on the list. But what I understand more than that is I understand each reason each name is on this list, because it's not the same reason for all of these quarterbacks, right? You got Josh Allen at number 1. All right, this is extended invitation. You know what I'm saying? There's no time restriction with it, bro. You know, we're gonna be at this for a long time. You in this league, you're in the dynasty league as well. So we have plenty of opportunities. Just whenever you're ready, let me know, man. We do this multiple times a week, so it's no biggie. Cool. I got him at number 1 as well. No problem. But he's not on there because he has multiple Super Bowl rings or multiple playoff wins or, even multiple AFC championships. He's on there because of the way he played the quarterback position, his potential that he has. And they hope one day that he will break through and win some Super Bowls. But as of right now, he haven't. But he's number 1. ahead of the guy that got 3 Super Bowls, Patrick Mahomes. And Patrick Mahomes haven't looked too hot over the last couple of seasons, especially in fantasy. He's coming back from an ACL injury, and we don't know what Patrick Mahomes is going to look like this year. So he's on this list because of what he have done in the past. And the same thing goes for Matthew Stafford. The same thing is for him because, you can't expect him to be a top tier quarterback for too many more years, right? Father Time is real. Joe Burrow, he's on there for his potential as well, because he had a lot of mediocre seasons here lately. Injury bug keep getting him. So he's on there for what he could potentially be. Lamar Jackson is a mixture of both, 2-time MVP, but they still wait for him to get over the hump. Now, we are halfway through this list, and it's only 2 quarterbacks with Super Bowl rings, right? So clearly this list isn't a legacy-based list, right? After Lamar Jackson, we got Dak Prescott. Dak Prescott is on here because he is, that's production. Year in and year out, he's going to have high numbers, right? Not necessarily the playoff wins or postseason numbers to go along with his regular season accolades, but that's why he's here. Justin Herbert, that's pure projection. You're talking about a quarterback with 0 playoff wins, right? So you betting on the arm talent. You betting that he finally live up to what the hype is, to what people expect him to be, right? Drake May, that's based on what we just watched him accomplish. He just got to the Super Bowl, so that's why he's there. That's it. There's no other reason, right? Jared Goff, he's a proven winner with a productive offense, but I don't know if I put him top 10. Top 10. Caleb Williams, that's projecting that another leap after last season. So, and I want to remind y'all, this list came from NFL executive coaches and scouts. So ESPN, I guess, just the media source that put the list out. But we're going to hold them accountable for this list. So, all right. Now, you see this list. There's some solid names up here. Now, would I take a few of them off? Of course. Of course I will. And that's just what we did when we did our rankings. But see, we did our rankings like 2 or 3 months ago. Let me put them up here. So, here we go. So, first thing you see Josh Allen is number 1, right? I agree with that. Now, let me tell you where Footballers Money kind of separated itself from everybody else's rankings. We didn't just rank these quarterbacks based on rings. Because if you're looking up here, it's only 1 quarterback that have a ring. Well, no, 2 of them. 2 of them. Yeah. So two Super Bowl winning quarterbacks on this list, right? But that's not why they are here. We didn't rank them based on their legacy. We didn't rank them based on who's a better pure passer. We ranked them with one question in mind. Who's going to give us the most leverage this season? Who's going to give us fantasy production? Who's going to give us betting production? Weekly impact. And that's it. Nothing else. If a quarterback rushes for 700 yards and throws for 25, 3,000, you know what I'm saying? And stealing goal line touchdowns from the running back, hey, man, I know it ain't the prettiest or the best way that you want it to happen, but if the production is there, I don't care. I don't care if my quarterback go 3-14. Long as he give me 3 touchdowns every week, you know what I'm saying? Hey, I'm good with it. So, bottom line, if he putting up points on my fantasy team and cashing overs every Sunday, he moves up on my board. Might seem a little crazy, but this is Footballers Money, man. You know, I care about, only time I'm caring about a team legacy or quarterback legacy, though, is when it's my personal team. You know what I'm saying? I want those teams to get to the playoffs. I want my quarterback to have postseason success and all of that stuff. But when when it just goes down to fantasy and betting, I don't care, like, individualized, like, do I want to see some of these guys have a good legacy, good career? Of course I do. You know what I'm saying? I am a fan of the sport, but I'm trying to get you guys to understand when you're looking at it from a certain lens, a lot of those things have to go out the window. You know, Super Bowl wins does not win you fantasy weeks. You know, playoff wins do not win you. It don't help you cash your tickets every week when you're trying to bet the over or the under, or stuff like that. So these are just things you have to keep in mind. I ain't trying to push nothing on you. I just want you to look at it a different way, all right, and understand what you're looking at and what you're arguing against when when you having these debates against whoever you might be talking to. Because when you're looking at these rankings, let me go back to ESPN rankings. When you're looking at these rankings, like you see all these guys up here on this list, and they all up there for different reasons. So, somebody can be arguing that Josh Allen should be number one, and they like, well, Josh Allen, he can run, he'll get 3 touchdowns, throw for 3 touchdowns, and can't nobody do that like Josh Allen. And okay, true enough, but that's a production argument. And then another person be like, well, Patrick Mahomes got 3 Super Bowl wins. That's a legacy argument. And then another guy could be like, well, Dak Prescott is gonna have just as many fantasy points, if not more, than either one of those guys. You know what I'm saying? That's the fantasy and betting aspect of it. You know what I mean? So you got 3 different arguments going on at the same time, but people trying to convince you that their pick is the pick. But what are we picking them for? What are we picking them for? If you're looking for a quarterback to go win Super Bowls, Patrick Mahomes is going to be the guy. Come on now. There's no debate about that. But Patrick Mahomes isn't going to be the guy that you want to draft on your fantasy team. You know what I'm saying? So it's just different ways of looking at it. All right? So let me get that up off of there. Now let's compare the two. And for us to compare the two, let me move me down. Let me move me out the way so I want to blow this up a little bit so we can get a clear picture of it. All right, so, and this is actually one of the coolest parts, because we're not as far apart as people might think. 7 of the top 10 quarterbacks are on both lists. You got 7 out of 10 quarterbacks on both lists, right? Josh Allen, Joe Burrow, Matt Stafford, Lamar Jackson, Dak Prescott, Drake May, Caleb Williams. Different order, but mostly the same elite group. Where we split is Patrick Mahomes, Justin Herbert, Jared Goff. That's who ESPN got. Football is Money, we ran with Brock Purdy, Jalen Hurts, Jaden Daniels. All right? And that don't mean that ESPN is wrong or any of these execs and different personnel of people and nothing like that, because I'm pretty sure they've been doing it longer than I have. But it just means we are grading from a different perspective. So just to show you that I'm not trying to just bash this ESPN rankings, let me tell you why it makes sense, right? Because Patrick Mahomes is one of the best quarterbacks in football, right? One of the best of this generation, no question about it. If you're building a list of the best quarterbacks in football, he's absolutely on it. Let's see, Justin Herbert, he has elite arm talent. I mean, I get it, and people still waiting for everything to come together, and maybe it will sooner than later. Josh Allen is a beast, right? Joe Burrow, I don't know. He's supposed to be the one that's taking over the NFL. We just waiting on him as well. Jared Goff, he's been one of the league's most productive quarterbacks over the last few seasons. And, everything on their list is football arguments. It's pure football arguments, right? And those are fair arguments. But let me tell you why Football Football is Money went in a different direction. Brock Purdy continues to outperform expectations and consistently produces when he's healthy. Oh man. All right. Jalen Hurts, he may not be the cleanest passer, but fantasy managers don't lose points because he's doing butt stuff at the goal line. 6 points is 6 points. All right. Jaden Daniels, I think once he get healthy again, he'll be ready to give us some fantasy gold. And, that's why they're on our list, not because they're better quarterbacks, because we believe they'll deliver more value for fantasy players and for our bettors. And that's all we're trying to do, man. I want to make you guys sharper managers and better bettors every year, every week, every time. Because at the end of the day, it's not about proving ESPN wrong. I actually think their list is a good football list. If you just straight pure football, nothing else. I was asked a different question, man. ESPN want to know who's the best quarterback. Football is Money want to know who's going to make the most fantasy, the most money for you this year. Who's going to be best in your fantasy lineup and on your parlay slips. Same game, same quarterback, different philosophies, man. Point blank, period. And I hope I didn't bore y'all with that long rant about this top 10 list, but I just think it's very important to know the difference between each argument that you guys be trying to make. And make sure that you're making the right argument. Or at least make sure you get the standard cleared up before you begin the debate. All right? But if you want to see our complete 32 quarterback rankings, all right, so we're gonna cut it right there. I let a lot go, you know what I'm saying? I let you guys see a lot of stuff that I really wanted to keep tucked. But, there's plenty more. There's plenty more before that. There's plenty more after that. This episode is an hour and about 30 minutes, hour 25 minutes long. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of good, valuable information in here. Let me cut some on. I'll get better with that. I need an engineer or something like that. Somebody that can shift through all these screens for me in real time. I got to do all this shit by myself. Sometimes I forget to switch the screens. Baby, your phone. See, I forgot to cover my mic off. Baby, your phone in here. Yeah, it's all right. All right. So now we got that out the way. Okay. All right. Let me see. I'm gonna go and just check out what my guys and them talking about. And let's see. Have we missed a lot? We missed a lot. Showing them in the chair. Nice, bro. Nice, brother. Yeah, and I gotta go back up and see. I like to respond to, just to let people know I'm here, man. I ain't just letting stuff go by. And look, you can see I go back and try to read everything, just to see what's going on. We got a couple of guys from, at least one guy from the area and the other guy lives there. That's nice. Join the military and just retire for another year. Going to college full time. That's nice, bro. How old are you? Dirty? Just curious. I'm 43. You know what I'm saying? Not trying to, have no backhanded anything with that. I just wanted to know. I'm 43. I know I probably don't look like it. They say I look like I'm about 19, 20, I am too, bro. I am too. Wish this was the Dynasty League. You know what? I understand what Dexter's saying. Shit, I think I'm so glad I escaped with it. Wish this was done. Oh, why is that? I think everybody know. Yeah, this league. Yeah. And that is, yeah, I agree. And I think we all have been here at one point or another, you know what I'm saying? But, a lot of the time it just takes us to hop in these different leagues to try to find the type of league that, really suits us. $45. Nice. 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 That's what's up. That's what's up, bro. So we got 15 minutes, man, before we call it a night. And we would have... Nah, you good, bro. You good. I'm checking everywhere, trying to make sure that I respond, because I don't want nobody to feel like I'm neglecting. And, we looking for conversation, engagement is the biggest thing of what we doing, you know what I mean? Because it'll be a lot harder for me to be up here rambling, reciting things that's in my head, you know what I'm saying? I got somebody to converse with, you know what I mean? And that you guys tuning in, you guys chiming in, you guys engaging, you know what I'm saying, made it easier for this 12-hour stream to be possible. So, it ain't no biggie, bro. I appreciate you. I appreciate all of y'all. And we getting ready to close it out, man. We got 15 minutes. We're gonna stay here for the whole 12 hours. This is our longest live stream. I didn't even think it was possible, honestly. I didn't even think it was possible. I know, man. It really is good when you can do that. I know, look, and for anybody that's listening that's not in the league or that's not tuned into the live chat, you know what I'm saying? It could seem like I'm just talking and just going from topic to topic and from subject to subject, but we are having conversations live through the league chat, and we also got the YouTube chat going as well. You know what I mean? So that's why I try to make sure when I'm responding to somebody in the league chat to have it up here, so you guys can know what's going on and kind of feel like you a part of it as well. But yeah, bro, it is good when you can build relationships in the league. You know what I'm saying? Because you finding like-minded people. I remember telling Bash was one of the first people to join this league, and I felt like was one of us. You know what I mean? He's a little intense, but I love it. You know what I mean? Because he bring that energy, and come on, get with it. And so it is great to find like-minded people. I call us fantasy freaks, the only crazy ass people that's worried about football in the middle of the summer. And I love it, I love it. And hopefully we can build some long relationships, man. We're going to be doing this. We're going to be, Football is Money. We're going to be doing these fantasy leagues from we've been doing it for the last few years, man. We wanted to get bigger. I want to build my own fantasy football community, like my own fantasy football platform. So I know that'll be a little bit harder to get people to join, but they're just, we got a lot of ambitions. We got a lot of aspirations at Football is Money, man. We want to do a lot of things. And most of the things that we want to do is for, like, it's for guys like you, bro. You know what I'm saying? And everybody that's in all of our leagues. You know what I mean? That's what make Football is Money tick. Everybody that chime in, that tune in to the podcast on YouTube. We have a different audience on Apple Music that we got on Amazon, and we meet extended family, you know what I'm saying, that's becoming part of our immediate family on Sleeper, you know what I'm saying? And hey, I couldn't ask for this rollout to go any better, man. So yeah, man, I appreciate everybody for tuning in. As I try to puff on this blunt that's gone now. 45. And I look at my metrics a lot. And we are right in that range. We are right in that range. Let's see. See, Bash, he lurking. He's here. He ain't gonna let too much shit slide. Yeah. Nah, everybody got good energy, man. Everybody got good positive energy. You know what I'm saying? And I love it because, again, like, we've all been in those leagues, that, like, shit, why did I join this? How I done paid my money, I'm stuck here and everything. But I just want it to be fun, man. I want it to be informative. Guys link up. Like, I see, people in different leagues, and not just Football is Money leagues. It's like, it's a stretch. It's a band of arms, and I love it. I love it. Because the only real fantasy players, the only real football enthusiasts are tuned in to anything football, especially fantasy football. Like, bro, it's July. I don't know if the World Cup's still going on, but it was going on. You know what I mean? So, NBA Finals going on. We got, good music, concerts, and, we here drafting. Training camp haven't even started for a lot of teams. You know what I'm saying? And we drafting. Yeah, them boy, like, and that's why I'm not really mad about the draft time and how much time is taken between these. Like, I want these guys to pick. Don't get me wrong. I want these guys to pick. But, getting to know your league is just as valuable as, the picking your teams and learning the league settings, you know what I'm saying? Just getting to know your league, getting to know the players that you're playing with. Because you never know. You never know who you might run across, man. I done seen guys get gigs, like, my brother, he's in the acting and Hollywood and all that type of shit. And, I done seen him get gigs just from, playing fantasy with people. Like, you never know what, like, everybody here is in a different space in life and maybe have different opportunities. Not saying that's why you play, but like the initial reason for playing is for the love for everything that we do. You know what I'm saying? The football. But once you get to meet people, you just never know what type of doors that they can open up for you. You know what I mean? And yeah, it is what it is. All right, so we're about 7 minutes before we close out, gang. And we got Jalen Coker, Spicy Brady. He really let me down these last 3 rounds, man. Because he was tuned in. I'm thinking my boy work overnight. Yeah, I'm thinking he work overnight. But I wish he would have just said his cue versus just drafting it. Like, no, there's no need to. Make sure that you tuned in for all of these. And even if something happens to where you can't, physically be there to draft, man, you can reach out. Hey, commish, can you just give me a second, man? Or if you got a time to say that, set your cue or just, anything, you know what I mean? I'm not opposed to. I just want it to be fair. I want it to be easy, convenient for everybody that's involved, man. You know what I'm saying? That's kind of why we are where we at. And it's really fucking me up to the point to where it's like we got this hour. An hour for a redraft is crazy work, bro. It's really crazy work. And I understand that. I know it. I'm going along with it, but it's crazy. But I didn't think people would actually spend a whole hour making a pick, 50 minutes, 40 minutes. Like, bro, we've done leagues 30 seconds. I mean, I'm talking 30 seconds, dynasty leagues, startups. You know what I mean? Startup dynasty leagues. You know what I'm saying? Get that shit, pick that shit. That's part of the the routine. Like, you gotta be under pressure. You gotta get these picks in. And if you make a mistake and fuck up, it's on you. You gotta be ready. You have to be ready. But I understand everybody ain't on the same type of timing. You know what I mean? So that's why I was a little open to this longer draft. I just wanted to see how it go. And I just figured, honestly, I thought every team, every manager would have perfect picks. There would be no auto drafting, you'll have your picks lined up, ready to go. Like, I feel like everybody should have been able to have their full queue ready to go. You know what I'm saying? As much time, we've been drafting for 24 hours in a redraft. I understand how absurd that is, you know what I'm saying? But it is what it is, everybody ain't on the same speed, everybody ain't on the same level. And then that's what happened when you got pretty much a melting pot of different type of fantasy managers with different levels of experience. And this what brings us to here, right? Let me pull you up one more. Respect, my boy. Respect, brother. Respect, brother. And I agree. And this, I don't know if you was with us when we was trying to get these leagues filled, and as we still trying to get most of them filled with serious managers. It's like, some people, they don't want to pay through the website. They only want to do League Safe. So just imagine last year we were doing Cash App. Motherfuckers would have lost their mind. But I used to always say, hey man, we found each other, so we'll find some other guys